Imagine you're the final boss of a dungeon, but instead of scaring the heroes, you just want to sleep and eat. Instead of casting fear, the protagonist casts confusion on everyone, including himself. Everyone demands action, but he can scare off enemies with just one aura. Who would dare to disturb someone who just wants to sleep for 5 more minutes? Let's find out. The story began with a wounded adventurer falling to his knees in a dungeon cave. His companion asked if he was okay. He lifted him up and asked him to be patient for a little while longer. Then, the adventurer fell to the ground again. I fell again, he said. How many people had already passed out? Their companion noticed that the healers didn't have much mana left. The knight asked, "Will I die at this rate? Would I?" He replied that he was fine. The hope of the Empire was with them. Vern, the warrior, was with them. He turned around and said, "Since I can hear your voice, it seems like you're okay." He confirmed it. The party members began to feel uneasy. The conquest team had 74 people at the very beginning, but now there were only 43 people behind him. Vern clenched his fist. It wasn't so, he thought. He had lost 31. It was 43 who survived. Even though everyone was giving it their all, they couldn't protect 31 comrades. Everything was really as it seemed. Everyone was already prepared for such an outcome. This dungeon was one of the 7 great evils. At that moment, a warrior called him and, pointing his finger forward, asked him to look there. Vern looked ahead and thought. Finally, they reached their goal. In front of them stood the core of the primordial world, the end of the dungeon. This was the last stop, the culmination of all their valiant efforts. So many treasures were stored there that they could not even imagine. And in this place lay one of mankind's finest creations, the 36th masterpiece. It was also the home of the dungeon's owner. The warrior took his sword from behind his back. Turning to his squad, he shouted, "Stand in line, shields and swords in front. Mages, illuminate this place. We must focus on maintaining our field of vision." The mages, startled, noticed that the vibrations had stopped. They tried to make the light brighter. Vern warned them not to lose their vigilance. Several bright flashes shot forward, illuminating the space. From the darkness, several pairs of bright yellow eyes watched them. Vern stared in horror as a gaping mouth drew closer, revealing several rows of sharp fangs. Then he shouted, "Run! We can't win!" After a while, a skeleton named Pedrick spoke up. So, to sum it up, he said, he was sleeping here when the humans broke in. He did well, though. He overcame his fatigue and fought. Does he mean that? The protagonist confirmed that he did. Yep, our protagonist is this reptilian thing. He fought against 2 opponents, humans and his exhaustion. So, Pedrick, he should calm down, he asked in surprise. Calm down. He thinks he can do that now? He is the boss of the dungeon, yet he was sleeping when the humans enter here. He on right in front of them, and this is normal for him. His attitude is the problem. His mind, Renee, what does she think? She replied that she didn't know you could sweep away people with just a yawn. Then she put her hands to her cheeks and said she was shocked by Mr. Swallow's dignity again. Patrick looked at her loving gaze at the main character with despair and thought, yeah, it's time to just give up. Then he grabbed his head and shouted, "The dungeon is finished." The protagonist said that there's no need to do that. If he thinks too much, his bones will rot. 7 dungeons that have finally become impossible for humans to conquer. One of the 7 great evils is the core of the primordial world. Most dungeons end with humans winning. Humans can attack at any time. Monsters always need to be prepared to fight back in an unfair position. So, repeated battles weakened the dungeon at an incredible rate. Although countless new ones had been built and cleared over time, the existence of special dungeons that were beyond the reach of humans was obvious. The Great Evil Dungeon, or more accurately, the 7 Great Evil Dungeons, was deemed impossible for humanity to conquer. Among the infamous 7, the core of the primordial world was considered the worst in the demon world. Dozens of creatures guarded it, and inside, the gatekeepers of the 3 crossroads waited. The homunculus guarded the red crossroad on the left. The dagger-wielding maid, Renee, stood there. The skeleton in charge of the blue crossroad in the center was the Death Knight, Pedrick. Little information was available about the dirty path on the right, only whispers of mysterious tentacles. The ruler of this impregnable fortress was the primordial monster from the first pages of Imperial mythology. Swallow Renee closed the book and said, "This is what the book says." As she spoke, MC reflected that after spreading this information, there were many more attacks. He felt that she should learn to manage the dungeon too. She needs to create a little mystery, he thought, and people won't even notice. She needs to spread a little information like this so they'll mistakenly think they know everything about this dungeon. Then, when they see half-up books, they'll flock to it like moths to a flame. Renee confirmed this and added that most of their equipment melted when they fought against Mr. 116 Black Tentacles, who turned those weapons into trash. Only the most expensive equipment survived. She was sure she could deal with them without damaging everything. She pressed her hand to herself and he said, "Sure." His energy converged in one place. The protagonist in his human form patted the maid on the head and said, yeah, he's sure she could do it. She blushed in embarrassment and laughed awkwardly. Pedrick asked, did he think they were having a meeting here? They were just hanging out. The protagonist asked, so why were only the two of them so happy? Pedrick happily said, what a cute mood. It seemed like he would get a cavity just by breathing in some air, but he didn't think it would be just his teeth. His head would rot too. By the way, boss, if he's going to change shape, he should do it properly. Just now, he glanced at himself, patting Renee on the head, and noticed he had 6 fingers. The protagonist looked at his hand and noticed that he was right. He did have 6 fingers. Pedrick added that it was better than the last time when he had over 40 teeth. He said that the transformation went great. His back even cracked. Renee, in annoyance, remarked that his cracking bones were making too much noise. He looked at her silently and thought that he should tell her to quit her job as a dungeon protector. She was disgusted by it. After a while, Renee, holding a stack of papers in her hand, said that she would get down to business. As they knew, people had finally started attacking the right crossroad. The problem was that the 116 black tentacles protecting it had gotten seriously injured in the process. The condition of one was assessed to be quite critical. MC yawned and told her not to be so afraid. After all, the tentacle regeneration power was beyond her understanding. They would see what happened, and if things were really bad, they would find a new protector. Pedrick said happily, oh boss, when he searches, he should do himself a favor and search for 2 at once so that he could leave 2. He asked, what is he talking about? He has a lifetime contract. In any case, people will only come to his right crossroad. Pedrick guessed that they must have already organized a new squad to attack. Renee explained, people now use telepathy as a form of communication magic. So, news of the destruction at the civilian right crossroad might have already spread. The protagonist slammed his hand on the table and said, in that case, we also need to think things through. The 2 of them needed to listen carefully. They would switch positions. First, Renee, was protecting the red path on the left. She began. Now, I'll take care of the dirty crossroad on the right. The attackers will rush there, thinking it's empty. I'll just have to stop them. She clenched her fist happily and declared, Mr. Swallow, I can stop any number of people who come there. Then the protagonist turned to Pedrick and said, you'll take the red crossroad on the left, which Renee usually protects. Pedrick was surprised. Why? The protagonist replied, the people who realize that Renee is at the dirty intersection will head to the red intersection on the left, where she usually is. Then, Pedrick, you can stop them there. That way, we can fight off the 2 attacks. Pedrick raised his hand and asked him to wait. What was he going to do if the people were heading to the blue intersection in the center? He paused for a moment and then replied, in that case, they would have to settle for a date with him. Pedrick said desperately, what kind of a haphazard plan was that? Renee said delightedly, Mr. Swallow, what a perfect plan. The skeleton thought, to hell with this. She then added that they had discussed the most urgent matter. All that was left was to decide what to do with that sword. The protagonist, leaning on the table, turned to her and was surprised. A sword? What sword? He replied, you're talking about the one the squad leader is using this time. Pedrick remarked, looks like these guys are pretty strong to carry around swords like that. The MC said he should at least describe it. I'm sure I've heard of it, he added. Then he looked to the side, saw the hilt of the sword, and said, this is it. He took it in his hand, waved it, and continued 36 masterpieces, extremely famous weapons among humans. Although it's not really a weapon, it seems like this sword is number 14. He paused for a moment and thought, I think it's called Tannabella. The protagonist scratched his head. Now I remember. All 36 of them are something, right? Pedrick clarified, masterpieces. One of Renee's blades is also related to this. The protagonist asked thoughtfully, you humans carry around pretty good stuff. The skeleton looked at the sword in his hands and asked, what should they do with it? If they give it to those at the entrance, the humans will take it back. And if it falls into their hands again, they'll have more headaches, right? So they'll have to take it. MC asked, he uses his sword too, doesn't he? Why doesn't he take it? He asked sheepishly. Right, the protagonist confirmed this. Then the skeleton laughed happily, saying he felt like he had no choice. After all, it was his order boss. This is the core of the primordial realm, home to a fearsome homunculus maid, a death knight oozing grave energy, and a giant ancient monster. The protagonist slammed his head on the table and said that since he had received the sword, Pedrick, he should tear up the letter of resignation he had hidden in his ribs. Renee asked, Mr. Swallow, what should they do with the remaining profit distribution? He leaned his elbows thoughtfully and suggested they do as usual. They would take what they needed and use the rest to lure the next warriors inside. She clapped her hands happily and said yes. Then she would go over the detailed distribution again. Swallow, he said. Okay. Then she added that they couldn't make much use of magic items, Maybe we should take out the mana stones and sell them, she suggested. We could make a good profit from it. He asked, is that so? Then maybe I should go to the human village, he added. His subordinates shouted in surprise. What? He asked, what are they so surprised about? Pedrick suggested maybe Rhys should go. The protagonist asked, why? He replied that he was bad at transforming into humans. The protagonist folded his arms and looked at him. What? Okay, then she should buy a lot of delicious things, the MC replied. After a while, Renee was walking along the forest path and noticed that the weather was nice today. Then, Mr. Swallow, she thought she will be back soon. A little later, while examining the mana stones, the master said that, unfortunately, he could not just buy them. Renee asked, why? He thoughtfully said he would look, then bent down, took a stone out of the cabin, and explained that these were B-rank mana stones. For ordinary people to buy them, they would have to work hard for 10 years. But she brought much more valuable stones. These stones could only be used by court magicians or high-ranking magicians from the tower. A jeweler who has an agreement with the royal family or a wing from the magic tower could handle them. She said the capital or the magic tower. She thought that the capital was too far away and wondered if she should go to the magic tower. She didn't want to go there, but it was all for Mr. Swallow. She took the bag and walking toward the exit said, well, goodbye. He wished her a good journey and turned his attention to the remaining stone and shouted, child. She had forgotten one stone. She turned around and replied, it's a tip. Thank you for the information, human, he said. What a strange child. She's also a human, isn't she? After a while, at the wing of the mage tower, a guild member asked, did she come to sell mana stones? In that case, she should meet with the guild master. She agreed with him and then followed. As they walked up the stairs, he explained that he would take her to her office and that she should follow him. She thought that this meant the building was designed so that the head of the mage tower was at the very top. Human mage towers are so similar to a dungeon, the worker said. Sitting in a chair, turning to face her, was Gitz Emmer, the leader of the wing in the guild of this mage tower. With a smile, she thanked her for coming all the way and introduced herself. Then she asked, what about her? She thought that this person had incredibly large mana reserves. Renee adjusted her hood and replied, I am Ren. The guild leader nodded thoughtfully. I was told that a small child had arrived, so I wanted to ignore you, but the guards mentioned that you carried many mana stones. You should be well aware of our mage tower wing. I believe you brought high-quality mana stones that meet our standards. Renee emptied the contents of her bag and said, you can check for yourself. The guild leader gazed at the stones in surprise. She thought these mana stones are A rank, and some are of such top quality they're almost the best among A rank. Where did this little girl get such stones? Who was she? Then she asked, where did you get these? The guild leader noticed her hair and thought, one of the 8 Imperial families has silver hair. The daughter of this family ran away and secretly brought this here. There was no other way for such a young girl to have so many mana stones. So, a noble lady, she must not be familiar with this world. Then she apologized for being rude and said that it was hard to imagine the goods could be so good. In the wing, they wanted to buy all of these mana stones. How about 50 ounces of gold coins per stone? She would give her 80 ounces for the ones in particularly good condition. Renee asked, 50 gold coins? She remembered what the worker had said and thought, the money people usually get for a year is 10 ounces of gold coins. In 10 years, that should be 100 ounces. Then she said, Hewen, if she was making fun of me, she'd die. Amir looked at her in surprise and thought, damn, it seems like this lady is more knowledgeable than I thought. Then she said, to tell the truth, their guild doesn't have enough money to buy all of this, even if they collect all of their funds. Renee replied, in that case, we can buy as much as we can. After a while, Amber opened the coin box and said 2,000 ounces of gold coins. That's all the money they have. How about paying with items that are worth the stones? Renee took the coin in her hand and asked, are you sure these items are valuable? It should be, in demand. Renee replied, you don't have to worry about that. In that case, you should come here. I'll show you. As they walked up the stairs, she explained, we usually don't bring strangers to this place, but we'll consider you an exception, Miss Wren. After a while they arrived, she said, okay, here's the vault of our tower. This is the tower set with a 4th carat diamond. There are small mana stones in the middle, so it's quite useful for mages. This is a living black pearl. It gives a signal if poison appears near the owner. It was made by alchemists. Renee looked at the item in her hands in surprise and thought, alchemy? Amer was confused and thought, what's wrong? Then she said, oh my, Miss Wren, you don't seem to like this. Well, alchemy is not a hygienic field. Many people have an aversion to it. Then how about this? She lifted the lid and showed a heart-shaped crystal. This item is called Scarlet's Love Stone. This gemstone could make her love come true. Renee's eyes widened in surprise. She thought a gemstone that could help her achieve love. R explained, if you pour mana into this stone in front of the person you love, the spirit inside the crystal will help you achieve undying love. Renee leaned towards the stone and asked absolutely anyone. The guild leader confirmed, nodding, yes, and I can confidently vouch for it, putting my title as the head of the mage tower on the line. It seems like she likes this, Air added. Renee replied that she wanted it. Amber took the stone and said, I can't speak for the others, but this stone is a little different. With this, you could steal even the Emperor's heart. That's why it's very expensive. Renee sighed in surprise. Then she asked, in that case, how about this? The guild leader raised an eyebrow. Where did you get it from? Renee answered, with all the money you gave me earlier, I had to sell that stone. After a moment of silence, Haim, looking perplexed, asked, how could you give away such a precious stone? She asked, what about this? Haim, still confused, replied, does she know what kind of item this is? If she just gave it away, she'd definitely die. She took the ring in her hands and asked, so what? Then she put on her maul and, taking a closer look at the stone, added that the stupid noblewoman wanted it and personally exchanged it. He objected, but still, she told him not to worry. There will be no problems, she said. Once he is released, I will die, and the person that this annoying girl likes will die too. There will be no evidence left. She didn't know who the other person was, but she definitely felt sorry for him. One of the 7 dungeons of great evil, Cash's Castle. Elizabeth, the boss of the dungeon, waved her scissors and noticed that the ends of her hair were completely dead. She cut off a lock of hair. Renee, sitting in her chair, apologized for showing up so suddenly. I always owe you, she said. Elizabeth replied, that's enough. It's natural for neighbors to help each other, and your pretty face brings me happiness. Renee smiled. If the source is lovely, then it doesn't matter what she does because she will look good anyway. At such moments, Elizabeth even envied herself for being a homunculus. She picked up a comb and added, just think, this beautiful face will never age. Renee said that she looked very young and her skin was paler than Elizabeth's. Elizabeth took off her cape and asked, what do you know? How much blood do you spend every day on cosmetic procedures? Renee asked, embarrassed, what does she think of her now? Elizabeth replied, of course, the most beautiful girl I've ever met. She placed her hand on Renee's shoulder and assured her, no one would dare reject you now. Renee laughed awkwardly. Then the boss said, anyway, why did you decide to dress up like that? Maybe you're going to confess to someone. Renee looked at the stone in her hands, thought for a moment, and said, confession? Yes, I was going to confess my feelings. Elizabeth looked at her in surprise and then shouted seriously. She had said it as a joke. To whom? Renee replied, Mr. Swallow. Elizabeth looked at her in surprise and then said, you throw around such heavy jokes so easily. Is it because of your homunculus nature? Renee clenched her fist and replied, I'm not joking. I'm going to confess my feelings to Mr. Swallow. Elizabeth hit her head with her hand and asked, what do you like about him? Isn't he an idiot whose strength is almost undetectable? Renee implied that he had many strong points and was reliable. Elizabeth said, reliable? Yeah. He was the most reliable person in the world, but he was so lazy that his laziness covered up all of his reliability. Renee folded her arms and said, yeah, he was lazy and huge, and he eats like a pig. He sleeps every day, wherever and whenever he wants. He snores terribly. He's not very smart, and he's been quite gluttonous lately. The boss folded her arms and said she knew that, but she still liked this idiot. She confirmed it and added that she really liked him. Elizabeth put her hand on her shoulder and said, yeah, I get it. I hope everything goes smoothly, although I think you're too good for him. She winked and added, if he rejects you, you can always come to me. Renee smiled sheepishly and thanked her. I'll definitely succeed. After some time in the Imperial capital of Riaz at the headquarters of the Dungeon Raiding Alliance, one of the adventurers said, so they assumed that warrior Vern Haschelt's party was wiped out. His colleagues slammed their hands on the table and shouted, that's impossible. Didn't they say they easily passed the gate guard? Another adventurer shouted, no corpses were found, so how can we be sure of their death? His colleague tapped the table firmly and exclaimed, that's right. Vern would never fall to any monster. The man, however, believed they were mistaken. The core of the primordial world wasn't just a perilous dungeon, it was a place where survival was uncertain. Entering it meant facing extreme risks. It had been 2 days since anyone had heard from the team. Vern's status remained unknown, and they needed to be realistic about the situation. He then asked, even if that's the case, what became of the Haschelt family's sword? The adventurer paused in silence before responding, since contact was lost when they entered the core. The only way to recover the 14th masterpiece, Tonabella, is by going back in. The man questioned, is that so? The others started to discuss among themselves. It seemed like they needed to consider heading back. One of them raised a concern, can't. Even Vern's team couldn't complete that dungeon. To avoid further risk, we should consider withdrawing. But the man argued they couldn't simply walk away. If Vern had confronted the boss, the enemy must have taken significant damage. His colleague agreed and added with confidence, "We're talking about Vern the warrior." By the time they were speaking, the boss had likely recovered and reinforced the dungeon's defenses. The man asked, shouldn't they gather their forces and end it all? The old man covered his face with his hands. He thought about how they had already lost one of the 36 masterpieces, a warrior treasured by the royal family. If they messed up the second raid, they would definitely be killed. If they left things as they were, the enraged royal family would point their blades at them. But what if Vern couldn't leave the ancient monster, the boss of the Primordial Core, with any serious injuries? What if the dungeon wasn't damaged much during the raid's attack, even if they attacked several times? He then said, attacking the Primordial Core is simply impossible. The people present sighed in despair. At that moment, the representatives of the 30 Royal Magician Academic Society entered the room. One of them said as he walked forward, "How intriguing. I wonder why they think that." He thought it was definitely possible. The man wondered why the Royal Magician Academic Society had appeared here. He asked in response, did they know who was giving orders to their organization? He thought, damn, the royal family had already started interfering. The mage then said that the fact they were here meant they would have to pay for their sins. How foolish! Not only were they guilty of killing a precious warrior, but they also lost the masterpiece that the Emperor treasured so much to the enemy's lair. Well, even if everyone present here died who would lead the countless Imperial raiding parties, he placed his hands on the shoulders of one of the men and said, yes, they had proposed something to His Majesty, a solution to save them all. They would go to the core of the primordial realm again. The man elaborated, but how would they succeed in a place where even Vern could not? The mage replied, Nifra, they would send him. The men muttered among themselves in surprise. Did he just say Nifra? The old man shouted that they must wait. By Nifra, they meant the problematic one. Before he could finish speaking, the mage spread his arms out and said, Nif was not a failure, but an undeniable success. Then they have a problem. Why couldn't Vern and his party get out of the dungeon alive? Were they weak or careless? He sat down on the edge of the table and added, no, definitely not. Then why? Vern and his party were definitely lacking something, just one thing. What Vern didn't have, Nifram had it. They would definitely succeed in this raid. Meanwhile, the protagonist sighed. He felt something ominous, like a huge disaster was coming. It felt like it. Then he sneezed, pushed off the ground, and asked, was he sick? Walking forward, he changed into human form and fell to the ground. I don't want to deal with this, he muttered. But now, he could know when the humans would attack again. If he continued to delay patrolling, Pedrick would scold him. He was too noisy for a bag of bones. He stood upside and said, I don't want to waste any more energy on this. This time, the people came from the area next to the dirt road. Should he go there? He walked up to the 16 black tentacles, the protector of the Primordial Core. He thought, sorry about that. But right now, there was little he could do except wait. He walked forward and said, next. He walked up to the Anthroporia, the one in charge of the 5th room, and thought, according to my memory, as long as the Anthroporia has the main body and nourishment, this will repair itself. He climbed up the branch. When he reached the top, he noticed that fortunately the main body was still alive. It would repair itself. He probably wouldn't even need to interfere. Then he came down. Jumping off the branch, he said that in that case, the problem was that the first 4 passage rooms had been destroyed. He would need to discuss this with Pedrick. He had a feeling he would get yelled at again. He would think about the rest later. Should he rest? Although he only checked the dirt road and the 5th room, he had done well. Pedrick would probably understand. With that, the patrol was over. He was knocked out of his thoughts by a dagger that flew past his head and pierced the wall. Then the protagonist said, filthy human scum. Once they step outside the threshold of this place, they should not even think about escaping. But before he could finish speaking, he turned around and saw Renee, who recognized him and ran forward, apologizing. She explained that she thought those insignificant humans had broken in again. He asked, was it her? She replied, I am truly sorry, Mr. Swallow. He lowered his gaze and said, everything is fine. I only jumped slightly. Other than that, Renee, did she dress up? Renee, smiling sheepishly, said, you noticed. She was so happy. How was I? She asked. He smiled awkwardly and wondered if she had taken off her maid uniform. She wasn't going to leave before Pedrick, was she? She twirled a strand of hair around her finger and said something special. He was right. Mr. Swallow, can he spare some time for her? He smiled and thought anything but a resignation letter. After a while, they arrived at the right place. Renee said, welcome, Mr. Swallow. She led him to her secret place and asked him to sit. I'll bring you tea. Walking forward, MC thought anything but a resignation letter. She then poured the drink into a cup and said, before, only I knew about this place. But now, Swallow, you are also aware of it. He took the mug in his hand and awkwardly agreed with her. She pressed the tray to her chest, her face flushed with embarrassment. The protagonist thought anything but a resignation letter. Then he took a sip of the tea, and she said, "It's been 80 years since Mr. Devourer took me in." He looked at her in surprise. She asked, "You remember right?" He looked at his reflection in the tea and answered, "Of course." 80 years ago, when dungeon clearing gained popularity, more than 1,000 dungeons fell, and the number of people who reached the core of the primordial world also exceeded that number. At this time, Renee's status soared, and she got her own nickname. He said, she's been through a lot. How's her right eye? Is it better yet?" His face began to sweat, and he thought, thank goodness, this wasn't a resignation letter. Renee said her eyes. He hadn't forgotten. She was happy. He folded his arms and said, of course. He had always kept that in mind. She said that she was glad she could protect him. He replied as he did and then looked surprised. Then he said, no, she should wait. What do you mean glad? He thought. Doesn't this sound like parting words? Turning to him, she called out to him, and he kept thinking, not resignation letter, not that. Then she said that she liked him. He stared at her in surprise. She repeated that she liked him. Mr. Swallow, she said. She had been waiting for this moment for 80 years. He told her to look first. Then he scratched his head awkwardly and thanked her for confessing to him. But our lives are always in danger, he said. We never know when we will get hurt or die. We don't want to spend the rest of our days alone, right? She grabbed the hem of her dress and said, as she thought, it turned out like this. She knew it was a burdensome request, but she couldn't hold it in any longer. But as soon as she imagined Mr. Swallow rejecting her and leaving, she became too scared. She had always wanted him to love her, no matter what it cost her. With that, she took out a heart-shaped stone and shouted so. Even as she had to do something low, the protagonist held out his hand in front of her and asked her to calm down. She looked at him with embarrassment, showing him the stone in her hands. With this, she said, my wish will come true. True, Mr. Swallow, she added. He looked at her in surprise. She explained that she just needed to put in a little magic. The protagonist transformed into a monster and asked, Renee, what did she do to it? Was she trying to kill him? Out of fear, she dropped the stone, and it shattered into several pieces. Tears streamed down her face, and she asked in surprise, what was going on? She saw a creature crawling out of the stone. After a while, Pedrick said in admiration, wow, boss, he's the best. He didn't stop at driving away people. He even drove away Renee. He's so shocked that he can't even shut up. His power really doesn't know the difference between friends and foes. The protagonist said that, in his opinion, he could well shut up. Before he could finish speaking, the skeleton asked, what? He replied that he should forget. That he became sad, sat down on the ground, and covering his face with his paws, asked Pedrick, how can he fix this? He sat down next to him and said that he himself had started this mess. Why are you asking me to clean it up? Then Pedrick took the stone shard in his hand and said, okay, it's not entirely your fault after all. After that, he squeezed his hand, destroying the crystal shard, and said, of course, what you did to him was definitely your fault. The protagonist, confused, shouted at him. He somehow forgot. He was surprised. Really? Should I help you? Remember? Not long before, the protagonist, full of rage, began to attack Renee. Pedrick, putting his hand forward, ran toward him and shouted, he needs to calm down. He grabbed the protagonist by the hair and, looking into his terrifying face, shouted, boss. Then he looked at the crying Ree sitting near the broken crystal in surprise and asked, what did she do? He shouted, Ree, she needs to pull herself together. She needs to leave it to him and run. He thought, damn, she's not in a state to understand his words. She'll just be in his way now. After that, he swung his hand and hit her, throwing her aside. He mentally apologized. He didn't see any other way out now. It's good that she should be far away now. Then he looked at the terrifying form of the protagonist and asked, but what is this? MC asked, did he come to kill him too? In the present, Pedrick asked, does he still not remember? The protagonist apologized to him, and then the skeleton patted him. It's good that he came to his senses quickly, but he still understands why he acted like that, because in reality, it turned out to be. After that, MC asked he should find Reeb, right? Pedrick wondered why he was asking such an obvious question. He replied that he thought he would say the opposite. The skeleton said that he was actually offended. Did he know how important Renee was to their dungeon? She cooks the food and monitors the other monsters' diets. She cleans and restores the dungeon, heals the monsters, and sets traps. She also does consulting and solves the problems of each room. She sells treasures, distributes the profits, and keeps track of the accounting books. Miss Renee practically runs the dungeon single-handedly. Her absence threatens their existence more than his. The protagonist said that he knew. Then the skeleton said he must find her before it's too late, even if he has to bow to her, peck her, grovel, and even kiss her feet. He must bring her back. And if you're going to go looking for her, the skeleton continued, you must take this. MC in human form looked at the item in his hand in surprise. The skeleton explained it's Dura, a bracelet that will help stabilize your mana. You don't need to know anything else except that it's expensive. The protagonist was surprised. Pedrick explained that his body was suffering from the backflow of mana, so it was hard to understand the effectiveness of the bracelet. Even if the effect was minimal, it should at least help him avoid capture while in another form. The protagonist was still surprised. His willingness to do anything pissed him off so much. "Where did you get this?" he asked. "I picked it up along the way," Pedrick replied. "I have a request, though. Don't use it too often. It's not very durable." Without hesitation, the protagonist swallowed and put the bracelet on his wrist. "I'll understand everything when I use it," he muttered. He turned around, waved his hand, and said, "I'll do my best." He was leaving this place to him while he was away. Pedrick said, "Oh my god, he's not leaving the village. He needs to be back in 5 days. The humans will be here soon," he asked. "So he needs to finish before the raid idiots get here, right?" The skeleton confirmed it and added, "If he can't fight off the attackers while he's gone, who knows what will happen when they get there. So 5 days is the safest time." He asked him not to forget about it. The protagonist said he understood and then stated, "I'll bring Renee back home in 5 days." Pedrick shouted after him, "If you pass by the human village, don't draw attention to yourself. If they realize a dungeon monster was in a human village, nothing good will come of it." The protagonist repeated that he understood. "If anything goes wrong, I'll just destroy everything and come back." The skeleton shouted indignantly, "Stop fooling around." He said, "It's much more complicated than you think." He picked up a breaking news leaflet and said, "Renee went somewhere and exchanged a brachysalic tooth for a mana stone that had a demon hidden in it. In the end, the boss went crazy and almost killed her." That's what he thought. If the boss found out about what happened, the end of the world would begin. He thought that it was too early for humanity to lose. Then he looked at the leaflet in front of him in surprise. It said that the Dungeon Raider Alliance headquarters was going to attack the core in 3 days. He remembered his parting words about 5 days and, perplexed, shouted, "In 3 days?" His own words repeated in his thoughts again. Meanwhile, the MC was lying in a huge hole. He sighed desperately and said, "Damn it." He thought that he was already teleporting to some incredible place for the second time. He remembered what Pedrick had said, that the mana in his body was circulating chaotically, so he shouldn't use magic. He looked at his hand and thought, was it magic? I should try again. The coordinates of the place where Renee went to sell the mana stones were in Huston Village. With these thoughts, he rose to his feet and disappeared in the next second. Meanwhile, Malgila McGrath sat on her throne and smirked. An ordinary person had come all the way here. She would do the monsters a favor and grant them an honorable death. A representative of the mercenary squad, Yellow Tiger of Dawn, stepped forward and said, "Such a lowly demon, and yet she acts so arrogantly. They are members of an elite squad ranked 32nd in the Imperial rankings, high-class warriors of the mercenary squad known as the Yellow Tigers of Dawn." He took out his sword and pointed it forward, declaring that they would overthrow her from her undeserved throne. They would earn their place on this continent, and she had better remember them. She replied, "What nonsense!" Rising from her throne, she declared, "I am the 17th heir of the Demon King, Asmodeus Malia." She spread her arms wide, and a powerful aura surged behind her. "It is an honor for you to hear this name, and an even greater honor to die by my hands." The leader of the mercenaries responded, "I will do everything in my power to make you swallow your own words, Demumus." With that, he rushed forward to attack. Malia twirled her staff in her hands, and he quickly realized that normal arrows had no effect on her. He understood now. His comrades shouted, "Leave this to me." The captain of the demons sneered, "Pathetic fools. You don't even know your limits. You will all burn to ashes." Her powerful aura filled the space more and more, and the flow of her energy was directed at the mercenaries, absorbing them. The captain, horrified, looked at this. Then, a powerful attack was directed at him, and he flew back. He was surprised to see ice shards flying very close and shouted, "This is impossible." He thought that she already had a new spell ready. Malge actually raised her staff above her head and began to concentrate ice energy. The mercenary grabbed the fallen tile and shouted, "Does she think he's just going to let it go?" With these words, he threw the pile forward and ran to attack. The demons asked, "Is he begging for death?" What a fool. With these words, she sent several ice shards at him and was surprised to see that it broke. She thought, a protective barrier, when did he have time? But she definitely got rid of the mage. Then she looked in surprise at the wounded mercenaries, standing there and supporting each other, shouting, "Forward, Captain." She raised her hand again to strike and shouted, "These damn bugs." She headed to attack the mercenary captain. The next second, there was an explosion, destroying the wall. The mercenaries flew in different directions. They wondered what it was. Now something just appeared. The hole in the wall was filled with rising smoke. The mercenary asked the captain if he could stand up. he asked, standing with the help of his subordinates. Who is this? He thought. He hadn't heard that another raid was heading here. Mala clicked her tongue in irritation and thought, is there another squad here? Their forces are strong enough to break into the Demon King's fortress. Things are bad. Who the hell is this? The next second, the smoke began to dissolve and the protagonist appeared from it. He said, people, do they know where Host is? The people present looked at him in confusion. The mercenary captain shouted, why is he talking nonsense? After he suddenly appeared, the demon supported him in this question. The MC scratched his ear and sighed heavily. The mercenary captain noticed that he looked like a human, but he'd better get away from this demon. He was surprised. Demoness? Mala covered her face with her hand and shouted, even if there were more pathetic humans here, I would never lose. The protagonist thought, is this demon a demon king? Is she so different from the older demon kings? Is this what they call different generations? Mala shouted again, they are pathetic creatures. She will make them pay for destroying her fortress. She will make him feel what it is like to be attacked by such pathetic creatures. At that moment, the mercenary, turning to the captain, noticed that the support squad had arrived. He replied that this was great and offered to attack her together. The protagonist raised his hand and asked them to wait, but the mercenary shouted, I'll show her that her cool magic does not work on our mercenary squad. He talks too much for a human. The reinforcements have arrived, so we should not be afraid. We need to attack. The mercenaries rushed forward and the demoness began to defend herself. But the protagonist didn't give up and asked, can they tell us how to get there? The mercenaries shouted forward. Malja answered, inferior organisms. They must taste excruciating pain. The mercenaries wished her death. Meanwhile, the MC sank to the ground, scratched the back of his head, frowned, and thought about how much this was driving him crazy. He needed to hurry up and find Renee. He didn't think talking would work if his search dragged on. Pedrick would scold him. The thought alone gave him a headache. He scratched the back of his head, and one of the mercenaries shouted, hey there, he needs to hurry. His colleagues shouted that this idiot was scared. But at that moment, the protagonist took on a terrifying form and told them to shut up. He grew in size many times and directed his terrifying energy at the mercenaries, thereby devouring them. After a while, he calmly walked forward, chewing up the people. Malji's sweat dropped in horror as she looked at him in confusion. Then the protagonist burped, and she jumped in surprise. She hugged her staff to her chest and asked, what did you just do? How horrible. He was so strong. If she saw everything correctly, he was even stronger than her. She was very interested in him. She wanted to know more about him. What was that huge thing? Was it hidden here? What was his name? Was his secret his strength? MC looked at her and then she apologized. I'll introduce myself first, she said. She waved her hand and striking a pose added, I am the great demon king, the aid of Asmodeus Malge. So, what is your name? He was horrified and thought about how disgusted he was. But to get information, he hesitated. Then he raised his hand and began to pronounce the words unsure. After a moment, he mentally stopped himself. Was he about to reveal his identity? Rumors would immediately spread. Pedrick told him to be careful. There's no need to reveal all the cards yet. Then he said swalled as he thought since he was here to look for Renee. Then he said that he was swalled. He thought, Dan, how stupid. But he couldn't think of anything better. She asked him in surprise, can I address you as Sir Swall? The protagonist confirmed it. Okay, she said. First, she wanted to thank him for helping her, although the attack was a bit aggressive. He covered his face with his hand and replied, no problem. Then she added, without your help, I could have lost miserably to the humans. He replied that he helped her against his will. She put her hands on her waist and smiled. Since I owe you, I want to help. Do you need something? He happily replied, yes, do you know how to get to Hasten? She chuckled. Hasten, she asked. The protagonist, delighted, thought, that's great. She knows. It's a good thing I left her alive and not the humans. Renee, she should be waiting for him. The demoness then asked, what is Hasten? The MC thought desperately, not only does she not know where it is, but she has never even heard of this village. Has he gone so far that she doesn't even know where Hasten is? He then asked, does she know where the nearest human village is? A human village. She thoughtfully held up her index finger and said, as far as I know, the nearest city is called Riaz. The protagonist was surprised. Riaz? He thought. The capital of the Riaz Empire. Is it really 2 weeks away by carriage? Malge then asked, is something wrong? Is something bothering him? The protagonist laid down on the floor and asked, is something bothering me? The demoness raised her index finger and asked, is it far? So, he wants to go somewhere far away, she mused. Then what about the teleportation center? He asked. The center of what? Malge inquired. Hasn't he heard of it? A Baba human invention that is created using magic and alchemy. It has the function of calling upon teleportation magic on its own. Incredible, huh? The MC stood up and asked, "Where is it?" She returned the question, "Does he want to go there?" The teleportation center is in Riaz. After a while, they were walking along the street, and the protagonist asked, "Is it in the central part of Riaz?" Mala confirmed it with admiration and added that he would not find a place containing so much information anywhere else. He thought there was only a small chance of finding Renee here, but there was no certainty she had gone to Hust, so he should stay longer. Then she said, "You said you were looking for a girl with silver hair, right?" He confirmed it, and she told him not to worry. "I'll go looking for her with you," she said. The protagonist was surprised. "Huh? Isn't she the owner of the Demon King's castle? What will happen to the fortress?" She asked shyly, "Are you worried about me?" She was pleased, teasing him, but told him not to worry. "I am the Queen of Demons, a supreme being born to rule. The Demon Castle is not important. The place where I stand is the territory of the demons, and the demons standing next to me are my army." The protagonist asked, "So, like the power of the Demon Queen, the ability to summon all the demons at will?" She answered, "Exactly. Although I have never tried it before, since my father did it in the past, I could do it too." He said, "That's how." Then she lowered her gaze and added, "That's true. But since the castle that her father gave her is half destroyed, there's not much she can do." The protagonist awkwardly scratched the back of his head and apologized to her. She replied, "It's just such an unlucky place. Humans always break in here. Even I would have a hard time if the human capital was right in front of the castle." "Okay," he said. "Let's stop talking about depression. We need to start gathering information." The protagonist agreed and noted, "I have a feeling there will only be more problems. Is it just my imagination?" After a while, the tavern worker placed 2 mugs of beer in front of them. MC looked at it in surprise and thought, "I guess I wasn't imagining things after all." Then he asked Mal, "We're still far from our goal. Why them?" The demon took a few big gulps of beer and wiping her chin said, "It seems you don't know much about human settlements. All the information flows into bars." She pointed to the 2nd floor and suggested, "Look around and listen. All the conversations here are uncut diamonds of pure information. You just need to think and choose what you need to hear, Swald." He looked around and repeated, "Think and choose. What is this?" They approached the notice board. Mal said, "This thing is here too." She had talked about it before about gathering information. He clarified, had she talked about this? She confirmed it. Then the protagonist turned his attention to one of the notices. The demons explained that it was a list of members of a dungeon raiding party. She heard that it was used to prevent discord between different parties entering the same dungeon. The protagonist thought he had certainly seen several parties breaking into a dungeon at the same time. Then Malia added, "Otherwise, we'd have problems with the rewards. Pathetic people. If they gathered more parties and attacked together, their chances would increase many times over." It was as if they were trying to break into the flames, blinded by greed. The protagonist let go of the leaflet and said, "It's for their own good." The demoness was surprised, them. In what sense, them? He was also a dungeon demon. She thought, "This is strange. She is the queen of demons, so everything makes sense here, but he is a simple dungeon demon. How can he move freely on the ground?" He replied, "It's difficult to explain, but maybe she can just forget about it." She responded, "You have something to hide." He understood. "I won't ask anymore," she said. "Okay, you must have your reasons." Then he noticed another ad and thought, "This is his house. Luckily, the party sheet is empty. He should have enough time." Mala tried to look through his hand and screamed, "What's there? Stop looking alone. You have to show me. Are you bragging about your height? What a bastard." The protagonist showed her the flyer and said, "I got it here." She looked at it with admiration and said, "Recruiting a party for a raid on one of the 7 great dungeons, the core of the primordial world." He asked, "Have you heard of it?" She enthusiastically answered, "Of course. How could it be otherwise? The 7 great evil dungeons are the best dungeons. Even stupid people know them." He asked, "Wait, can they take this?" She added, "And the goal of all demons, and among the 7 great dungeons. This is the pinnacle of the pinnacles, the being that rules the core of the primordial world, the king of all things, the protector of God who punishes all who tremble in fear. The most ancient monster standing at the top of the universe, Mr. Swallow." The protagonist picked up his mug of beer again. He thought he looked more like a landowner than a ruler who had been scolded by bad tenants. Then the demoness said that out of all the dungeons, she liked this one the most. She wanted to become stronger. If she could become stronger, she would one day get an audience with Mr. Swallow. The protagonist thought this was happening to her right now. She asked, "Isn't it cool? A strength that no one can compare to. I really want to be like him." Of course, her father was strong too. Unlike her, he was a king worthy of his throne. It's just that there were people stronger than him. A certain Vern, that young hero. The protagonist asked, did he defeat the Demon King? He definitely didn't want to meet him. Then Mala added that she didn't want to waste her life managing a dungeon like her father did. She just wanted to become strong so that demons would be attracted to her power. That's why I'm trying so hard like him. Isn't that cool? He thought youth and then answered, yeah, cool. He thought he was like that once too, so long ago that he didn't even remember. Filled with enthusiasm, he led a powerful army that could have conquered half the world. Then he tried to understand all the secrets of the universe. He communicated with people he despised so much. At some point, he was consumed by emotions and gave them everything he had. But when it was all over, he found out that it was meaningless, and so he made laziness his goal in life. With these thoughts, he clenched his fist in admiration. During this time, the demons fell asleep. Lowering her head onto the table, he asked in surprise, did she fall asleep? Was she really sleeping? After some time, one of the tavern patrons, turning to the bartender, noticed another application for conquest. He replied that it had come yesterday, but he had forgotten to hang it up. The adventurer was indignant. How could he publish yesterday's notice only now? In what dungeon? The bartender explained that he would post it now, and they would see for themselves. The adventurer asked, hasn't he nailed it up yet? He'll get a fine if the Imperial inspectors catch him. The bartender, climbing down from the stepladder, said, yeah, that's why he's hanging this ad now. The ad said, the difficult faculty level is the 7 great dungeons of evil, the core of primordial creation. Near Hasten, the westernmost part of the empire, located in the Graffinia forest, there is an underground limestone cave. Warning, this dungeon has a danger level equal to the 7 great dungeons of evil. Only those who have received S rank from the Empire officials or have recognition of their skills can enter. List of participating groups. Primor Squad, led by Primor Doubly. Total of 31 people. Raid and leader, Nifram. Scheduled raid date, 72 hours after this request is issued. After some time, the wind blew the curtains by the open window. Mal just sat up on the bed and sighed, saying, God, her head. At that moment, the protagonist approached her, rubbing the back of her head. He asked, is she awake? She replied that she did not remember what happened yesterday. He said, of course, she doesn't remember yesterday. Then he was surprised and fell to the floor. She asked in confusion, why was he so surprised? He continued to look at her in shock and asked, has his eyesight deteriorated? Why has she become so small? Mal, covered with a blanket, leaned her hands on the bed and asked, what? Then, indignantly, she declared that she was not small. He rose to his feet and asked, did she reverse her age? She began to hit his chest with her fists and shouted, doesn't he think he is throwing around too much harsh language? While she was hitting his face, he asked, so why did she suddenly become younger? She scared him. It hurt him. She replied that it was not she who became younger. He repeated that it hurt him, and she continued to hit him, replying that yesterday she was in a form that vile people do not look down on, the second version. And now, in front of him, was the first version. He pointed his finger at her and said, so she wants to say that before this, she did not have the main form, but now she has taken it? Did he understand correctly? She confirmed this and then exclaimed, stop. It's not like that. By the way, what's wrong with his face? Is it swollen from eating late-night delicacies? He sighed desperately, and she clenched her fists, saying that in any case, for starters, transformation magic usually projects the future form of the user. In other words, when she gets older, she will turn into that amazing second version. He sat in front of her and asked, is that so? She pointed her finger at him and shouted, does he understand now? He answered, of course. She waved her hands and shouted, is he not satisfied with her answer? He replied she needs to change her clothes. Malio was indignant. He should stop treating her like a little child. He answered that he understood, and she said that she would not forgive him. Sometime later, the residents of Count Hast, a detachment of Nifram, rode up to the estate. One of the detachment representatives shouted, Count Haste, he must listen. He must open the gates now and let the raid group in. They came all the way from the capital to attack the Primordial Core. Meanwhile, Counter looked at the leaflet and asked, who sent this message? His subordinate replied that it had just arrived yesterday and was signed by Third Eye. The Count clutched the leaflet and thought, Third Eye, those damn robes from the royal community. Entering a dungeon of rank B or higher requires permission from the Lord with jurisdiction over that land. But there is no such thing as permission. This is an order. After all, this is a royal order, so he cannot even reject it. He then asked his subordinate if she believed that this squad would definitely succeed in attacking the Primordial Core. She shook her head. And he asked, they think the same way, right? They are too weak for this place. He had never heard of their leader, Nifram. What the hell were those Third Eye guys thinking? He looked to the side and thought if they were fooling around with the Primordial Core, then his regent would be the one in big trouble. How about sending a stronger raid to conquer the dungeon first? He whispered to himself that in that case, he would need a legitimate party to do so. Then his subordinate said, Count, the answer might be closer than you think. He guessed that by closer, she meant the wing mage tower. She was right. Wing could handle this task. They had made great strides recently with high-quality items of unknown origin. Of course, even with their rapid growth, it would be crazy for an A-rank mage tower to challenge the Primordial Core. But what if the rumors were true? If the Guardian had fallen, then the only monster at the dirty crossroads should be Swallow, the boss monster who had personally fought against the brave hero Vern's party. Then he ordered that someone be sent to the Wing Mage Tower immediately to make a request. He swore by his name and promised a huge sum of gold and great honor, so that they must conquer the core of the Primordial at any cost. At that moment, a scream was heard outside the office door. "They cannot go in there," the Count said, confused. "Who are they?" Niffer clarified. "Was he the Count?" The Count asked again. "Who are they?" Niffer introduced himself, then explained they did not open the door, no matter how many times I called them. "I apologize," he added. He sat down in a chair, and the Count, without warning, asked, "What brought you here?" Niffer answered, "Okay, the royal family notified me. Or is there a reason why we should not be here?" The Lord replied, "It's not like that," before wondering aloud, what the hell is with the killing intent coming from this young man? Sylvia waved her hand and asked, "Hey, aren't they their guests? So what's with their expression?" "They should smile," she continued, "and I also want something sweet. Bring me some candy, tea, and chocolate." The Lord ordered his subordinates to go and bring it. After some time, he sat down opposite the squad and asked, "What brought you here?" Nephim asked, "What did you think?" "Of course they were here to destroy the core of the primordial world," Itark said. "A day has passed since the letter arrived. You're fast. When were you going to organize a raid?" The leader of the squad replied, "In fact, we wanted to leave today, but something happened." He understood. "So perhaps they will leave tomorrow. Does that suit him?" The Count was surprised. "Tomorrow? But aren't they rushing things too much? The task is important," he continued. "So he is sure it is better for him to recuperate and only then go. He guarantees housing and hospitality. They can enjoy everything at their leisure." Before he could finish speaking, Nifrim interrupted him. "You don't have to show them so much honor," he said. "They will stop at the tower of the mages of the wing and leave immediately." The Lord asked, "At the mage tower? Why? Do they know someone there?" Nifrim replied, "It's not for such a friendly reason. It's to kill them all." He smiled madly as he said this. The Count, confused, asked, "What do you mean?" Nifrim responded, "The defenses in my house are too weak. It's extremely easy to eavesdrop on you with magic. I heard everything on the way here. So I was going to hire mages, right?" He paused, then added, "They came all this way to raid the dungeon. They can't just give it away. They'll have to get rid of anyone who stands in their way." The Count frowned. Wasn't he at a disadvantage? After all, Nifrim continued, "Whoever is stronger will deal with the core of the primordial world." The Count quickly apologized for speaking out of turn. He mentioned that he would no longer be hiring anyone, so the others were free to begin their raid whenever they saw fit. Nifrim took a bite of his cookie and said, "Yeah, that's probably what they'll do." He seemed genuinely content with the Count's decision. Meanwhile, Pedrick was training in the dungeon. With strong, precise swings, he cut through stone dummies. As he turned around, he realized the others would be arriving soon. The main character and his companion were walking along the street. Looking around, the protagonist felt a strange sense of familiarity. Suddenly, Gaul said, "Sir Swold, it must be here." They peered into a tunnel. Turning to the guard, the protagonist said he wanted to reach the teleportation center. He was caught off guard by what he saw. Apparently, they would need to reach it before anything else. The protagonist asked, "Reach it?" The guard explained that this was only the entrance. The teleportation center was located just outside the royal palace, and to get there, they would need to keep moving. 3 more fortress walls stood between them and their destination. The main character asked, "How long will that take?" The guard thought for a moment before replying, "If you're going on foot, around a week, I'd say." Both the protagonist and the demon companion reacted with surprise, exclaiming, "What? A whole week?" The guard was surprised. "What's the problem?" AMC thought it was too long. That was the problem. He wouldn't be able to find Renee, and even Pedrick would escape at this rate. Knowledge, speaking to him in a whisper, asked, "What do you think about flight magic?" He replied that they couldn't. If they used mana for too long, they would be caught by humans. He understood that if he used mana, anything could happen. At that moment, Bellbear, the divine writer, approached them and laughed, noticing they were in trouble. He came closer, scratched the back of his head, and apologized. "I managed to eavesdrop on your conversation. Are you heading to the teleporter?" The demoness confirmed it and asked, "But who is he?" Bellbear introduced himself, and she was surprised. "Divine." He enthusiastically answered, "Yes, he has a homunculus created with alchemy. It is Zephyr, a 4th-generation homunculus that was disposed of. It is a product of the Empire's plan to create artificial humans." He approached the homunculus, stroked its head, and said, "It's strong, listens well to commands, and can also fly." but it failed to fulfill its original purpose. To cause the downfall of the church and state, Mulch asked if people had stopped using homunculi. Then he replied, "Of course, it is not so. The Empire would never abandon such a force." Now, there were rumors that somewhere they had started mass-producing homunculi on an industrial scale. The protagonist was surprised they are producing homunculi. He asked, "Isn't it usually done in large cylinders?" The writer was surprised at how outdated their knowledge was. This method of cultivation had been used for the first generation of the homunculi 150 years ago. The protagonist thought, 150 years? So much time has passed since Renee was born. Then the demons approached the carriage. One remarked, "It looks good inside," and added that it seemed he wasn't lying. "How long would it take to get to the portal?" the protagonist asked. Bellier remarked that she had a good eye. He replied, 3 hours in the air and an hour at the checkpoint. In total, it comes out to 4 hours. Even though they would fly, they would still need to pass through the checkpoint at the castle gate. The protagonist asked, "And how much would it cost?" He replied, "For the two of you, it would be 8 ounces of gold coins." The protagonist, perplexed, thought 8 ounces of gold coins. That's 800 ounces of silver coins. The room in the pub cost 8 ounces of silver. That's 100 times more than what they paid for their stay yesterday. Malj approached the protagonist and, apologizing, said that she did not have that much money. He took hold of his pocket and asked, "Does it look like I have it?" Then he heard a jingle in his pocket. Taking the package, he was surprised. There were several gold coins and a note in which Pedrick wrote, "Clumsy boss. One day he will be grateful to him." They flew with the help of Zier, and the demons called the protagonist. He asked, "What?" She looked out the window and asked, "Who gave him so much money?" He lay down on the seat and clarified, "Is this?" His dungeon partner secretly slipped it to him. She was surprised. "Partner? So he is a dungeon monster. How can he move so freely?" He replied that he thought it would be right to say that he was driven away. She assumed then the partner he was looking for is also a monster who was driven away. He replied that, in general, this is true. She said that she was jealous. Even after leaving the dungeon, he worries about his partner until the very end. If only she could have one like that. She also wants such a life when someone cares for her and she cares for another. How incredible. He asked, "Is that so?" After some time, the path of gold and pleasure rose. MC clarified, "So they can't use the teleporter now?" The worker confirmed this and apologized for the inconvenience. The demoness desperately said that she didn't know it would be like this, and then apologized again. The worker soon added, "If it isn't urgent, you can come again at 8 o'clock p.m. We have suspended all teleportation sessions to ensure the safety of today's auction. Once the auction is over, the guest of honor will want to use the teleporter," the worker continued. "Permission to use it will be granted from above." The protagonist clarified, were they restricting teleportation because of some auction? He then took the leaflet from the worker's hands. The worker confirmed this and explained, "A rather rare item will be presented this time. A few days ago, we had a break for a cephalic tooth, whose location had been unknown for a long time. All this to prevent people from entering the auction site using the teleporter." Malia looked at the leaflet and said in surprise, "What a beautiful drawing." The protagonist thought that it reminded him of something. Then he realized that it was Renee. He muttered, "That's the same thing my partner used." The worker asked, "Are you sure about that?" The protagonist replied, "It's definitely it. Isn't it the thing that, when pulled, whistles and turns into a big sword and hits everyone?" The worker answered, "I don't know anything about that. There must be some mistake." The protagonist noticed that she was wearing shapeless clothes with no pockets to hide weapons. There was only one like it in the world. This was definitely Renee's weapon. He grabbed his head, anger starting to envelop him. The demon called out to him in surprise, and the protagonist thought, but why was this in the hands of people? People, Renee. No, this is Renee, who even bosses from other great dungeons can't touch without a reason. Ordinary people could never fight her. She is strong. It didn't call her the Blade Maid for nothing. Yes, a blade. Did she have a blade when she ran away? She was wearing loose clothes with no pockets to hide a weapon in. And then she threw one of her blades at him. When he mistook her for an enemy, how many weapons did she have left? Had she ever fought humans with less than 5 blades? Pedrick is strong even without his sword. It just helped him. But Renee, what will be left of the Blade Maid when she doesn't have a blade? Malia continued to call out to him in alarm. He had already begun to take on a terrifying form and said, "Is that how it is? Renee, from humans, from your humans, from pathetic humans? Could she die?" The worker screamed in fear. He shouldn't come any closer. He's a monster. The protagonist had said it would be better to kill every single one of them than get rid of the humans, right? The demons continued to call him, perplexed, and he asked, "Right, Ree?" The worker was already lying on the floor. Malj was asking him to calm down and pull himself together. She grabbed his hand and shouted, "What happened?" You must answer. He turned to her and said that he would ask her once. The 36th masterpiece, the brightest metallic tooth, was there really only one in the world? She answered uncertainly. As far as I know, it was indeed so. Oh, what had suddenly happened, Sir Swald? He replied that it was the object of the partner he was looking for. He needed to get it back, and she didn't have to help him. Although they had not been together long, he thanked her. He pulled his hand out of her grip, and she called out to him in surprise. He said that he knew a way to get to Haston, so he could handle the rest on his own. It would be best for her to get out of here as soon as possible. She continued to call out to him anxiously. Then she guessed the partner he was looking for was a dungeon monster, a silver-haired girl, a strong person who could use a breakout-like tooth as a weapon. A maid with a blade, Miss Renee, she said. He was distraught by these words. She folded her arms and noticed, judging by his reaction, it seemed to be true. Sir Swald, she said. He replied enough. She should not try to provoke him anymore. How much did she want to know? She replied that he didn't need to tell her anything. Even if he spoke to her in such a frightening tone, intimidation did not work on her. She had already figured out who he was. Miss Renee, the guardian of the great core of the primordial, the supreme being, she thought. If that was the case, then who could call her her partner? The personality of Swald, the great lord devourer, the master of the core of the primordial. MC was surprised and was about to confirm it when she proudly added that he was his boss. He sighed. She laughed and said she understood from his expression. He shouldn't be upset. It's just that her deduction was beyond all expectations. She knew how dangerous the thoughts in his head were, so she would help him. No objections accepted. He turned to her and said, as a demon king, can she really rely on such simple logic? She answered sheepishly, logical monsters do not become demon kings. The words spoken by a demon king become logical. The protagonist thought, are demon kings impulsive or something? She sighed and said, those are facial expressions. I know this, Sir Swald. It was really scary just now. He said such strange things. So I'm glad that you have returned to normal. From now on, I will be with you, so you don't need to worry. But you must promise me, never speak in that voice again. Auction day. Main entrance. The guard, leaning his back against the column, thought, this was to be expected. No one has come at all. What was the point of defending it? He was pulled out of his thoughts by Malja, who approached him and greeted him. She explained that she had come to participate in the auction. Where could she enter, she asked. He replied, you can enter here, but first, I need to know who you are. What are your names? He asked. Malja introduced herself and, pointing to the protagonist, added, this is my companion, Swald. The guard nodded and said, yes, they should wait a second. He then checked the records, but his expression changed. I'm sorry, he said. Your name isn't on today's list. Malja put her hand to her face in frustration. My God, this just can't be, she exclaimed. Then, turning to the protagonist, she asked, did he bring an invitation? The guard was puzzled. An invitation? The protagonist responded, yes, here it is. The guard asked him to wait, but explained this isn't given out at the auction. Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist punched him in the face. Here is his invitation to the afterlife, he said. Then he turned to the demonist and asked, can't she somehow change her appearance? She raised an eyebrow and asked, does he think she can't resist her beautiful face? He answered, she's just a child. Malja, indignant, replied, I'm not a child at all. He nodded. Yeah, we need to hurry. They walked forward and she shouted, take your words back right now. Meanwhile, in the Cash's castle, Renee lay on the bed and said emotionlessly, she can never return to the core of the primordial world again. 80 years ago, in the Graffinia forest, the protagonist said, I'm so sorry, Granny. Who would have expected people to do something like this? He placed his hand on the shoulder of the owner of the Graffinia forest, known as the witch, the fairy of the land of Graffinia, and said, the forest will still recover quickly and be happy, right? They returned the favor, didn't they? He thought that Graffinia was using this forest in the main region as a base, so he needed to look good in their eyes. Are all the people who started the fire dead? He wondered. Then Graffinia's rage should subside a bit. Now, what should he do with her? He looked at the homunculus in the cage and thought it didn't look like she was involved in the arson. The more he looked at her, the more he realized how adorable she was. They called this species homunculi. Nothing human, a life form created by humans. He should kill her too. Nothing good would come from leaving a witness. But he then turned to the homunculus and said, these were the words of your deceased owner. You are free now, so you can leave. She looked at him in surprise and grabbed the bars, thinking that for some reason he wanted to act on a whim. He continued, that doesn't mean I will help you get out of here. Then he pulled the bars apart and added, if you fall into the trap, you'll be torn apart by wild animals. The choice is yours. Reload, seeing any others, assumed that was her name. The mercy gets shown her up until now had ended. She stood up and said her name. Ray, she spoke the name of the servant who obeyed the patriarch of the family and the one considered the best maid. The role of this generation was a middle-aged maid. This homunculus could not be called that and had never been called Ray. After all, objects have no name. However, for that reason, with tears in her eyes, she said the name again. Meanwhile, at Cash's castle, Elizabeth called Renee, who was sitting on a stone near the castle, and said the army of conquest met by the Empire. She was heading for the core of the primordial world. She replied, even if Elizabeth told me, I still couldn't return to the core. She came closer and explained, I didn't tell you to come back. I value your happiness, but I value your freedom and choice even more. However, shouldn't I do something? If we're talking about those two, they probably scored the continent looking for you. When they find out what happened and how you were tricked by humans, well, they do. Not to mention Swallow. If you're planning on hiding, you need to stop going out into the world forever. You don't have to worry. Pedrick will find out and take care of everything. The core of the original must be ready. The attackers will be arriving soon. If you want to end this, now would be the time. Renee was silent for a moment. Then she said, Elizabeth, she wanted to go for a walk. She took her hand, but Elizabeth said, I have to wait. My right eye is getting worse. Do you really not want me to come with you? She replied, I'm fine and thank you for your concern. Then she asked, where are my blades? Meanwhile, the protagonist grabbed the worker by the neck, slammed his head against the wall, and said, I'll ask again. He must tell him everything he knew about the brachiocephalic tooth. The worker screamed with all his might. The mage tower gave it to us, he shouted. He really didn't know anything else. He begged, please believe me. The protagonist thought, so it was Huston after all. Then he clarified, the Hus mage tower. The Wainwright? The worker nodded quickly. The protagonist let him go and thanked him for telling the truth. You can live, he said. The worker screamed, falling to the ground. He looked at the backs of those leaving, his heart racing. He put his hand to his neck, whispering, idiots, I almost died. I'm just a guard. What did I do wrong? The next second, the MC was right in front of him. You did nothing wrong, the protagonist said coldly. You, a human, did nothing wrong, but you were unlucky to cross my path. The worker blinked, confused. Is he a demon? He asked. The protagonist's eyes narrowed. Do they ever call it a massacre or a slaughter? He asked. The worker hesitated, but the protagonist answered for him. No, they use beautiful words like subjugation and strategy. The protagonist's expression turned terrifying. Do they ever feel guilty for the monsters they kill? He asked, his voice low. Do you think they died because they did wrong? The worker stayed silent. That's the same with me, the protagonist continued. I'm doing this just because you're enemies. After a while, the auction began and cheers were heard in the hall. The bid is 3.5 million gold coins, 3.8 million and 7,000, 3.9 million and 8,000, 5 million, 6 million, and 7,000, 7 million. The highest bid was now 7 million. No one else would bid more. In the win history room, a warrior and officer of the Knights of the Black Wolf said she was bored. Should they join in too? She thought they might throw in a few fake bids for fun. Garrett, a ranger and officer of the Knights of the Black Wolf, asked, what? You should come to your senses. They were here as guards, not clowns. She waved her hand and said, yeah, I can't even have fun with you around, Garrett. The ranger sighed and said, you should remember our mission. Wynn suggested, let's finish quickly and get something to eat. The host then asked, are there any more bids? Wynn suggested a salmon sandwich or pumpkin pie. Oh, she wanted pudding too. The host then announced, the winner is number 3, and that was it. The next second, the MC grabbed the host and said, by whose permission? The man screamed in fear and stated that he would decide when the auction was over. Everyone in the room took notice. The protagonist released a powerful energy and asked, they want to buy the brachiocephalic tooth. Is he right? Warriors, there are only 3 of them in the Empire. After one of them, General Verne, died at the core of the primordial world, things had changed. He, whose duty was to protect the citizens of the Empire, was blamed for his own demise. It was said that he prioritized conquest for the sake of enrichment. Since this hatred could no longer be directed at Verne, who had already died, the 2 remaining drivers had to suffer. One of them, named Wynn, had to regain the people's trust. She restrained her survival instinct, burning with determination. She was about to rush into the attack when her colleague grabbed her hand and told her to stop. You can't, he said. You can never leave. This man is too dangerous. At this time, the protagonist held back his terrifying form and sighed. He touched the lid covering the weapon and said, I wasn't sure before. It seems to be true. He thought that Ren's aura was too strong for the weapon to be a fake. As expected, he muttered, Rennie from humans. He then threw the lid away and picked up the weapon, adding, it'll be a little problematic to explain the situation. But this item already had an owner, so he would return it to him. The humans. He knew they were making bets in anticipation, but they should excuse him. One of the men shouted, "Guards, what are they waiting for? They must detain this insolent fellow immediately." The protagonist said since they weren't going to let him go so easily, fine, he thought the staying. He assumed a terrifying form and said he would tear them all to pieces and bury them under this building. Wynne shouted, does he think she would let that happen? She pushed off her seat, jumping up and swinging her fist. The protagonist noticed she looked like a flying squirrel. It was a decent move, supported by decent equipment, but it was too clumsy. She flew right next to him, then jumped to the side. He thought she had nothing but a glove. She swung her fist again, and he thought that if she did this, he would break her arms. Wynne tightened the cape on her belt. The protagonist thought she wasn't bad for a human. She used an ability called a dust and then directed her fist forward. MC grabbed the glove with his hand, but the next second, he flew to the side. Wynne was breathing heavily. He asked, so, she was not an ordinary baby? She believed he was still alive, but how? How could that be possible? This ability was powerful enough to neutralize most dungeon bosses without leaving a trace, and the gloves she wore, replicas of the legendary Apocalypse, should have withstood heavy impact at least 3 times. Yet they had shattered with a single hit. In the next moment, one of the gloves flew off her hand. At that very instant, the protagonist stood up. Looking down at his hand, he thought, dark liquid, no vapor. He's not quite human, but not entirely a monster either. Then what is he? He gave a faint smirk and without hostility aimed in her direction. Sorry about that, he said. Garrett, deeply concerned, called out to her companion and ran toward her. The howling wind seemed to warn her to stay back, but her partner stepped forward and released a powerful pulse of energy. After a while, Mulch asked, Sir Swall, is he all right? Her concern was clear in her voice. Sitting on the debris of the ruined building, he replied that he was fine, but she pressed again. Are you really okay? She had thought survival was unlikely. He clenched his fist and said, somehow, he pulled through. He couldn't help but think to himself, that kind of blow, no ordinary person could have done it. If she had struck his heart directly, he might have reverted to his base form from fright. If the disguise was blown, then Patrick, no, he didn't even want to think about it. It would be better if he died. But first, it seemed like they had escaped. Just think there were 2 flying squirrels, especially that pink-haired girl who let all the people out while he was distracted by the other one. She cast her protective magic on the blue-haired girl all at the same time. He smiled, remarking that it was funny. Meanwhile, the alarmed people were screaming. Something fell from there. What's going on? The man looked around and shouted, hey, there's someone there. There. The old man leaned over to Wynne and asked, is she awake? Then he turned around and shouted that she had a big wound. They needed to call the healers. Wynne thought she was a warrior, and yet she was still torn to pieces by some nameless monster. Would the people from the auction be safe? What about Garrett? The people were helping her up. She called her friend, but she answered, if you call me so quietly, I won't hear you. She stood in front of her and asked, when? The warrior was glad to see that she was alive. Garrett leaned over to her and said that first she should thank her. If it weren't for her, you'd be preparing for your funeral right now. Wynne wanted to thank her, but then, in horror, she noticed her hand. Garrett, trying to cover her missing hand, said that she should not make noise. She was still alive. Wynne threw herself into her arms and began to apologize. Because of me, I'm not worthy of being called a warrior. You have to forgive me. The next second, Garrett shouted, Wynne, pull yourself together. You are a warrior. No one would want to see an Imperial warrior cry like a baby. Then she leaned over and whispered, losing one arm is a small price to pay. Okay, she continued, I don't know who our opponent is, but that monster was the swallow from the core of the Primordial. Wynne asked in surprise, what? What do you mean? She shouldn't joke like that. There's no way such a monster would be here. Garrett, frowning, explained, I don't know why, but I'm sure of it. It's really him, the Black Calamity, an ancient monster, the Swallow. It has made traces of the Vern Driver, traces that are less than a month old. This situation is much more serious than we thought. At this rate, the Empire could collapse. Wynne shouted, if it really was the Swallow, then we need to fight back even harder. This is human land, a place where we have the advantage. Garrett put her hands on her shoulders and explained that they couldn't solve this problem on their own. They couldn't win now. They didn't have a chance. They needed to hurry, request support from the Dungeon Raiding Alliance, and report the situation to the royal family. For now, I'll go alone, she said. It will be hard in my current state, but I have to be here. She pointed at the warrior's injured arm and used an ability called Whisper of Light Healing. This won't heal you completely, she explained. You shouldn't try to follow me. Just wait here. Wynne shouted, you have to stop. Who knows when that monster will go on a rampage again? She replied, even so, I can't leave this place. I'm begging you. After that, she rose into the air. A warrior shouted, wait, but in the next second, Garrett disappeared into the sky. Meanwhile, the protagonist thought, this is really annoying me. Should I just leave the fugitives and go after her? Or should I chase them and get rid of all the dangerous elements? What should I do? Malji watched him in surprise as he paced back and forth, deep in thought. He thought that he had successfully returned the brachycephalic tooth, so his business here was over. After all, he had a goal he had to remember. He needed to find at least Renee's corpse. Then he turned around and told the demons that they had to go. She looked down and said that she understood. He asked if something was wrong. She answered that everything was fine, but he could tell something had happened just by looking at her face. Her brows were furrowed, and she said, Sir Swall, he really was very strong. She thought she had figured that out back in the king's fortress. But the more she learned about him, the more amazed she was by his abilities. He said that Rennie was her colleague, she continued, but he looked much stronger than her. Did I misunderstand something? Or did I just underestimate Rennie? He should tell her. Who is he really? He sighed, scratched the back of his head, and then hit her on the head with his fist. Stupid idiot, he muttered. Why are you sad about this? He was just Sir Swald. Once this was over, he would tell her the truth, okay? He stroked her head and then said, we have to leave now. You might have shown me the power of the Demon King. She agreed with him, then threw off her cloak and said, as he said, Sir Swald. After that, she used an ability called Reconstruction. A powerful beam of her energy shot into the sky, followed by a huge explosion. People were confused, shouting, what just happened? What kind of explosion? Wynn realized that this was the location of the auction. She thought they were doing this right in the center of the capital, where there were so many people. They were damn idiots. What should she do now? She stood up, remembering Garrett's request. Biting her lip, she was about to go when a little girl took her hand. With tears in her eyes, she said that her daddy was there. Wynn reassured her. Everything is fine. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. She walked forward, thinking that she was Warrior Wynn and could not lose to such a monster. Meanwhile, the MC, having climbed out of the rubble of the building, asked Malj, what was the name of the magic you just used? She replied, that was Reconstruction, an advanced magic that shakes the earth. She rose into the air and asked, how do you like it? Putting her hand on her hip, she asked, wasn't it perfect? He replied that she didn't have any other magic she could use in this situation. She said, oh well, he shouldn't blame her for every little thing. He had been so cool when he told her to get ready, so she had used the clearest magic she knew. If he was going to complain, he should have told her in detail what he wanted to see. He replied that he trusted she knew what to do. Then he thought things were getting confusing. After that, he asked, do you remember the way to the teleporter, right? She confirmed, and he told her to go first and protect it. People would definitely gather there, and she should prepare the teleporter for the journey to Hust so he could go there right away. She stated that she understood, but he kept talking about hasten. What area is this village in? She asked. He turned around and asked, do you even know the coordinates of the Primordial Core? With a smile, she replied, of course I know. I've said countless times that out of all the dungeons, I like the Primordial Core the most. He explained that Hen was the closest village to this dungeon. She then sheepishly said, to be honest, I've only seen the Primordial Core in books. He replied that he understood, and that she should just go. She then turned around and flew forward, stating that she would take care of the device and protect it. He waved his hand and replied, it's okay, I'll catch up with you soon. He then walked forward, but stopped in the next second, surprised. They were already here. I wonder how many of them there are. Several people explained that they belonged to the Langry family, one of the 9 pillars of the Empire. They were the Langry Blue Crane Exploration Squad. The squad captain then asked, who is he? The protagonist thought, how could they not be lazy to show off? He just doesn't understand people. Okay, he already thought about it. It seemed to him that there were surprisingly many people near the auction, so they were a personal army if someone present. Then he asked, do they want to know who I am? And for what reason should I tell them? He is their enemy. After that, he took on a terrifying form. At the same time, in the core of the primordial world, addressing Ninfim, he said that people who enter this place never return. If he dies there, his soul will be enslaved and wander the underworld. Maybe they should just go back. He is scared, right? They can come back. He answered irritably, stop fooling around. She responded, what? Can't I have a little fun already? He's so boring. Isn't this place strange? They looked to the side and he asked, huh? She noticed that the first room they passed had monster corpses all over the place, while this one was completely clean, as if someone had cleaned it up. Nifim turned to the rest of the party and asked what they thought. They said they had no idea. Vern's party wouldn't clean up along the way. Are these some kind of high-intelligence monsters? Nifim wondered. Wait, wasn't the dungeon cleared all the way to the 5th room and the boss room? There shouldn't have been any monsters left to clean up. No, why would monsters clean up corpses anyway? The next second, Nifrim turned around and shouted, Stop your pathetic tricks. Are you looking down on us? His scream echoed throughout the dungeon. Pedrick said, "Wow, his voice is so loud. Even his bones are vibrating." Anyway, unfortunately, he wasn't fooling them. He just didn't like seeing corpses everywhere, so he cleaned up the place. He had prepared the place in anticipation of visitors, and it would have been unfortunate if they criticized his efforts. The squad captain then instructed Sylvia to illuminate the area. She agreed, focused energy into her hands, and cast a lighting spell. Pedrick commented, "That's great. These folks went through a lot to get here, though no one actually invited them. Welcome," Nifrim thought, his skeletal frame creaking. Then he added aloud, "So, this is the Death Knight, Pedrick." Pedrick replied, "I even had a grand welcome prepared, but it was all for nothing. Thanks to him, I never got to give the speech I spent all day working on." "Well, that's a shame." Pedrick muttered under his breath. "Tough crowd. They're not the easiest brute to impress," he added with a dry chuckle. "How about we lower our weapons and take a moment to talk things through?" Pedrick suggested calmly. Then, turning to the sorceress, he said, "Hey, could you lower your staff?" And pointing to the martial artist, he added, "And maybe you could relax your fists." He looked around, then asked, "Did I say something strange?" In the blink of an eye, Nifrim appeared beside him and shouted, "Stop with the nonsense." Pedrick noted that none of them seemed particularly patient. They hadn't even given him a moment to catch his breath. Then, to his surprise, Sylvia suddenly used a skill called Ice Shower, summoning a cascade of water over the group. Pedrick sighed. "This always happens to me, but it's hard to do it alone, even if he knows he's winning." Nifrim attacked him, but he parried the blows. The squad captain swung his weapon again, but the skeleton reached for his sword. Then, noticing it stuck in the ground, he thought that, unfortunately, things weren't going as expected. He noticed that Nifrim was strong for a human. Nifrim stood up and used abilities called Strong Body, Reading Banners, Feathers of Light, Step of Silence, Boiling Blood, and Dust of Bones of a Famous Warrior. Pedrick said, "To think that the source of his power was strengthening magic. Isn't that absurd?" He felt the duration of the enhancement wasn't that long, just 1 minute. He only needed to hold on for 1 minute. Then he was surprised when Nifrim used the enhancement several times, saying it was light. But before he could finish speaking, Nifrim pushed him to the ground and stepped on him. "Just try opening your mouth again," Nifrim said. "Who would win here?" Pedrick turned his head and answered, "Not bad." He didn't think he could be knocked down by magic like that. Sylvia whispered, "Is it over?" Eve, the protector of the Primordial Core, isn't that strong. The next second, Pedrick thought, "I need to get rid of the green-haired sorceress first." She looked at him in surprise, but the captain stepped on his chest with renewed vigor. He told him to shut up, then shouted that he should die. He swung his blade at the skeleton, but it caught the blade with its finger bones and laughed loudly, saying, "What fun." He really played it to the fullest this time. He then apologized and explained that he didn't mean to mock them at first. He had gotten too bored over the past couple of years. Even if it was just a game, he wanted to feel the danger. "Thanks for making him laugh, guys." After a while, Nifrim screamed loudly, then got up from the ground and asked, "What just happened?" Pedrick noticed that he had come back to his senses and explained that while he was unconscious, he had allowed himself to fix the situation. Well, he better take a look at it himself. He pointed to the side and explained that so far, all the people who had met Pedrick's Death Knight on their way had not been able to return home alive. They were one soul. If he knew his name, he should have known it already. Or was it nothing more than his name? Still, that green-haired sorceress was a little hard to figure out. The next second, he threw Sylvia's body at his feet. Horrified, he shouted, "Sylvia." Pedrick reached for the sword behind his back and said, "I think she used holy magic on the area." His bones were still itching. Anyway, his name was Nifrim, right? Yes. The sorceress screamed his name until she took her last breath. She repeated it over and over. He couldn't imagine how desperately she called for him. He hoped to get him to express his emotions. How boring he was. Nifrim was so heartless. Then he took the sword in his hand and declared, "Now it's time for the survivor to answer questions." However, Primor was stupid. He wouldn't send only 30 people. Besides, he had to excuse him for saying that, but their level was below average. He had to tell them what he was hiding. He pointed his sword at him and said, "Now, since you're such a friendly skeleton, I'll give you a choice. If you answer my questions, raise your right hand. If you refuse, raise your left." Nifrim raised his right hand. "It's a wise decision," Pedrick remarked. "If you tell me everything, I'll grant you the most painless death." But the next second, the captain gave him the middle finger and said, "God, this was the first time I've been fooled like this." He respected his choice. He prayed that his death would be long and painful. Then he stabbed the captain and, walking forward, asked, "When will I be able to finish all this cleaning?" Nif leaned over Sylvia, and a sword was stuck in his back. Pedrick added, "But it should still be easier than last time, right?" After a few seconds, Nifrim looked up and thought, "Is he gone?" Then he looked at his girlfriend's corpse and said, Sylvia, she must forgive him, but he must live. He bared his sharp fangs and began to eat her. Pedrick was sitting behind the wall at this point and thought, God, his bones were shaking from this sound. Of course, they would never have come without a plan. Does it get stronger and regenerate when it eats corpses? But what happens if this thing eats without limits? Does it only work on human corpses? I wonder what the source of this skill is. Alchemy or magic? He should check slowly. There are a lot of corpses around. Anyway, where is the boss? And what is he doing now? He begs, please let him not do strange things in strange places. Meanwhile, Win and seeing the protagonist rise into the sky and hold a burning man, wonder, what is this? The protagonist asked, did they also come here to die? She walked forward and replied, it's not so. She was a warrior, Win. He noticed that he hadn't asked her name. Okay, nice try, he thought, but she can't beat me. She raised her hand, the glove on it gleaming. Even so, she knew she had to stop him. But the protagonist stopped her, extending his hand. I'm sorry, he said. Letting you hit me was a one-time thing. He grabbed her glove and asked, why didn't you try to escape again if you could? Then he threw her. She hit the ground hard. As she lay there, she realized that she couldn't win, but at least she had bought some time. He reached down, grabbed her hand, and asked, is it over yet? With the last of her strength, Win repeated, I'm a warrior. She couldn't fall like this. She wouldn't allow anyone to get near the citizens of the Empire. She raised her fist and screamed, slamming it into the protagonist's chest. I'm a warrior, she yelled. I have to protect these innocent people. The protagonist nodded. At least you'll be an honorable death, he said. I'll remember your name, but I don't know for how long. To honor her tenacity, he would finish her off painlessly. The next second, a flash of energy struck his back. He turned around, startled. Guys, he asked, are they a train? They should all attack at once. Why are they approaching one after another? The warriors who took the win said that they took drastic measures to save Win. They asked him to forgive their rude behavior. The protagonist was indignant. They think someone will forgive them after they hit the victim on the head. Then a member of the Knightly Order spoke. Although it is late, I will introduce myself. I am a member of the Knightly Order of the Black Wolves of Adelber. Our Adelber Gar-Livis beholds the almighty Lord Devourer. The protagonist was surprised. Did he just call him Lord Swallow? How did he know? He replied, it just so happens that one of my subordinates has a skill that allows him to recognize him. The MC thought it was a smile with a hidden meaning, then said, okay, fine, but he's not in the best mood right now. His time is leaking because of you guys, so stop talking nonsense and attack if you want to fight. Our set of misunderstanding had arisen between them. He had no intention of opposing him. We just came here hoping to negotiate. The protagonist, half releasing his energy, asked, what? Negotiate with him, and what will they offer him? They need to assess the situation more clearly. Human, such nonsense will only bring him a violent end. R, surrounded by Swallow's aura, thought that this was a lottery, the prize being the safety of the Empire. He then said, the owner of the brachycephalic tooth is still alive. Most likely he is not here because of the weapon. He will help him with what he needs. The protagonist walked forward and asked, what if he says that he does not need anything? What if he came here for the brachycephalic tooth out of boredom? And in fact, he is here to exterminate people. How will they deal with the consequences? He came close to R and looked him in the eyes. R responded, in any case, is it not better to try before inevitable death? The protagonist said, I want to avoid death. Then you must find the owner of this right now, R replied. The protagonist answered as he said, then called Garrett. She answered, yes, sir. He said, you should have met him once already. She replied, let you look at the object to find out the location of the owner. If you don't mind, I'll examine the brachycephalic tooth. He pulled out his weapon and warned her that if she did anything funny, she wouldn't be able to do it with one hand this time. She replied that she understood. There is one person who has many traces of this weapon. It is difficult to pinpoint a specific point due to the long distance, but from the perspective of the capital, that person is heading west. The protagonist thought, if west, then towards haste. He said that this information would be enough. He thought that Renee was still alive. Then he sighed and said that he was in their debt. He would remember the two of them. Ride said that it was an honor for him to serve him. Then he walked forward and ordered the others to disperse. After a while, Malj, having survived the attack of Sir Squall's people, lingered a little. He silently looked at the corpses, and she, looking up at him, told him to look around. She kept her promise. She defended the teleporter with dignity. If this is enough, then I have repaid the debt. Then she fell down exhausted, but the protagonist managed to catch her and said that this was enough. He patted her head and said, she did well. Thank you. Then he wrapped her in his energy and said he'd see if it was meant to be used like this. He walked up to the teleporter and told her, enter his coordinates and pour in some of his mana. The next second, the glass in front of him started to crack and a huge amount of water poured out. He thought in surprise, what is going on? It couldn't withstand his mana. He remained calm, knowing his form was stable. If I used Dura's mana restraining effect on the transfer magic, would I be able to transfer without a problem? Then he would need to release his real form. But if he did that, it would be like self-promotion to the world. He had already done a lot of bad things. It would be hard to end it all completely. He took off his bracelet and apologized to Pedrick. His energy scattered in all directions, destroying the building. The coordinates are haste the Mage Tower, he said. Meanwhile, the worker at the Mage Tower said, "Welcome to the Wing Mage Tower." As a procedure, he needed to recognize it. But before he could finish speaking, Renee interrupted him. "Can she use transfer magic here?" she asked. He replied that it wasn't possible. There was a barrier around their entire tower. She couldn't enter without going through all the necessary procedures. Renee drew her blades and said, "In that case, it means you won't be able to escape either." After attacking the mage, she walked forward and remarked, "I had thought about this when I first came here. The human mage tower was like a dungeon. Mage towers were like dungeons made by humans." She walked forward, killing more and more members of the mage tower, and thought about how weak the monsters were. She climbed the stairs, reflecting that she had killed all the humans she had encountered on the first floor. Now, only the top of the tower remained. Then said that she had been preparing, considering what kind of enemy they would have to fight. Right, but wasn't she the noble lady who came earlier? It seemed she was not human. Renee approached her and asked, "Where is the Brialic tooth?" She asked back, "Doesn't it belong to you now? I have no reason to tell you where it is. Besides, I'm curious about something. How did you survive?" Renee then took a stance to attack and drew her weapon. Smirked. "Oh my, does your cute face suit such a weapon? You want to fight against the guild leader of the mage tower with a normal blade?" She then used a magic shield and said, "What are you going to do with that weapon? That doesn't even have any elemental." But before she could finish speaking, she was surprised to realize that she had broken through her barrier with just one hit. Just how strong is this monster? However, this tower was built on a mana source. She could win if she used all the mana flowing here. Renee repeated in annoyance, "Where is her Brialic tooth?" She has to answer right now. Almar concentrated energy into her staff and shouted, "I'm sorry, it's not here anymore. This has long been auctioned off." Then she used an ability called Magic Dimension. A magic seal appeared above their heads. "I'm serious," she said. "I'll fight with all my might from the start." Then she used another ability called Longest Spear, followed by Acceleration, Property Change, and Sacred Night Debauchery. An incredible accumulation of energy scattered in all directions. The magic symbols continued to release powerful pulses of energy. Almar shouted, "Why didn't you try to break it?" A powerful explosion occurred at the very top of the tower. Moments later, Almar asked Renee, whose body had been pierced by magic spears, so why was she acting like a human and rushing towards such an end? Then she thought, this magic won't be able to withstand most dungeon bosses. Someone like her? No way. But the next second, she was surprised, then screamed loudly in pain when her arms were separated from her body. She kept saying it hurt. How did this happen? Her arms. Renee stood in front of her and told her to stop making noise. She had only lost both arms. The woman gasped and said, "I don't want to die. I have to live." Then she screamed in pain again, begging, tears in her eyes. "Please, let me live." Renee stepped on her and thought it was over. She had gotten rid of the marks. Now, what should she do? What did she have left? She went outside feeling tired. If she fell asleep now, she might never wake up. But then she heard a terrifying scream. Leader, what happened?" Rhys saw Haim holding the guild leader's body, screaming at her to hold on. Will she be able to get up? She replied weakly, "It hurts." He had to hurry and heal her. No, he had to kill a fool. He turned to Renee, then back to the leader and said, she should calm down. She's lost too much blood. Then he took out a stone and asked, "Does she recognize this item?" She asked in surprise, "What is this?" She couldn't understand. He asked, "Can't she see it?" "This is a stone to advance magic, which will help her get out of here. But he doesn't have enough mana to activate it alone. She will need to pour her mana into it." Renee, watching them, thought that this was the same thing that would have been Scarlet's love stone last time. How could she forget this unpleasant aura? Then Haim put the stone on Amber's face. She said, "Thank you. Now she can live." She opened her eyes wide, surprised, and then screamed loudly. He folded his hands behind his back and said, "Oh, she has made too many enemies. Otherwise, why would Renee come for revenge? Even her family, Mitz, asked him to get rid of her at the right time. Doesn't she agree, Miss Renee?" He is very grateful to her because Miss Renee fulfilled his request. But if he just leaves it like this, she might attack him too. That's why. The next second, his body seemed to merge with Amber's. He said that he needed time to get out of here. Renee, noticing what kind of monster he had become, thought that her right eye could no longer see anything. This was not an opponent she could defeat with a tired body and mediocre weapons. Well, it's okay, she said. How annoying. Then she thought that now Renee would pay for her sins. She would get rid of her traces forever. But still, she said, he dares to use this hand to hide Miss Swallow's scent. She attacked the monster's eye and said if she was going to die, then she should die. Then the monster hit her with a tentacle and threw her aside. Renee, lying on the ground, thought, would Mr. Swallow be sad for her if he knew that she was dead? The next second, MC, who noticed the explosion in the tower, appeared next to her and asked, is she okay? She thought that when she was saved the first time, everything looked about the same. When both her soul and body were at their limit, she could not find the meaning of living. One who appeared in front of her was Mr. Swallow. The protagonist held her in his arms. She looked at him and asked in surprise, Mr. Swallow? Then he put her down on the ground, and she wondered in surprise, why is he here? He answered that she just had to wait a little, and she wondered in surprise, was she hallucinating? The protagonist approached the monster and said that now he would understand who dared to touch them. Baring his sharp fangs, he rushed to attack and told the monster to know its place. The next second, MC raised his hand as if sucking his opponent into it. Then he slammed it to the ground. He lifted it up, and the monster, releasing small tendrils, reached for his hand. He sighed in irritation, then hit the monster again and said, what an abomination. Bright blood flew in different directions. So that's it. Now he understands. He kept thinking about how it kept reviving. The source of the monster was in the mana of the mage tower. Well, then it was even simpler. The monster rose and directed its tentacles at the protagonist. It had acquired its terrifying form, opening a huge mouth that swallowed the space in front of it. After some time, the protagonist walked forward and said, well, what a disgusting taste. He looked at Renee, who was hugging her knees. He sat down with his back to her and added, I wanted to tell you a lot of things when we met, but now that we're talking, my head is empty. If I'd known this would happen, I would have written them down. He scratched the back of his head and continued, I met a green-haired man on the way here. I killed him, but I won't get into trouble for that, right? He then apologized to Renee, calling her name as he turned around. She opened her tearful eyes and said no. Mr. Swallow had no reason to apologize to her. She was unworthy of looking at him. He explained that the core of the primordial world needed a protector, Renee, and he also needed her. She asked, is Mr. Devourer angry with me? He answered, no, I'm not angry with you. And she asked, you don't hate me. He denied that as well. He rose to his feet and said, I have something to give you. He took out a weapon, handing it to her. You've lost this, he said. She looked at the weapon in surprise. Pressing it to her chest, she began to cry with renewed vigor. She sobbed, I thought Mr. Swallow hated me, that he had abandoned me. He replied, I will never abandon you, and I don't hate you. After that, he invited her to come home, extending his hand. A while ago, Pedrick asked the protagonist, is this a homunculus? He yawned and replied, I saw her when I was solving the Graffinia arson case. I ran into her again in the research lab. I thought it was fate, so I brought her along. Pedrick looked at Renee and said, does he mean that all the research on homunculi is contained in this tiny body? He thought that the core of the primordial world was a place where dark energy gushed out, so it was called the world of the dead. Judging by how well she held herself in the strongest boss's room, he thought she must have a strong mind and body. She looked at him and he, turning to the boss, asked, what are you going to do with this girl? He replied that he wanted to let her live there. He thought she was very talented, so he would teach her how to fight, and if she couldn't, he'd let her live comfortably. She has experience as a maid, so maybe I'll order her to cook, he added. Pedrick told him to wait. Are you sure? Who's going to train her? The protagonist replied, I will. The skeleton was surprised, and the MC wished him luck. Pedrick indignantly said, wait, why him? The protagonist told him not to play hard to get. I have nothing to do, and I'm dying of boredom. The skeleton noticed that it was true and then thought, since she's a homunculus, her physical attributes must be great. Deep down, she must subconsciously hate humans. Then he asked, what's the name of this child? He turned to her and asked, what was your name? He had heard her name when he first saw her. The next second, Renee said, Rel. The skeleton asked, is her full name real, or is there something else? He said that since he was her boss now, why not give her a new name? He thought about it. Maybe you should call her Renee. Pedrick said, that wasn't bad. Then they would call her Renee. He was sleeping again. Damn him, boss. He crouched down next to the homunculus and said, well, Renee, they'll learn to smile for starters. He lifted the corners of her lips with his index fingers. After a while, he asked, wow, he's smiling. What did they do in haste that even the dungeon could feel the earthquake? Were they having a drunken dance in the middle of the village? The protagonist replied, monsters always have force majeure in their lives. The skeleton then pointed at the demons and asked, what's this? He replied, It's a long story. He then put her down on the ground, and Patrick shouted, "Stop! Did he really kidnap a child?" The protagonist was outraged. He thought he would suffer through such nonsense. He answered, "Where did Miss Renee go, and why did he bring a child here?" He turned away and said, "Felt that." He met Renee in the human village. The skeleton asked, "So, have they met her? Is she okay?" He explained that she looked tired. Maybe he didn't let her live a normal life. Pedrick walked forward and said that wasn't true. If he was rejected, that's what he should have said. Why was he beating around the bush? He sighed and said, "Okay, how is he?" He then added that he should put on a maid outfit and watch over the dungeon. The skeleton then said, "My resignation letter is always ready, boss." So, what is he going to do now? MC said that he meant he would wait. He didn't know when she would come back again. The skeleton said that he understood and thought it was better to leave the boss alone when he was in such a mood. He would be depressed, but he would get better with time. He then called the boss and said, "She is here." The protagonist asked, confused, "Who?" The skeleton replied, "What do you think? The one you were waiting for." Renee in a maid costume said, "Mr. Swallow, has he eaten? If not, should I cook him dinner?" The skeleton, addressing Swallow, said, "This can't be." MC thought, was he completely crazy to give her this, or did he do it on purpose? Was it? Then he turned into a human and approached the homunculus. He noticed that her eye was very badly damaged. If she could see normally, would she be able to notice? He wondered. If her feelings haven't changed, then it doesn't matter when. He reached for his eye. "Look carefully," he told her. "Bring me a real love stone next time." After that, he inserted his eye into hers. She embarrassingly said, "I really am next to you now, Mr. Swallow." After some time, a drop of water fell on Malji's face. Waking up, she rubbed her eye and thought, "What is this place? What happened?" Then she screamed in fear upon seeing Pedrick next to her. "She is dead. He is the god of death, and she is in hell," she cried. The skeleton replied, "This is not hell. It is the core of the primeval world." She screamed in surprise. "What?" Then she pointed her finger at him and shouted, "Then he is not the god of death, but Sir Pedrick." He noticed she was thinking quickly. Turning around, he said, "I wonder how long he will sleep." Then he kicked the boss and screamed, "It's time to get up." The boss woke up and broadly said, "Pedrick, he slept so well. Why did he need me?" "Ah," she woke up. Malji screamed in fear, ruler of the core of the primeval world and supreme commander of the demons, protector of the god who punishes those consumed by fear, the ancient beast that stands at the center of everything. "Sir Swallow." With that, she fell to her knees. Putting her hand to her chest, she asked him to allow her to introduce herself. "I am Malji," she said. He replied that he remembered. She shouted in surprise, "How could he remember my name?" "Swallow." Perhaps Mr. Swallow told him. She then looked around and asked, "By the way, where is he?" She remembered how he had given his final verdict to the people in the capital and taken the brachycephalic tooth. The protagonist replied that he was here. She shouted in surprise, "What? What did he just say?" He turned to her and explained, "I am Swallowed." She wondered, did I act inappropriately right in front of him? Then Pedrick asked, "What did you just say?" He meant the part where he gave his final verdict to the people in the capital. Did she have something to tell him? Meanwhile, in the Graffinia forest on the border of Haste territory, a girl walked forward through the woods. Laughing, she said, "They told me not to go in, but as expected, nothing happened. There are so many good medicinal herbs deep in the forest." Then she heard a sound behind her and screamed in fear. She looked closer and screamed in surprise. A human badly injured. How was he feeling? Nif was lying on the ground, breathing heavily. She reached into her bag and screamed for him to hold on. She definitely had medicinal herbs. She took out the plants and said, "This herb will help." But Nif opened his mouth and pounced on her. After that, he took her clothes and said that he had to hurry. The dungeon is considered a war zone, and to survive on the battlefield, you need to follow the rules. One of the rules is to not conflict. Renee called out to Malj and reminded her, "You are the Demon Queen. Please don't interfere." Silence is the basis of the basics in Sir Swallow's room. Malji flatly refused to follow the rules here. "I am a free monster of the dungeon," she said. Then she collided head-on with the maid and exclaimed, "Besides, I'm not just a Demon Queen. I am a guest of the core of the primordial world. I came to talk to the master of the dungeon." "Sir Swallow," Renee quietly said, signaling that it was time for him to go to bed. Afterward, the Demon Queen transformed into an adult lady and proudly placed her hand on her chest. "This is why they need me," she declared. "While he sleeps peacefully, I will cling to his body and share my warmth with him," she continued. She pointed at Renee. "You're always so stingy with such things. Too old-fashioned, just like a granny." Renee, visibly indignant and angry, chased after her, intent on killing her. The Demon Queen laughed maliciously and ran away. Literally burning with rage, the maid ordered, "Come here so I can bury you alive." The Demon Queen only laughed in response. Then, one of the rules came to mind: do not conflict. Pedrick, looking at the girls with a gloomy expression, heard the MC, who was lying behind him, cover his ears. "It's so noisy, I can't sleep," the MC muttered. His loyal subordinate asked, "How could you even say such a thing?" "Because of someone, there's a riot outside." Pedrick glanced at him and asked, "Is it really that bad?" The Death Knight let out a chuckle, visibly displeased. So, he hadn't read the newspapers he had brought along while reinforcing the capital's defenses. Troops had been called in from across the country. Reports claimed that border settlements had suffered from monster attacks, and there were also troubling rumors about Lord Haste's sudden passing. As a result, the region of Haste had declared a state of emergency. Swallow muttered, "This feels like a nightmare." Pedrick, pulling out the newspaper, said, "After gathering every piece of human news I could over the past 3 weeks, I found only 3 headlines related to Haste." He looked at him and asked, "Do you know what that implies?" The main character asked, without much concern, "What does it imply?" Pedrick's expression darkened. "Do you think about your answer at all?" he asked, clearly frustrated. "At this rate, are you planning to just walk away from everything?" Startled by his tone, Swallow raised his voice and quickly apologized. Then, trying to be more engaged, he asked, "So, what's your take on it?" Pedrick replied, "Honestly, it's hard to say. The information is too limited. My best guess, Haas has cut off communication with the outside world. That's about all we could assume, especially after what happened in the village. He should remember the situation right." MC tried to remember, and Pedrick said that the lack of news from the village, which had suffered devastating damage, was definitely not good. But the core of the primeval was needed by Hen. As long as they had the ability to monitor the village, they could determine when and how big the exploration party would come for their soul. And so, they needed to get there quickly. He didn't know what would happen if they were a little late. Swallow nervously wished him a good trip and advised him not to overwork himself there. He then laid down and mentally asked him to go there himself and not to call him. Unexpectedly for him, Pedrick did not persuade him and headed for the exit, saying that he would return as soon as possible. This surprised MC, who thought that he just need to ask him. Deciding that he could take a nap, he was happy. But suddenly the knight turned to him and asked, as much as he wanted to, could he handle it alone? It would be good if someone else went with him. Realizing what he was hinting at, Swallow immediately jumped up from his seat and looked at the fighting girls, who immediately stopped, noticing his gaze. Mage asked, "What's going on?" And he thought that she was a little dangerous. If you compare her with the types of magic, then she is definitely explosion magic. If she uses the same magic as in the capital, then there will be nothing left of Hasten. He immediately crossed her off the list of candidates and turned his gaze to Renee, who volunteered to go with Pedrick. Mage asked her to let go of her collar first, but he excluded Renee from the list of candidates as well. If Mage is explosion magic, then she is giant explosion magic. Her help would be in action. He mentally asked the girl to just not move, and Pedrick, noticing that he had no more options, asked if they didn't know how long this mission would take. Wouldn't it be better for the boss to go with him? Swallow sighed heavily and realized that he was already caught in the net. He couldn't escape. He was already being pulled along. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind, and he said that he would be the perfect candidate. What should he do? But since he broke Dimber last time, he couldn't transform. Pedrick thought about it, realizing that he was right, and said that he definitely couldn't go with him without the bracelet. MC was very happy that he didn't have to go anywhere and could finally sleep. But still, the knight pulled him along, and he was able to transform into a human. Swallow sadly told his subordinate that he really wasn't going to die peacefully. He pointed out that he hadn't even cursed him intentionally. "This body is already dead," he added, sighing heavily. Pedrick asked, "Didn't you say you couldn't go because you didn't have the Demura bracelet? But that also means if you had it, you'd be ready to go anytime." MC called him a moron and loudly exclaimed, "It's not like that." They finally reached the gates of Hasten. Pedrick, looking at the ruined walls, noted, "I've really made a good impression here." They passed through the gates, and Pedrick said, "I can see how alive this village is in 4 simple ways. First," he continued, "we need to check how many people are in the trading area." Swallow quickly looked around and said, "There's no one here," suggesting they go back. But the knight ignored him and said, "The second way is to check the chimneys in the houses. But it would be better to do that during dinner." It was too late now. MC agreed with him and again suggested he go home. Pedrick then explained the third way to check how many mercenaries and troops were in the center of subjugation requests. But this option won't work for Hust, so we'll skip this step. Swallow once again asked him to go back, and Pedrick, already dragging him along, said that the last option was to visit inns or bars. He wanted to say something else, but when he noticed that Swallow had disappeared from his hand, he was confused. His boss, who was already heading to the inn, asked, "What are you doing?" "Let him follow us." They reached the door, and the knight said, We'd better not rely on this method too much. But AMC ignored him and went inside, asking the owner, "Give me a place to rest." Inside, everything was covered in dust, and Pedrick noted, "This is very bad. This place doesn't function as a village at all." Meanwhile, in the area where the mountain of corpses had once stood, it started to rain. The rain brought the corpses back to life, and they began to slowly rise. Their master, the king of the dead, said, "You all have worked hard." Host of the Past was the heart of the enemy. The capital of the empire, Riaz, was located there. Humanity was in its weakest form due to the Black Disaster, which meant that now was the best time to destroy the empire. At this time, Pedrick walked around the inn and muttered that this was too bad. He had no idea that even the inn was empty. It seemed that Hasten was completely isolated. Suddenly, a voice was heard asking, "Who are you?" Novin Hicker, the owner of the inn, appeared on the second floor. He nervously took out a weapon from behind his back and demanded, "Why have you come here?" Swallow sat down to rest, and Pedrick, seeing that the man was wary, decided to calm him down. He introduced himself as a knight belonging to the squad of black dogs from Natrange, who would not refuse a light snack and a place to spend the night. Upon learning that they were visitors, the innkeeper relaxed and apologized for his behavior. He came down to meet them and said, "I won't be able to provide food for the night." To be honest, they were not the only ones with this problem. No matter where they went in this village, they would have trouble finding food. Pedrick wondered if the Black Disaster was the cause. He scratched his head, confirming that it was. He was sorry to say this, but at the moment, they did not have any rooms ready. He hoped for their understanding. The knight raised his hand to his face thoughtfully. He suggested that, in the current situation, the price of water exceeded the cost of paying for accommodation. He threw something into the man's hands and asked, "Will the room be ready now?" Seeing a gold coin in his hand, Navin immediately stepped aside and suggested they go up to the second floor. As they both headed to the room, the innkeeper noticed Swallow and asked who was following him. Pedrick told him that he was his slave, which made MC unhappy. The knight added that he was a very useful slave, so he treated him accordingly. "This slave can just stay in the same room with me." He asked Navin which room exactly they could stay in, and Swallow called out to him with displeasure. After that, they were shown the best double room. MC looked around happily, noting that it was not as bad as he had thought. He immediately fell onto the bed and said, "I'll sleep here." This was much better than the place where he and Malv stayed in Riaz. Pedrick put his things in the dresser and agreed with him, noting that the room was quite nice. His boss then said that he had just thought of something. They really have to introduce him as a slave. He confirmed it and asked, "Don't you wear the most comfortable clothes? If you walk around in these shabby rags, you'd be considered a beggar. It would be better if they treated you like a slave." His words made him feel depressed. He explained that if he dressed like a beggar, someone might try to start a fight at any moment. But slaves were the property of their masters, so others couldn't just pester them. For him, this was ideal, easier than changing his wardrobe. To convince him even more, Pedrick exclaimed, "Doesn't he want to move as little as possible?" MC vigorously confirmed this and decided that, in his next life, he would definitely be reborn as a stone. Then, having finished with his things, Pedrick said, "Then you'd better listen to me." Swallow immediately called him master and remarked that he was so wise, after which his ordinate decided to go outside for a while, telling him to wait and rest in the meantime. MC, burying his face in the pillow, advised him not to overdo it on the very first day. Pedrick, opening the window, said that he shouldn't worry too much. Aren't there places where it would be easier for him to navigate at night? He climbed onto the roof and looked at the crater in the middle of the village, noting that he had indeed bombed the place. After arriving at the central square of the Black Catastrophe, the Imperial family reacted furiously to the monster's attack. They needed a target who would take responsibility for the consecutive failed expeditions to the core of the primordial world. But before the Imperial family could do anything, the Lord of Hasten, Counter, died. Then who is ruling Hus now? He was really curious about this. It was obvious that the Imperial family, having lost their chance, would direct their fury at their relatives. With this in mind, could Counter's blood inherit his title? He decided to take a look at the new lord, who was currently standing on the roof of the ruler of Hust's castle. After sneaking inside, he noticed soldiers controlling the corridor, and thought that this was quite troublesome. The security in this place was stronger than he thought. He could kill them or knock them out, but there would be a fuss when the sun rose. It would be smarter to take his time. He walked quietly to the other end of the corridor and jumped out of the window onto the street. On the way here, his attention was drawn to one place. People might not have noticed it, but not him, because there was a strong smell of a corpse coming from there. He came to the entrance to the basement and decided to check everything here first. Meanwhile, MC was lying on the bed, thinking that it was good to rest in the cool dungeon, but it would be nice to get outside for a change. He was about to go to bed when suddenly, there were quick steps outside the room. Someone was climbing the stairs, and he thought that they would definitely not let him lie on the bed in peace. After that, the owner of the inn knocked on the door and called Sir Knight. Swallow came out to him and said that his master had gone out for a night walk. The man then offered him to go down for a while. It's not much, but I prepared some food. It's not proper for me, as the owner of the inn, to see starving guests. Also, since Sir Knight has contributed a huge amount, he can at least repay him this much. He suddenly realized that they still hadn't introduced themselves to each other and said, "My name is No One Hicker, but you can call me by my first name." Swallow introduced himself as Po Gills, and Novan hoped that he wouldn't be disappointed when he came down. The food supplies were so sparse that he was unable to prepare much. The MC wondered if things were really that bad here, and Po Gills told him, "A disaster has come to us." The locals who saw it with their own eyes immediately lost consciousness. Because of these events, the Lord committed suicide. Po Gills continued. After that, as you can see, the whole of Hasten was cut off from the world. The castle walls were littered with corpses of people who had died of starvation. He didn't know why they had come here, but Po Gills added, "It's in our best interest to leave this place as soon as possible. I am also going to leave." They went downstairs and he continued, saying, "I too should know how people behave when they are cornered." Meanwhile, a little thief named Rosalina, dressed in rags, climbed into their room through the open window. Seeing that no one was there, she confidently entered and looked around with a smile. Thinking about the fact that they were staying in such a place when the village was on the verge of disaster, she mused, they seemed to be strangers. Noticing that they were staying in the most expensive room of the inn, she decided that they must be rich people. She planned to steal everything of value from there. Noticing a worn cloak on the bed, she picked it up in disgust, holding her nose with her hand. Are these clothes or rags? She wondered. Didn't rich people stay in this room? She took the cloak to wrap other things in it. But when she opened the chest, she was surprised to find nothing inside. She got worried, assuming that they could carry everything with them, and started checking the rest of the drawers in a panic. In the dresser, she found what Pedrick had left, which made her nervous. She wondered what the hell it was. After a while, Pedrick returned to the room. He told Swallow that he had taken a quick walk to the Lord's castle. "And what had you been doing all this time?" she asked. Lying on the bed, he answered, "You can see it yourself." Afterward, the knight took off his helmet and said, "I wanted to at least take a quick look at the new lord, but the security was stronger than expected. My sortie was fruitless." He asked if she had found anything. MC responded, "Did you really expect something like that from me?" Pedrick sat on the bed and said, "I asked the question out of politeness. My boss told me that Hast had been cut off from the rest of the world. Apart from that, the innkeeper doesn't know much either." Realizing that he had talked to the innkeeper, Pedrick was shocked. The fact that he had done something so reckless shocked him to the core. He was very happy and started circling around him, saying that they would find out more about everything tomorrow. Not wanting to listen to him, Swallow covered his head with a pillow and replied that he could handle it himself. The knight asked if they were going together, right? He noticed the windows and advised him not to open them yet. Before leaving, he had left only one open. Now, both were open, so a burglar could have climbed in. MC, confused, asked what he was even talking about. He didn't even touch them. Pedrick said that he could have come up with a better excuse. The wind couldn't have opened the window itself. Or could ghosts get in here? Swallow lazily answered him that he didn't know. Maybe someone else opened it, be it a thief or a ghost. They finally realized that a thief had broken into their home and started searching for their things. MC exclaimed that his coat was missing. Renee had made it for him. Pedrick rushed to the dresser and said in horror that his things were missing too. "Did you see what you had left in the drawer?" Swallow worriedly asked. "What had been stolen from you?" Pedrick nervously replied that his ribs were there. Meanwhile, the little thief was running through the streets of the city and turned around, wondering if she would be okay now, right? Suddenly, a guy named Toth appeared in her path and called out to her in a displeased voice. "Where are you going in the middle of the night?" he asked. "I told you not to wander around so late." She nervously replied, "I have a reason for wandering aimlessly. It's all for the sake of others." Toth began to scold her. "Wasting extra energy and starving yourself. How will that benefit anyone?" She asked him to listen with concern, and just then their captain approached them. "Don't press her too hard," he said to Toth. The girl called out to their captain, worried. Toth looked at him and asked, "So you haven't slept?" Dragging a chair behind him, their captain responded, "A thief shouldn't be afraid of the night. Don't scold her for it." But her mistake was leaving without telling anyone. She looked down guilty. Their captain sat down on the chair and added, "It's already very dangerous outside. Before doing anything on a whim, think about how much trouble you could cause for others. This place is different from your old warm and cozy home," he said softly. She promised to remember that. "And what are you doing anyway?" he asked. She immediately showed him everything she had stolen and said that she thought she should do her bit too. The captain frowned slightly and asked, "Where did you get them?" She proudly replied, "I stole them from an inn on the main street. I brought them from the most expensive-looking room. The bones were deep in the box, so clean. She was sure they were an expensive artifact. The man closed his eyes tiredly. These are human bones, he said. This surprised her greatly. I really didn't know that, she exclaimed. Toth suggested that she had robbed a cemetery. She immediately denied it. Their boss took one of the bones and said, you couldn't have brought them from a cemetery, or you wouldn't be so proud. He paused, examining the bone. Maybe these are part of someone's horrible hobby, or bones used for magic. Toth asked, are there people who collect human bones? The captain nodded grimly. There are perverted idiots who use the limbs of their torn slaves as jewelry. Who knows? This could be the bone of a person or someone who once was one. He thought for a moment. Things could be even more dangerous if these bones were stolen from someone who practices necromancy or black magic. This is truly strange. Even the clothes that Rosalina brought with her looked like beggar's rags. He took them and felt that the clothes were made of the finest fabrics. Suddenly, something jingled in the pockets. He wondered how Rosalina could have forgotten about this. He took out a bundle of gold coins from the pocket, which made the thieves very happy. He jumped up from his seat, calling them blockheads. This is not the time to rejoice. Suddenly Swallow's voice was heard very close by, exclaiming that it was so difficult for them to find them. His subordinate said that this time they came to the right place. The captain of the thieves froze in place and began to piece together the information into a single puzzle. These people were staying at an expensive inn in a ruined village. They had a human rib bone and clothes made of quality materials. Realizing that they had crossed the path of the wrong people, he slowly turned around and saw the owners of these things who had come to get theirs back. After finding out that their things were unharmed, MC sighed in relief. Pedrich asked, are these clothes a gift from Renee? Right. If he had left another wound on Renee's heart, he couldn't even imagine what would have happened. He told the thieves that they would not go any further, and their captain ordered them to hide behind him. After which he asked how they had found them. Pedrich asked if he was interested. The item must have been trying to shout to its owner. Swallow sighed heavily from fatigue and suggested that he return quickly so that he could continue to rest. Pedrich looked at him with the thought that he would let him get away with it only today, because he had been running for too long. He turned to the captain of the gateway and said that he had chosen the wrong target for the theft. He still did not want to give them their things back the good way. But the man wanted assurances that they would simply leave when he returned the stolen goods to them. Peter thoughtfully noted that he was right. The captain of the thieves thought that something was wrong. Even if Rosalina had left tracks, they found them too quickly in the night. It would have been impossible if they had not been monsters. He noticed the bones that she was holding in her hands and guessing that they were for dark magicians. He asked, are they the ones who live in the shadows? Pedrich told him that the cave was quite dark, so he thought they really did live in the shadows. The man confirmed that they were indeed dark wizards, then took the bones from Rosalina's hands and asked, are they extremely important to them, right? Pedrich confirmed it because this was a part of his body. The captain grinned nervously and asked, so he treats this thing the same way as a part of his body. Knight said it was indeed a part of his body and asked him to stop wasting time and give it back to him, finally. But suddenly, the man threw the bones high in the air, then turned around and ordered his men to retreat, taking those who couldn't escape quickly. Meanwhile, Pedrich excitedly ran to his bones, falling to the ground to catch them and save them from breaking. A man jumped out of the alley next to him and struck him with a stone, hitting him with all of his might on the head, causing it to split into several pieces. The Death Knight turned his gaze to him. He thought in horror, did he not receive any damage? Watching them, MC yawned and asked, was that a stone just now? It seems that everything is very bad here. A guy ran up to him from behind, intending to plunge a dagger into his back, but upon impact with his body, the blade simply broke. After that, MC grabbed him by the neck and lifted him off the ground, noting that they had good weapons with them. He turned to his master and asked, what should I do with them? Pedrich suggested, stop pretending. Seeing how the guy in his hands began to twitch, he asked, maybe we should deal with them first. Swallow asked, do you want to let them all survive? After listening to them, one of the attackers decided to run away, but Pedrich immediately grabbed him and said to the boss, I didn't say we should let them go. We'll just take action against everyone. MC didn't care. He was so tired that he wasn't confident in his ability to control his strength properly. After that, his subordinate smashed the wooden barrel with the man's head and suggested, just try. Meanwhile, the girls were drinking tea. Renee asked Malge, do you think Swallow is doing well? She nervously replied, of course he can handle everything. The girl worriedly added, it's been half a day since he left. Nothing's happened to him, right? She was afraid they might just rest here and do nothing, especially considering he might be starving. Malge told her not to exaggerate. She was overthinking things. For what reason would such a great monster skip meals, he asked. She mentally noted that she had mentioned this many times already, and suddenly Renee agreed with her. You're overthinking things, he said. Sir Swallow and Pedrick simply went to the human village. Where would they find trouble there? Nalia suddenly became nervous. Then, with a confident smile, she added, "He is an ancient monster, the Lord of all essence, and with him is the one responsible for death, the Death Knight." Meanwhile, they had dealt with the thieves and taken their things. Pedrick looked at the captain of the gateway and said, "It's not bad at all. The people surprised me a little. I had hoped they would have a map since they were thieves, but no luck. Maybe we shouldn't drag it out. Let's get it over with," he added. He returned to the boss, but when he saw that he had already laid down on the floor to rest, he irritably told him to stop. Patting his palm next to him, he suggested lie down too. It was more comfortable down there than he thought. Suddenly, Rosalina came up to them. She nervously called out to them, sweating coldly from fear. "I'm sorry," she said, her voice trembling. "I'm the one who stole your things." She fell to her knees in front of them, folding her hands in supplication. "The others had nothing to do with it. Please take me instead." Toth grabbed her arm and lifted her up. "Do you think we'll just let you go?" he asked, his voice cold. "There's no way we'd do that." MC asked, "Do you know about this?" He turned to Pedrick. "Take care of everything." As he walked towards the thieves, their faces turned pale with fear. Toth moved in front of the girl, covering her with his body. He pointed a dagger at the approaching figure and declared, "I'll kill you if you come any closer." Meanwhile, Rosalina pulled out a strange L-shaped cross and started praying. The sight caught Pedrick's attention. After passing the thief, he immediately approached Rosalina. His gaze fixed on the cross, he asked, "Where did you get that?" It was a phoenix-shaped rosary resembling an upside-down cross. Mana radiated from it, an eerie surveillance energy. "And the slum dweller has surveillance mana," Pedrick murmured, his voice filled with realization. The girl got flustered because she didn't know what to answer. Pedrick called out loudly to the boss and approached him. He said, "Someone is watching Hastings of people from the outside." As soon as the young lady prayed the rosary, surveillance mana began to flow out of it. This meant the rosary was activated by special conditions. If they could figure out these conditions, they would understand what the person who gave it to her wanted. Swallow sighed and said, "Haste is supposedly known for magic. First magic stones, now a magic item." Pedrick replied, "I'll try to get these people to cooperate with us, so let me help you." He wondered how he was going to cooperate with them in this situation. The knight thought for a moment, then pointed to his head and said, "I've got a great idea." After the thieves recovered from the fight, Pedrick approached them and apologized for what happened. "It all happened because of your theft," he said. "You've received a royal decree. You're not allowed to leave traces of those with whom you've had conflicts." To was surprised. The knight continued, "I'll be honest with you. We're from a secret organization that received direct orders from the Imperial family, the Shadow Knights of the Miscreant." The thieves became slightly nervous. Pedrick said they had no intention of harming them now, so they could relax. One of the thieves asked, "Why are you here in Hust?" To which Pedrick confidently replied, "I'm here to save this village. The reason I'm going against the Imperial decree and leaving you alive is because you have information. I need to understand the situation and analyze it quickly so I can send the necessary supplies and reinforcements to Hust. How do you like this proposal?" he continued. "You don't want to work together to restore peace in the village. I need your help." After his words, they started whispering among themselves, discussing everything. Glad that His Majesty had not abandoned them, they decided to help him so that all of this would finally end. Pedrick, hearing this, went to his boss and said, "I believe I've convinced them. People are easy to deal with. The lower class is truly great at accepting what is rushing into their hands." So Paolo got up from the floor and offered, "Let's go back." But Pedrick refused. After all, they were just getting started. He began to notice more and more strange things. MC certainly appreciated his efforts, but he had a feeling that this would only get them more involved in the matter. "Doesn't he make everything even more annoying?" he thought. He lay back down and said, "Now I understand what they meant when they said to watch out for enemies around." Pedrick wondered why he remembered that now. He then told him, "Get up. Don't lie in the way. The situation's already this bad. You'll have to take action too." Swallow remarked, "You're really heated up today. Can you handle this yourself?" The Death Knight asked irritably, was he serious? "I'll be keeping an eye on the captain, who looks the most suspicious," Pedrick continued. "You should stay with the humans and try to get close to them." His words made him break out in a cold sweat. His face darkened. Pedrick tried to convince him, "We have no choice. Between a knight in full armor and a boss who looks like a beggar, who do you think the humans will find it easier to get along with?" He asked, displeased, "Did you just call me a beggar?" Pedrick told him, "I'm speaking the truth." Let him try to be friends with them until he returned. He also needed to try to blend in with them by mimicking their actions, MC thought, so he was asking him to act like a human. For starters, they spent most of the day sleeping, and the vast majority of those who were awake seemed to be in a daze. Even when they worked, they probably barely even tried. He didn't see any motivation in them. Realizing that this described it exactly, he asked cheerfully, should he just act like he always did? Pedrick said that he was sure he could do it, but it wouldn't be that easy. Also, you need to study a religion associated with the rosary, so don't forget that, he added. Suddenly, he approached him and, in short, told him to suck all the information out of the people. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go home and rest, right? Pedrick continued. Swallow reluctantly agreed with him, and the knight warned him lastly that he would need to maintain his composure, even if the people were slightly rude to him. He only sighed in displeasure in response and realized that getting through to them wouldn't be that easy. After Pedrick left, people surrounded MC from all sides and started asking him about everything. For example, is he really a knight? Is he truly from the capital? Is it true that the capital is overflowing with milk and honey? And why is his companion wearing full armor while he's dressed in such worn clothes? The one who asked the last question was quickly brushed off and called knave, with someone adding, it's probably a disguise. Does he really think I normally walk around looking like this? Overwhelmed by the non-stop questions, Swallow covered his ears and thought, why is it so hard to connect with them? I can't even breathe. If it were up to him, he would just walked away. But Pedrick had asked him to be kind and patient, so he held back. He eventually made an effort to engage with the villagers and turned to the little girl tugging in his cloak. Offering a slightly nervous smile, he asked, so, what is it you're so curious about? The girl's eyes sparkled as she asked, have you ever seen Sir and Win in person? He admitted that he didn't really know who they were, though the names sounded vaguely familiar. Just then, Rosalina approached him and called out. She awkwardly returned a few of his belongings and apologized for taking them earlier. He scratched his head, unsure how to respond, and simply said it was fine since she had brought them back. He gently positioned himself between her and the young girl, shielding the child out of habit. Tov stepped forward and introduced himself, saying that he would be in charge while the captain was unconscious. He instructed him to carry out their orders as much as possible. They said they came to save Hasten. So, if you want to know the current situation, Tov continued, it's better for you to see everything in person than to hear it from someone else. If it suits you, he added, I'll show you around the village. The MC became very nervous. He didn't want to move from his place at all. Why is he trying to do this, he thought. But if he stayed there, he'd be inundated with questions, right? He decided to choose the lesser of two evils and followed Toph to the village. They decided to visit the residential area. Swallow became curious. Where did all the people go? He wondered. There was no one on the streets. Toph approached one of the houses and said, I'll find out when we open this door. He opened it with a creak and they looked inside. There were people lying on the floor, dead from hunger. The air stank. Toph said, in this place, no one can even steal food from their neighbors because they don't have any either. Even those who are still alive don't know when they'll die of hunger. His words made MC think. He was curious about something from the beginning. Usually, when people are faced with hunger, their anger turns to the feudal lord. The angry townspeople pick up their pitchforks and torches and start a riot. The Black Disaster was close to the level of a general plague. But why were people in Hast dying of hunger instead of fighting? Toth opened the window to freshen up the room and said that it had been a month since the Black Disaster had hit Hast. So why was the village so quiet and people not rioting? He turned to him and asked if he wasn't interested. Meanwhile, the girls in the cave were dying of boredom. Malja laid down on the table, saying that she had wanted to go to host with Sir Swallow so much. Life in the dungeon was so boring. Riney said that they shouldn't think like that. After all, he had entrusted them with looking after everything here. She proudly hit her chest and smiled, saying that he trusted them completely and entirely. In her heart, she was sure that he trusted, of course, only her and not M. The Demon Queen thought for a moment before energetically standing up from her seat. I should have realized it sooner, she said. Renee put her cup of tea to her mouth with an air of importance. Almost calling her stupid, she remarked, we always have to be on guard. We never know when people might attack. The Demon Queen reassured her, don't worry, I keep an eye on it all the time. The last time was 10 minutes ago, but since you've brought it up, I'll check again. She turned around and used mid-level magic, the Eye of the Observer. Rennie nodded. Good idea. I'll take care of the cleaning. Suddenly, the Demon Queen's face grew worried. We have a good reason to think about this, she said. Someone is attacking us. The Eye of the Observer hadn't reacted much, meaning there was a high chance it was just one attacker. Rennie stood up from her seat and motioned for the Demon Queen to get ready. The teacups on the table shook. It's getting close, she warned. At that very moment, dark red smoke poured out of the passage. Without hesitation, they drew their weapons and prepared for battle. A woman stepped out of the smoke and asked, Why are you acting like scared cats? Seeing her, Rennie was very surprised. The woman asked her how she was doing. It turned out that the unexpected guest was Elizabeth Bowery. Her servants, in the form of bats, flew all over the dungeon. Rennie, starting to set the table, apologized, saying that they were receiving her so modestly. If you had warned us in advance, she said, we would have prepared something. Elizabeth told her not to fuss so much. In the end, I came without an invitation, she said with a wink and a smile. If you want to treat me to something, you can share your blood. Renee nervously answered that this was impossible. After which, Elizabeth turned her attention to Malge. Is she new? She asked. Hearing that they wanted to know about her, Malge proudly declared, before you stands the ruler of monsters, the queen of demons. I am the 17th daughter of Asmodeus, Malge Jimphagrie. Renee suddenly remembered that she forgot to introduce them to each other, when the demons found out who Elizabeth was and were very surprised. Lady Bay smiled and asked, so, she is the young queen of demons? No wonder there is such an interesting aura around her. After that, Malge whispered to the maid, if she were to live here permanently, would she meet all the bosses of the dungeon? She smiled irritably and closed her mouth, noting that she liked to talk nonsense. She's not going to freeload here until the end of time. She should at least be ashamed. Elizabeth asked, since she started talking about freeloading, does it mean that she has not yet become a member of the core of the primordial world? Malge told her that this had not happened yet, and Lady Bay asked her bat to bring her something to drink. After her servant turned into a man and filled her glass, she asked where Pedrick and that boring guy were. When they told her that they had gone outside for a while, she frowned and asked in displeasure did they leave at such a time. Renee asked if something had happened, and she told her that all the villages around her castle had been destroyed. It looked like people had been killed because the villages were covered in blood, but there were no corpses, not a single one. She didn't think people had done this. The blood on the ground was flowing in one direction as if making a path, and at the end of that path was Hust. What could that mean? Since all the corpses were gone, Nalji assumed that the living dead were involved. Elizabeth confirmed this, noting that only a few could do such a thing. Most zombies have no intelligence. Only those with the title of Elder or High Rank possessed it. Since the army of the dead was moving, it meant someone was controlling it. That someone was the king of the dead, the immortal King Aravos. Elizabeth suspected him. Upon hearing his name, the young demon queen covered her mouth in shock. Elizabeth quickly added that she had no clear evidence but needed to notify that boring guy about it. They had monsters capable of delivering a message. Ray responded with annoyance, saying that the dungeon was empty now. The vampire insisted they should at least have some way of communicating. Renee confidently denied this, stating that she believed in Sir Swallow's decisions. This made the vampire uneasy. It's good that at least Pedrick is resourceful, she said. Things were bad. Someone needed to notify him about it. They considered their next steps, trying to come up with a solution. Malji enthusiastically exclaimed, isn't it time for the Great One to take the initiative? Meanwhile, Toth told MC that the Black Catastrophe had started it all. Soon after that, someone had set the fields on fire. Due to the rapidly spreading fire, the crops that were ready for harvesting were burned to the ground. Around the same time, a bad rumor began to spread. It was said that in the places where the Black Catastrophe had passed, all the crops were poisoned. As soon as a person ate them, they would fall ill with something terrible. That's how Hust became a cursed land. As soon as the rumor spread that the Emperor had abandoned the village, the people fell into despair. But even in dark times, there is always a ray of hope. A couple of rich commanders came to the scene. Luckily, they had a lot of crops that were untouched by the fire. They opened their barn and distributed everything to the locals. There were even those who said that everyone should hold hands and stand around this couple. And when everyone began to have hope and believe in the best, this couple was found in a pool of their own blood in their house. Most likely, they were killed by the greed of some villagers, after which people stopped trusting each other. Since no one trusts anyone, no one cooperates. Everyone is just fighting to save their supplies, eventually dying of hunger. Those who live in the gateway were able to survive thanks to rumors about cursed crops. Swallow asked, despite the rumors, they remain healthy even after eating this millet. The guy closed the window and told him, for now, yes. MC thought to himself that he just couldn't spoil the crops he hadn't even touched. It seemed that someone deliberately spread this nonsense. After that, Toth led him to the next place, which was guarded by soldiers. They arrived at the cemetery. The guy, looking at the huge pile of corpses, said, at first, everyone thought they would be able to quickly overcome this misfortune. This is the result of high self-esteem. If you leave the corpses on the streets, he continued, they'll start to attract insects. So they began to dig holes and pile them like this. Swallow asked, isn't it better to burn the corpses? The guy answered, among the people who have lost their families, there are many who couldn't let go of their dead relatives. Most likely, no one wants to take on such a problematic role. MC turned away from the corpses and asked, what happens when the graveyards are full? Can't they even do that? Toth noted that he hadn't told him yet, but the murder couple had a daughter. Rosalind's parents were also lying somewhere in this pile. Swallow said that he understood everything, then stepped aside and asked, are these guards always stationed here? The guy confirmed it. They have 2 shifts a day. They don't exactly protect, but rather control the place. Looking at them, MC thought that in such a situation, the soldiers were still guarding the gates. They seemed to be following the Lord's orders right. The Lord of this place was quite suspicious. It would be best to meet them directly. They couldn't find out their plans through normal means. Meanwhile, Pedrick, who had just returned to the village and climbed onto the roof of the building, was thinking the same thing. And especially for this purpose, he had stolen a harpy egg. Since they would be chasing the egg, he would kill them as soon as they arrived in the village. Then he would be able to meet the Lord. He began to praise himself for such a wonderful idea and brilliant mind. But suddenly he bowed his head in disappointment. His plan had seemed perfect, but now, watching the many black dots in the distance, he realized he would bring many more angry harpies to the village than he had expected. Lawless and Viera held a candle in her hand and said fearfully, "No, it can't be, brother." Bod looked at her and said, "Lala, she must survive. Don't forget she must live." At that moment, Liz and Viera jumped out of bed, and it turned out that it was a dream. She grabbed her head and began to breathe heavily. The maid bowed and asked, "My lady, do you have a nightmare again?" Liz and Viera sighed, looked at her, and answered, "No, everything is fine." Lisa and Viera, Lord Hasten, lowered her legs to the floor, and the maid asked, "Do you want to sleep some more?" Lawless and Viera replied that she wanted to get some fresh air. She went out to the balcony and thought that a couple of weeks had passed since she received this title. She still clearly remembered the day her brother died. Her family fled with the family property, neglecting to restore Hust. In such a situation, Lala was left with only one way to survive, to restore Hasten to its former appearance. After a while, she sat on the throne and told Humal that he promised to save her. He said he would protect her and her territory. Humal replied, "That's right." Lalasa waved her hand toward the window and ordered him to look outside. Was this salvation? He eventually replied that he did not break his promises. Soon, he would put an end to all the problems the people of Hasten were facing. So, there's no need to worry. Lesson frowned, thinking that this man never revealed the details of his plans. But right now, she had no choice but to believe him. "Ah," he said, "everything is going according to plan. Maidie should just continue to live in comfort. Soon, all the problems will disappear." Lisa and Viera grabbed her face with her hand and replied, "Okay, for now, I'll believe him and wait." Suddenly, a maid entered the hall and said, "My lady, I have a report on the security situation in Hasten." Lawless and Viera asked, "What is it?" The maid replied that, according to the guards, a group of harpies had attacked. However, a knight had appeared out of nowhere and dealt with them in one blow. Lawless and Viera asked in surprise, "Just one blow? Who is he? What knightly order does he belong to?" The maid replied that the guard at the northern gate had asked him, but in response, he had received only silence. Listen Viera said that she would find out for herself. "Where is the knight now?" the maid asked. "He was led to the guest room of the castle." Suddenly, Humal intervened in the conversation and said, "My lady asked to reconsider. She cannot rule out the possibility that there is a murderer hiding under the night's skies." Lisa replied, "His suspicion does not cancel out his achievements in protecting Hust. Lord Hasten should reward his efforts." She ordered the knight to be brought here. After a while, the knight entered the hall, bowed, and said, "The wandering knight greets Lord Hasten. He's exhausted from the difficult journey to the village, but the hard times are compensated by meeting a noble lady." Lawless folded her hands on her dress and spoke. "I was told that Hust was protected thanks to your bravery and honor. We thank you on behalf of all the villagers." Pedrick looked up and thanked her for the blessing. He thought that just by looking at her once, one could easily tell that she was not a lord. Given her age, it seemed that she was the sister of the previous lord. Lisa asked, "So, which family does he serve?" There was silence in the room. Loiv asked him to state his name. Pedrick replied that he was sorry, but he could not reveal his name. He hoped for her understanding. Lois frowned and asked, "Is that so? And you have many secrets. Would you agree to take off your helmet?" Pedrick replied that his entire face was covered in scars from the battlefields. There was practically no skin left on it, so it was a disgusting sight. But if it suited her, he would take off his helmet. Loiv asked him to forget it. She would let him get away with it. Maybe she couldn't offer him a generous reward, but he would still get something. "Are there any requests?" she asked. Pedrick replied that he would like to ask for food. He thought that the most important thing in Hust right now was food. He would be able to find out the current state of the castle through her answers. Lisa said that it was no problem and ordered everything to be prepared. The maid bowed and replied, "Yes." Pedrick said that he was grateful. He thought, "Wow." She answered without thinking for a second, which means there's no problem with food in the castle. Then why did the lady leave the residence of Haste in such a dire situation? And this energy that he can feel, due to the fact that he is dead. This person, he somehow feels familiar. Pedrick turned to me. Could he ask her a question? Lawless and Ver asked, "What is it?" Pedrick added, "Something has been bothering me for some time." He looked at Humal and said, "He? Who is he?" After a while, MC was lying on the boxes and Pedrick was talking. It was basically something like this. MC asked, should the lady have been sitting aside and doing nothing? Pedrick replied, when I said that, I asked the question out of pure curiosity. She let him go. Swallow replied with some disdain, what a careless approach to his duties. If he feels something familiar, does that mean he's dead? But he just ignored him. Patrick sat down next to him and asked, did he think he'd start a fight on the spot? Also, just by feeling a familiar aura, he can't conclude that he's dead. Necromancers reek of that too. People who use black magic, depending on the amount of energy they've absorbed into their bodies, can also emit an aura of the dead. Swallow asked with displeasure, how can he waste time on every person like that? He should just slap him on the spot. At this point, Pedrick couldn't help but say irritably, we came to fix the problem MC caused here, not add fuel to the fire. Does he really want him to quit? MC asked him to forgive him. Forgive him. Pedrick sighed, then said, forget it. He turned to the boss and asked, did you find anything? Swallow drawled, the locals believed the crops were infected with some kind of disease. Pedrick kept wondering why the village was so quiet. It was because the villagers had refused to eat the grain and had died of starvation. Suddenly, he said, so the thief, what's her name? Rosalina? It was hard to get close to her because she kept running away. Pedrick said it would be nice to know how to handle mind control magic. Maybe I should have brought Mal with me, he muttered. MC, clearly displeased, replied, you're driving along someone who didn't want to come here at all. Pedrick held out the bag and said, well, it's not like they had any other choice. He motioned to the food and added, take a look. He got food from the lady. Swallow said contentedly he's hungry. Does he want to get something to eat before discussing the plan? Pedrick shook his head. No, he said, we'll try to gain Rosalina's trust first. After a while, MC called out to Rosalina and she pressed herself against the wall, asking fearfully, yes. Swallow handed her a wafer and asked, why is she so surprised? Rosalina replied, well, just. MC offered to take the wafer and share it. She shuddered in response and then asked in surprise, is this a wafer from the community given to him by a priest? MC thought, well, Pedrick gave it to him. He then asked, who is the priest? After a while, they climbed a high hill and Rosalina asked, Sir Knight, so he also believes in that man. Swallow thoughtfully answered, well, Selena didn't even listen to him, but began to say that she didn't expect to see a fellow believer. She's very happy. There's no one around her with such views. Isn't it strange? Everyone looks so stupid. All they have to do is believe for free, and then they will be saved. Rosalina turned around and asked, he agrees, right, Sir Knight? MC replied, well, sort of. Suddenly, Rosalina stopped and said, they are here. For some reason, she was always scared to come here. It was dark, so they should walk carefully. Swallow replied that he understood her. After a while, they saw a priest in the center of a cave. The priest said that the disaster that had befallen Hasten was a test given to people for their evil deeds. And also, that man, an all-seeing being, had the ability to cope with the situation. As believers who had gained his trust, they should be praised and considered the chosen ones. The people began to shout loudly. Yes, Rosalina told MC, sit down. Magus then spoke, reminding them, do not forget the divine message that has descended upon us. We will partake of the blessing bestowed by that man today. Swallow looked around and thought, well, first glance, nothing special. Is he brainwashing us or something? Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Rosalina laughed and said, I think we came just in time. Time for liturgy and communion. MC asked, what is this? Rosalina explained the priest is handing out wafers to everyone. Swallow wondered, is this the same thing Pedrick got from Lord Hasten? Why is something like this in the castle? Suddenly, Rosalina leaned in and whispered, Sir Knight, I will tell you a secret, only you. When that man comes to save Hasten, she continued, they say the true believers will find eternal happiness. MC asked, eternal happiness? Rosalina smiled and replied, yes, he will become closer to him. They say you can receive an even greater blessing. Swallow asked, what kind of greater blessing? Rosalina said that she was not sure. Wouldn't it be something more than a waffle? Meat, for example. Earlier, the priest had suddenly interrupted her. Rosalina, she came today too. This is her blessing. She must cherish it. Rosalina took the waffle and thanked him happily. The priest handed the waffle to MC and said, I haven't seen you here before. I hope you'll drop by more often. Swallow took the waffle and said, I'll think about it. The priest laughed. The man would also be glad to see you. Magus laughed slightly and added, the man would also be glad to see you. MC thought, what an idiot. What does this mean? Suddenly, the priest dropped the waffle on the floor and screamed loudly. MC whispered, is he trying to put a spell on him? Humans may not be able to see that mana, but it won't work on him. He pulled Simon closer and said that he didn't really care what the priest did to humans. However, he shouldn't try to overstep his bounds by trying to study him. The priest said fearfully, "He isn't human." Swallow whispered, "I have a very bad memory, but I'll definitely remember him." Rosalind asked, puzzled, "Sir Knight, is something wrong?" MC replied, "Nothing. He was just thanking him for giving them food. They should go." After a while, Rosalind bowed and thanked him for the company. Swallow waved and said, "Yeah, let her be careful." He looked around and noted that there were so many suspicious things happening that he might not even need real proof. Swallow thought that this cultist had come to the isolated Hasten using unknown mana, brainwashing, and observing them. There was also the guy with the aura of the dead who was hanging around the Lord. Considering how all the pieces of the puzzle fit together, even he would have a hard time screwing it up. They were definitely hiding something. After a while, Mulv screamed loudly. How did he know? As expected of the great search Swallow, MC thought, looking at her with slight displeasure. She asked, "Is something wrong?" He replied that his displeasure had suddenly increased. After a while, Mulv said she was wondering about the scale of the disaster. After all, MC had said that he had destroyed the village. She looked around while standing on the roof and said, "There's a nice view." Swallow sat on the roof and said she didn't really come here out of curiosity. "Why is she here?" Malay replied that Lady Bay had stopped at the core of the primordial world. She said that Hasten would soon be invaded by hordes of the undead. Swallow asked, "Did she really say that?" Malji answered exactly. She added that she had found traces of an anomalous phenomenon around the Castus castle, moving towards Hast. MC said, "So that's it." Malji looked down and said, she also added that Aravos was most likely responsible. Swallow said, "He's most likely the prime suspect, but that's just a guess." Malji waved her hand and said, "I have some thoughts on the matter. Isn't it normal for a place invaded by the undead to be overrun with them?" MC lay on his side and asked, "Probably." Malji answered, "It's not like Hast is in good condition." Swallow asked, "So what?" Malji asked, wasn't he curious why he didn't choose that method? If she thought correctly, he should have used the mana flow. She struck the ground with her staff and cast a low-level magic, Detect Mana. She saw a flow of magic and said, "I knew it was true." After a while, Simon stood near a huge pile of corpses. He placed his hands on the ground and changed his form. Lake Simon Magus. The gatekeeper of the place where the corpses rot was kneeling when, suddenly, the crows began to form the image of the spirit of Aravos. Aravos said, so became his devoted follower, Simon Magus. Simon bowed and replied, "Lord Aravos, Lord of the Dead, he has come to give his final report before his Hessian advent." Aravos responded that he would not forget Simon's efforts. Simon said, "I did everything for my own good." Aravos asked, and what did he want to tell him? Simon explained that suddenly a new participant intervened. Aravos said, "It so happened that I received the same report from Bluel. The man he mentioned wears armor that emits the aura of the dead." Simon replied, "I did not sense any aura of the dead, nor was he wearing armor. However, it felt as if there was darkness within him." Aravos repeated, "A man with darkness within." Simon asked, "Lord, does anything come to mind?" Aravos replied, "I will never act. No matter what changes occur to conquer the Empire, they must first take Custon. They must not forget how vital this place was to the grand plan." Simon said, "I have no excuse if I cannot smoothly follow the grand plan." Aravos began to evaporate and said that he had sent Masham to the underground chambers when Wimmel requested reinforcements to the Lord's castle. Did he also need reinforcements for the unexpected guest? Simon replied that it was fine. He would ask if necessary. Aravos said, "Fine, then I will leave it to your discretion." Simon said, "I obey my lord." He stood up and thought that there was little time left before the living dead would cover the entire surface. Soon, no one would be able to stop them unless that monster showed up. After a while, MC asked, "Malji, could you find the person who cast that spell now?" He looked around and replied, "I'm not sure. However, such huge spells usually involve the mana flows on the surface to maintain their existence." MC thoughtfully said, "Then that means the mage had to be somewhere nearby." Malji replied, "It's possible, but not always necessary. There's a way to use a medium to constantly direct the mana flow. This is just my guess," she continued, "but for the spell to cover all of Host, and for the medium to maintain it, it would require a huge amount of mana. A medium who could forcibly direct the mana flow could not simply be buried in the ground." She meant that there was a high probability that his hideout was somewhere around here. Malji pointed her staff towards the castle and said that it looked the most suspicious. MC thought about the Lord's castle. Malji added, "Of course, I can't say for sure. I'm just guessing." Swallow opened his mouth wide and thought he didn't know what they were up to, but he was sure they'd run out if he just turned this place around. He stood up and spoke since Pedrick should be on the other side. "Malji, She's not busy right now, right? She quickly replied, of course she is. MC offered, let's go to the castle together. Malji asked again, the castle? MC nodded and smirked, thinking, isn't it time for one of the 7 great dungeons to leave their ranks? At that moment, Pedrick walked up to the basement and thought, this place is the most suspicious. The smell of rotting corpses was coming from below, much stronger than before. The smell was alarming. Moreover, it was an underground prison, which should have been useless in times like these. The sound coming from the deepest point only added to the unease. Suddenly, Pedrick saw a huge monster with an axe and thought, no wonder there is such a smell in here. It's been a long time since I saw a cleaver. Suddenly, he coughed and politely excused himself for disrupting the other's work. But who exactly is his master? The creature looked at him with surprise before swinging its axe. Pedrick caught the weapon midair and said, that was a strike worthy of someone like me. Still, there was no way he'd be hit by something that slow. Was this truly the extent of the creature's power? Even when using both hands, it was underwhelming. But if a creature like this was acting so boldly inside the castle prison, then it meant that man, and possibly even Master Haste, were somehow connected. Could he be right? Either way, it didn't matter anymore. He no longer intended to act from the shadows. With a burst of force, he shattered the axe, then swiftly subdued the creature with a decisive strike that left no doubt about the outcome. Pedrick said calmly, now it's certain. The creature won't be causing any more problems. He added with a glance at the remains that it had been an unnatural presence. Then, suddenly, his helmet was knocked off by a sudden gust of energy. He looked on as magical energy began to gather around the armored knight before him and muttered, this is starting to get serious. What was happening here, especially if Dohan had already arrived? He raised his voice and asked, who gave you the order to guard this place? The new figure remained silent, then charged. Pedrick managed to block the incoming attack just in time. Thoughts raced through his mind. Yes, this is an evil sword. It is not easy to deal with this because it corrodes the enemy's weapon. Quite strong, which cannot be said about the Dahan. Pedrick asked, can they discuss this like the dead brothers? He dodged the attack and screamed, wow. Pedrick thought that it refused to talk, although it was not deprived of intelligence. He needed to know the reason why it was there. Pedrick said, well, the lord of this place should know the answers to all questions. He jumped back and used low-level magic sliding shield. The spirit grabbed the weapon and swung it. Then Edric attacked and said, weak sword, power up. Since he was not much of a talker, he would not delay and would finish everything in a flash. He gripped the hilt of the sword and said that he would borrow this sword. It did not seem like it wanted to use it. He struck the creature and said, heavy sword, large axis. After a while, Liz and Vieira woke up and said that she was cold. Suddenly, she heard a voice. Did you sleep well? Lawless and Vieira turned around in fear and saw Pedrick's large shadow. Liz and Vieira screamed in fear. How dare they sneak in here in the middle of the night? Pedrick asked, isn't it obvious that he had business with her? What was her name again? Lala. Yes, dear Lala. He would give her exactly 5 minutes. Pedrick ordered the man who had been with her earlier to be called. After a while, they were sitting in the hall. Pedrick apologized for calling them together so late at night. But it so happened that I found something during my evening walk, he explained. He threw the bundle on the table, which startled Lois and Vieira. She asked, so what? Pedrick stared at her confused. Does she really not know? In front of them was the helmet of the Delha. On Lord, no laser attack. Why is she communicating with the living dead? Veer asked, puzzled, what is he talking about? What dead people? What a shame. Will she continue this performance until the very end? Pedrick muttered, and if she is not pretending, then does she really not know who she has gotten involved with? He paused and then added, well, I'm not surprised. In my opinion, she's not suitable to be the mistress of this place. She doesn't even know what is happening on her lands. Some told Melody that she should not continue to listen to all this nonsense. Call the guards and seize him. Pedrick interrupted, saying, I personally killed this Dullahan in the underground castle prison. Lawless and Wera both asked, in that underground prison? Yes, Pedrick answered, there are piles of corpses in her dungeon. He gripped the hilt of his sword and said, just in case he will warn her. There are undead next to her, too. Lois and Wera shouted loudly that she did not believe his words. He thinks she will agree with accusations without evidence. That man promised her to save Haston, yet he accuses him of being an undead who threatens the safety of the village. Pedrick chuckled and asked, she says such a thing knowing who threatened Haste's existence. Suddenly, Ol said that the two of them needed to calm down first. Sir Knight, he said, I brought them the Dahan helmet, but such creatures are not easy to stumble upon. Pedrick answered with feigned joy. That's right. That's right. He was also surprised if they knew. He had doubts that he would find such a high-level undead in such a place. Moreover, that Dahan looked a little strange. He didn't speak, although he should have enough intelligence as an elder undead species. The way he moved during battle didn't look normal either, so he studied the matter a little when he burned the soul of the creature. Pedrick grabbed the helmet and said, "Oh my, let them look at this." On the inside of the armor, you can see engraved circles of mind control magic. And at the same time, the owner's name. The Dullhand's name was Masham. It seemed like the name of the deputy captain of the raiding party that had been assembled to attack the ferocious undead 30 years ago. He had heard that he was quite a powerful knight. However, after the raid, it seemed that he disappeared. A question then arose. Who did Lawless and Vieira think the ferocious undead they were trying to raid were? Liz and Vieira looked at him questioningly and then asked, "Who is it?" Pedrick took out his sword and said he would ask differently this time. He would be grateful if they answered him directly. Where exactly is the ferocious undead Arivos, Mr. Zombie subordinate? Lawless and Vieira frowned and asked, "Arivos?" She didn't quite understand what he was talking about. What does the name of the boss of the great dungeon have to do with it? Suddenly, all laughed loudly, which surprised Lawless and Vieira. She screamed, didn't he say that he would save her and her territory? Smiled and said, "Of course things may not go according to plan, but what can you do? A peaceful solution is not even in question now." Lawless and Vieira asked fearfully, "What is he?" At that moment, Pedrick chopped off Wool's hand and ordered the two of them not to move. While Vieira fell to the floor and screamed, undead, Yumel laughed, took off his hood, and said, "He is Yulal. He will kill her and all the locals, then turn this land into a domain of the dead." Lisa should be proud that she was given a chance at such salvation. This is all part of the plan of the master of the dead, the immortal king, Aravos. Pedrick sighed and said, "At first, I could not even think of this. Don't the undead race fight with the advantage of numbers?" He did not expect them to invade in such an organized and planned manner. Uhumel said that he had been interested in Pedrick when he first saw him. He congratulated him, saying he exceeded his expectations by killing Masham. Pedrick spoke, "This is the first time someone praises me for killing my subordinates." Uhumel transformed and replied, "Interesting. He is increasingly captivating my attention. He is the same undead as I am. Why does he not serve the Lord of Aravos?" Lawless and Will looked at him with fear and said, "The same undead." Pedrick thought, he thinks he has been pot. They still need a lord to rule them and watch over the territory. Pedrick started hitting himself on the head, realizing he really didn't want to get rid of it. He said he was suddenly in a bad mood. He then cut off Ul's other hand and added, "It would be better for you if you obeyed my orders." Asked, "Do you think threats will work on the undead?" Pedrick replied, "Of course not. But didn't he have anything to lose? If he had done his reconnaissance, he should have known that whoever came with him was much stronger than he thought. So much stronger that they could easily ruin all their plans." Said he was interested. Then it should affect the humans too. Pedrick responded, "I don't want to upset you. We're not on the side of the humans. You should just explain everything and stop wasting time. And of course, you should tell me what your boss, Aravos, is planning." Remained silent for a moment, then said, "Okay, I'll answer you. Does he know how an elder is chosen?" Pedrick chuckled and replied, "Stop asking questions. Just tell me already." Said, "To become an elder, a human or an elf needs either incredibly rare supernatural phenomenon or so much hatred that it surpasses him. The reason they are called elders is because each one can fight 1,000 zombies alone. Lord Eros is an all-powerful being who can create such elders with magic." Pedrick said then, hastening, that it was isolated and a religion was created in it. He said exactly for the sake of creating elders. They needed people with living bodies and weak souls. There is no better place to gather the undead. Isolation is needed to starve them and weaken their resolve. And for the same reason, they created a religion. Pedrick said he seemed to understand, but then asked, "What about that mountain of corpses in the dungeon?" Replied, "They were needed to create more elders. They were going to destroy the Empire." Pedrick said, "Wow, they were so bad." He thought that if the Empire was destroyed and all the people became undead, then Aravos, who would gain immense power, would target the 7 great dungeons. Suddenly, Avumul interrupted his thoughts and said, "Realization always comes late." He began to chant a spell and then activated high-level magic, a growing dark curse. Lisa flew aside and Yuhumul asked, "Did he think he would not be able to use magic if he cut off both of his arms?" "Fool." Pedrick laughed and said that he was not bad. He could cast magic with just words. Asked, did he think he would reveal the truth to him? There is no such thing that can go up against Lord Aravos. Only an ancient monster can do that, but it falls into sleep for many years, barely moving. So his lord's plan can't be stopped. Pedrick asked, "Is that true?" Then, "Could I ask you one question?" Looked at him, puzzled. Was he breaking the bonds with just his strength? Pedrick replied, "If I had arranged everything, and as I said, No matter how great their plans were, if an ancient monster were to suddenly appear, their plans would be disrupted, wouldn't they? Us screamed, "What nonsense!" After a while, an explosion occurred in the castle, and Pedrick said, "Really, how timely." On the large throne of their ruins, MC sat and looked around. On the floor lay Vieira, who had heard a loud scream, her head in pain. Mala said, "What a fragile building." Pedrick spoke, and she always appears on time. MC turned around and looked at him questioningly, but Pedrick replied, "Nothing." Swallow asked, "So how much did you learn?" Pedrick replied, "Almost everything." And Mala said again, "I have a headache." Lawless and Vieira were sitting on the floor to the side, the former hiccuping in fear, which attracted attention. Suddenly, an energy flow was directed toward MC, which he reflected. Malch asked, "What's happening?" Usbayu was impaled on spikes to the side, and he thought that this power was impossible. Pedrick asked, "Didn't you say that your companion was much stronger than you thought?" MC looked at him and asked, "What is this?" Looked at him carefully and thought, "Nonsense. They had no connections like that ancient monster." He couldn't sense the energy of the crystals from above. He looked at Malia and thought that it was easy to tell she was the Demon King. He should hold them off as long as possible and pass on all the information to Lord Aravos. Asked, "Ancient monster, why did he come?" He was sure the creature went into hiding after the incident in the capital. Suddenly, an energy wave was sent toward him, after which Ul coughed weakly. He muttered, "The guys came too late." Malji grabbed her staff and said, "You talk too much." Swallowed yawned in boredom, and Ul laughed loudly. He looked at him and asked, "Why are you so persistent?" Suddenly, a glow spread around, and Yuhumul commanded them to worship him. Their lord had descended upon this land. Pedrick screamed, "Boss." MC replied, "I can see." He chuckled and said how he had been bothered by his appearance. At that moment, the townspeople were sitting at a table under the open sky. A man looked up and said, "Look, the sky looks strange. Don't you think so?" At that moment, Rosalina was running down the street when suddenly she was called out. She turned around and asked, "Is he awake?" He replied, "You should be asking me. Where have you been?" Rosalina replied, "I went out for a walk to get some fresh air. I have been wandering around Dark Square." She grabbed her lips and thought, "And why, of all places, did I decide to mention the one where no one goes because of the filth? Don't get mad at me again." Rosalina asked to be forgiven, but Toth spoke up. Rosalina looked at him. The captain and the others had come to a common decision at the meeting. Rosalina asked, "And what was that?" Toth replied, "We will leave Hayes tomorrow night. I don't know what you're thinking, but the captain doesn't trust these knights." Rosalina looked at him with a puzzled expression, and he ordered, "Follow me." He would explain on the way. After a while, they came to a forest, and pieces of cloth were pulled over their faces. Toth thought that Rosalina's parents were lying at the very bottom of this hole. He said, "Rosalina, after they leave Hasten, the way back will be closed to them for some time. Of course, the choice is hers," he continued. "She must do as she sees fit." Rosalina was silent for a while, then said, "I don't quite understand why the captain wants to leave Hasten. Wouldn't Hasten be saved? Couldn't we just wait a little longer?" Toth replied, "I won't persuade you. Faith is your choice." He paused before adding, "But you want to wait for salvation, not knowing when it will come. Meanwhile, your parents rot in this dark place." Rosalina frowned, trying to hold back tears. Toth continued, "Not only my God can grant great salvation, your actions could also bring you closer to it." Rosalina clenched her fist and said, "Her actions, salvation." She turned, then added, "You're right." She reached for the torch and asked, "Do you think we can handle it?" He answered, "Yes." Rosalina looked at the pile of corpses and reached for them with the torch. When suddenly a voice was heard, "God." Toth wondered who had wandered into this place in such darkness. He looked fearfully at the hand that lay on Rosalina. "Who are you?" Toth asked. "What are you doing in a place like this?" Simon stood in front of Rosalina, surprised to see her. "Why is he here?" Rosalina asked, shocked. She winced in pain and, calling him a priest, asked, "What is he doing?" Then the fire from the torch spread to his clothes. Toth quickly spoke. "Whoever he is, he should let her go," Toth said, his face changing. The smell coming from the man was familiar to him. Rosalina screamed, "Put out the fire first." Toth freed her from the priest's grip. "He's just trash," he muttered. Simon, burning with fire, glared at them. Then they saw his face. Toth asked in fear, "Is this really the undead?" Simon replied, "Shut up, for that man's sake. We need to be quiet." They looked at him in horror. Suddenly the dead arose and they shouted, "What's going on?" Toth shouted as the dead approached them, "It's a curse. We can't stay here. We need to run." After a while, the entrance was blocked. He tiredly noted that this should buy them some time. Rosalina fell to the floor and said, "I cannot go any further." Toth said, "We have no other choice. It's better than wandering outside, but the first floor isn't safe either. We should go to the second floor." Rosalina replied, "My legs won't obey me." Toth knelt and said, "You need to climb onto my back. We ought to hurry." Rosalina said, "This is hard for you too. I'm grateful for your help," she added. After some time on the second floor, Toth looked out the window at the street and wondered if they could survive together. If they could, they had to survive by any means necessary. Rosalina noted, "It smells terrible in here too. Could that be why?" They went into another room. Rosalina asked, "Are we safe now?" Toth answered, "It's just as dangerous here. You can't relax if you want to survive." Rosalina asked, "What are you talking about?" Then, in fear, she asked, "What are you doing?" Rosalina looked at the makeshift spear in horror. Toth made a sharp blow with his weapon. She closed her eyes and screamed, filled with fear. Toth noted, taking the pendant from her neck in his hand, that he was telling her about this a little late. But this subject had been bothering him for quite some time. From now on, she needed to believe in something more plausible. Rosaline asked why he hadn't warned her. She was scared. Suddenly, there was a crash. Apparently, the door gave way, she said. "What should we do now?" He asked if they had another way out. Rosalina said that she also needed to find some semblance of a weapon. Then she asked, "Why are you just leaving?" Toth smiled at her. She looked at him in surprise. Annoyed, she tried to get to her feet. "Wait for me," she said. He locked the doors while she screamed his name. Toth used his scarf, thinking that if he did this, they wouldn't be able to find Rosaline because of the smell. Rosaline screamed, trying to open the door. "What are you doing?" she asked. "I don't want to be alone. I'm scared. Don't leave me here." He asked, "How long will you depend on others? You've been a burden to us for so long." At that moment, the footsteps of the dead were heard climbing the stairs. Toth, tightly gripping the weapon, said, "You must listen to me carefully. Don't make a sound no matter what, not a single noise, and don't do anything without thinking first." Rosalina covered her mouth with her hand, trying not to make noise. He smiled. "Finally, you're listening to me." Toth thought that it was better this way, better than dying together. The dead were approaching him. Before rushing at them, he said, "I ask your forgiveness. I have always teased you." After a while, Rosalina was crying while the dead made horrible sounds behind the door. After a while, the settlement was captured by the dead. Simon looked around and then ordered them to attack. Soon, people were running and discussing the eerie red sky. It was all because of the new lord. They knew something strange was happening. She hadn't shown herself to them in weeks. The sky was full of fury. Suddenly, someone in the crowd screamed, and everyone turned around. They asked, "What was that?" The victim quietly said that they were in danger. They asked what had happened to him. There wasn't a single living place on his body. The apprentice of the magic tower said that he would examine his wounds. They asked, "Are you from the magic tower?" He replied, "I used to be an apprentice at the Wing Guild's mage tower." The victim whispered, as healing magic was used on him, that there were undead there. The apprentice of the magic tower said that there was no blood coming from his wounds. They assumed it wasn't his blood. Then he tried to shout with all of his might, "There are dead people there." Suddenly, they noticed more people approaching them. They said, "Everyone who moved is already here." Then who was coming towards them? The victim shouted, "There are undead." They told him to calm down. He shouted again, "There are dead people coming here." The people asked, "What's going on?" The dead man attacked, but at the last moment, he was saved by a knight on horseback. The knight said, "The undead aren't as strong as they look. You have a choice, run away or gather together and fight." The apprentice of the Tower of Magic stood with his allies and said, "We will fight. We once studied the Tower of the Wing and fail. On the day of the Black Catastrophe, we're on a mission and escape death. We would like to help, even if it's late." There were more volunteers among the people, eager to fight against the undead. The knight said, "This is wonderful. Everyone strong enough to raise a weapon stay in the front ranks. The rest should protect the perimeter. We will defend until the last inhabitant." Then he added, "They're already coming. Mages, prepare to attack." The knight shouted, "It's time to open fire on the undead." After a while, the captain of a gang of thieves, Hasten, looked around at the destruction. "What's going on here?" he asked. Where are Rosalina and Toth at such a time? Then he saw Rosalina in the alley. The captain loudly called her name. She opened her eyes. He asked, "What happened to you?" Rosalina replied, "Toth asked me to stay where I was." The captain pressed, "Where is he now?" She burst into tears. "He asked me to stay there, but I came all the way here. After all, I was so scared." Rosalina struggled to speak through her sobs. "Toth, he died because of me." Hasten wondered, "Is Toth really dead?" He asked, "Were you unhappy with her when Toth died?" She looked at him, puzzled. The captain insisted, "Can't be. He wasn't that kind of person. He didn't die because of you. It was because of Toth that you survived." Rosalina noted, "These aren't ordinary undead. We'll need help." He asked, "What are you talking about?" She, recalling the protagonist's appearance, said, "We need his help." The captain thought for a moment. "We could probably be in the Lord's castle now." Rosalina asked, "Why do you think that?" He handed her a vial. "Here." She probably didn't even have the strength to walk. She should drink this, and then they would go. The captain thought that it would be safer inside the castle than here. He stated that, as captain, he couldn't leave his allies to fight alone. He couldn't put Rosalina, for whom Toth had sacrificed his life, in danger again. He said she would have to ask them for help. They would hold the enemies here for now. After a while, Pedrick turned to the protagonist and noted something terrible is happening there. You should take a look at it. Mal said they're definitely having a hard time over there. The protagonist asked, why should I look at it if it has nothing to do with us? Pedrick irritably noted, it actually does concern us too. He thought it was his habit of giving up when the situation got tough again. He said, the humans have gained the advantage now. They even seem to be doing well. The protagonist asked, how long will they hold out? Pedrick replied, they have no chance. They have a decent number of fighters, and they've built a pretty good defense considering their haste. However, if they have nothing else, they will quickly tire and be crushed by hordes of the undead. The protagonist said that he understood everything. He noted that, moreover, according to Yugul's words, there should be elders among the undead. Doesn't that mean that Aravos had been preparing thoroughly, he mused? He believes that they should repay him for the past. The protagonist chuckled. We can begin our actions now, he said, but paused. However, we need to do something first. After a while, Pedrick asked, what are you planning? Maybe we shouldn't do this. MC glanced at him. You asked me to work hard, he replied. Listen, Viera looked at him in fear. Swallow spoke up. I should say my name, she muttered, looking down. The protagonist could barely pronounce her name, but managed to say, I remember your name. He then made her look into his eyes. He asked, you want to live, right? Pedrick was confused. What are we talking about? They should kill her. MC shook his head. I thought about it at first too, he admitted, but I changed my mind. He looked at Pedrick in surprise. Was he serious now? Wasn't Hasten already at the point of no return? Swallow responded, you should think about it yourself. Wasn't the reason we were going to abandon Hasten because of the undead? Pedrick said that was indeed the reason. The protagonist asked, did all the undead disappear from here? And did Lord Hasten follow their instructions? Would we need to abandon this place? He noted that he expected something strange from him, but he should think about it. Pedrick thought that using the noblewoman instead of killing her might work. He asked, can humans keep secrets? Mal just said, you're right. Humans who know the truth won't be able to keep it a secret. The protagonist noted, I don't think they're all that talkative. MC said, I believe the woman has a reason to live. Although she's terrified to look at me, she doesn't look away. Even after seeing my true form, she still seems useful. Pedrick nodded. That's true. For an ordinary person, this is surprising. Swallow looked at her and thought, is there really something special about her? In his memory, all the heroes were exceptional. You can't achieve that just by trying. This aristocrat has such mental strength that she managed to remain sane even after meeting him. Lisa nervously said, I really do have a reason to live. The protagonist asked, are they convinced now? Such a person is in no hurry to go to the grave. Do they have any more objections? Pedrick asked irritably. Is this really enough for him? He added. The protagonist smiled. I have a good feeling, he stated. He then shouted, I'm asking you to present something more real than your feelings as an argument. Pedrick exhaled, his thoughts racing. Although everything felt unreliable, he had no other choice. If I'm sure of it, I won't argue, he said. But if something goes wrong, I'll deal with the consequences myself. The MC nodded. I'll think about it, she said, weighing her options. Now she had to choose. She just had to ask for help, and then they would help. Lawless and Vera looked at her curious. What will happen next? They asked. Swallow answered, it's quite simple. The undead will be driven out of here, and until peace reigns in Hasten, Pedrick will help us with all of his might. Pedrick screamed in horror. Am I really being sold into slavery? The protagonist turned away, remaining silent. She asked, what do I need to do then? The protagonist paused, then noted, I need to think about it. I have to come up with something simple, right? A great idea struck him. You just have to give them everything you have. Lawless and Vieira asked how she was supposed to understand that. MC's face changed, and he said that she had to give them everything. She looked at him with fear, thinking that if she refused, she would most likely die. Either she would die at the hands of this monster, or the undead would get her. On the other hand, if she accepted his offer, she would survive. However, she would have to lose absolutely everything. If the Black Catastrophe had not happened, would her brother have committed suicide? If her brother had lived, would she have been able to become Lord Hasten? Allison and Vieira thought while her hands were shaking. If she had not become Lord Hasten, would she be here now? Pedrick noted that he just wanted to get rid of her. Where did he put his sword? At that moment, someone's footsteps began to be heard in the castle. Swallow turned around at the noise and asked, is someone coming here? Balia asked, what do you want to do? Maybe you should block the entrance with magic. The protagonist said that she just needed to open the door. She said, using magic, that she would now carry out his order. Rosalia appeared in the open door. She happily said, he's really here. She was asking for his help. Rosalia told them, as she approached, that the undead had overrun the entire village. Everyone was trying to fight back, but there were too many enemies. They needed his help. Tu had died, and the captain had said he would wait for her. Everyone was holding on as best they could, so she asked him for help. Didn't you say that you would save Hasten? The protagonist looked at her silently, and then she saw the skeleton and screamed. MC yawned while Pedrick pointed out he's really a skeleton, pointing at Liz and Vieira. Unfortunately, the current situation had gotten out of hand because of that woman. Rosalia asked, looking at her, what was he talking about? Liz and Vieira asked, are Han's people dying now? He stated that they should be at their limit by now. Pedrick remarked to Mal that he would like to ask her for something. Mal drew a magic circle on the floor and said that of course she didn't mind. She was also interested in it. Swallow asked, looking at the monster that appeared from the magic circle, what was it? She ordered the creature not to deviate from the course and to fly straight to the target. After a while, her familiar in the form of a large eye looked at the village from above. At that moment, a magic screen appeared in the castle, showing the terrible consequences of the dead's attack on the villagers. That can't be, Rosalia said, her voice shaking. Pedrick noted ghouls have appeared too. They're disgusting, and they stink. They won't last long, he added, his tone grim. Rosalina watched, tears welling up in her eyes as the screen displayed the horrors unfolding before her. The screen showed people she knew, begging for their suffering to end. Rosalina clenched her teeth, crying harder. How can we do nothing when we have the power to stop this madness? She cried out. We're strong, aren't we? She screamed, her voice breaking. Kill them all. Please save them. Then she turned to Lloyd and Vera, screaming, what are we doing while the villagers die one by one? Liz and Vira tried to speak, but she interrupted, her voice desperate and hoarse. What are you doing? She screamed again, tears streaming down her face. She looked at the protagonist, pleading with her eyes. Liz and Vira sobbed, screaming in unison, please save those who are still alive and hasten. After the protagonist said that he didn't mind. It did not seem so difficult. Why not really help them? It was time for them to move. Sometime later in the village, the old man asked, as he was thrown to the ground, could these monsters be called weak? Who would have thought that they would lose so easily? He thought, as the dead man rushed at him, if this was his end, then there was nothing he could do about it. Suddenly, Nala destroyed an undead with her landing and remarked, disgusting. I should have landed on the roof. This is just disgusting. The undead rushed at her, and she said, looking at them. It's too loud. Malji used her magic to crush the monsters. She surrounded herself with magical flames, burning the undead in the process. Malji chuckled, and then the old man happily asked, is she really an angel? She looked at him angrily and, gritting her teeth, asked, how dare such a worthless person say such nonsense? Then Malji kicked him and said, leave here if you want to survive. The old man ran away in panic. She asked irritably, looking at the back of the running man, how dare he compare her to an angel? She never thought that she would ever help people. Suddenly, Simon appeared and asked in surprise, is she really a demon? She can use humanoid form with that much mana. She must be either a dragon or a demon king. However, why did she side with the humans? Malji stated that it was up to her to decide what to do. A pathetic undead should not have questions for a ruler. He chuckled and noted that he himself would find out the answer when he defeated her. She was just an idiot who overestimated her strength. He suggested that she cast aside her humanity and become undead. How did you like that idea? He asked. He was sure she would gain a strong form when she became undead. Malji said irritably that she did not understand what he was talking about. However, she had never met such a talkative undead before. Simon stated that he served the commander. Then he used his abilities and said, introducing himself, that he could not lose to such a demon king. She noted, while the monsters surrounded her, that she did not quite understand what he wanted to say. After all, she was not the one who would be fighting him. He felt a creepy energy behind him. The protagonist, putting his hand on his shoulder, stated that he had finally found him. He had said that he would remember him. Simon asked in surprise, was it really him? The protagonist smashed his opponent's face with a powerful punch. He flew back from the blow with such force that he crashed into a building, destroying the structure. MC noted that this gave him a wonderful feeling. Swallow thought that if his guess was correct, then the gatekeeper of the undead army was standing in front of him. That meant he must be the gatekeeper of the 7 great dungeons. The protagonist stated, I cannot die from such a blow. He must get up immediately. Malj thought that he had been able to defeat such an opponent with just one blow. Moreover, he had been holding back. She approached him and asked, do you really have a personal score to settle with me? So, they had met before. The protagonist thought that a few hours ago he had tried to pour his mana into him without permission to scout for information. MC said irritably, "I just don't like you." He decided that he deserved the hit. In any case, they shouldn't linger here for long. "Do you think Aravaz is in this village now?" Newwood looked around and said that it was unlikely. This barrier was put up to trap everyone who was inside. Swallow asked, "Is it really a barrier?" He thought it was just the sky turning red. She noted that the caster was most likely outside the barrier, although she didn't understand what he was trying to achieve. Unfortunately, she was unlikely to be able to destroy this barrier. The protagonist said that he was going to solve this problem himself. "In that case, could you then deal with the remaining enemies?" Malja asked, looking at the frightened monsters. "Do you really mean the undead?" The protagonist nodded. "Yes, it would be nice to reduce the loss of life. Although we may have been a bit late, there needs to be a certain number of people left here for the village to function." She smiled. "I can't promise a perfect result, but I think I can do it." The MC patted her head with his hand and praised her good behavior. "Then I'll clear this place a bit before heading off to fight Erebos." Malja happily replied, "You can rely on me." At that moment, the undead were approaching them. She politely asked, "How long will it take you to do that?" Swallow thought for a moment. "Maybe about 20 minutes. Mala stated with a smile that if it was only 20 minutes, she could easily hold out. The protagonist calmly said that she was so reliable. She wished him a successful battle. The protagonist noted that he should finish here first. Simon noted that he had an idea. Could he really be an ancient monster? MC said that it was quite interesting. He was partly right. He asked, "Then who is he?" Swallow pointed out that he might just be Pedrick's slave. Simon asked, calling him an ancient monster. Why was he talking such nonsense? Did he really expect him to do nothing like an idiot without any preparation? Suddenly, a magic circle appeared. Simon declared, using his abilities and saying his name, one of the pillars of Erebos' forces, "I have never disappointed him." A magical storm blew away the surroundings. And after Simon laughed, he said, "We should use this chance to get to Aravos." The protagonist, partially hidden in the rays of dust, declared, "This scum should stop annoying me." He thought, looking at him in fear, could he really be Swallow? At this rate, I would be in danger. Simon thought, running away from his enemy, that he should inform Aravos about this as soon as possible. The protagonist turned into a huge monster and tried to devour his opponent, but he escaped at the last moment. MC noted that this trash was very fast. Simon used teleportation magic. Swallow, turning back into a human, noted he tried to devour him in one go. Looks like he screwed up. The protagonist thought, scratching his head, I have no desire to chase him, but I can't just let him escape. He remembered that he promised her he would return within 20 minutes. MC thought that he was worried about her, so he couldn't waste time. This trash most likely ran to his master. Aravos is probably somewhere outside the village. That meant his minions should run to the wall, right? Swallow used his abilities, thinking it didn't matter. He was sure that if he destroyed the entire area he ran through, he would get him. After some time, the protagonist examined the destruction and noted that it should be enough to not cause much harm to the village. Afterward, the protagonist asked, "Did I really hear Pedrick?" Most likely, he just imagined it. MC was surprised to notice that he found a corpse. Although, can the corpse of the undead be called a corpse? Swallow picked up the body and asked, "Is it because of him that the village is in ruins? What should he do with it?" What did he say? He shouldn't blame others. If he was not happy with this, then he had to survive. He would explain everything to Pedrick himself. The protagonist asked, "So they called it a barrier?" This was a power that Malji could not cope with alone. The protagonist touched the barrier with his hand and noted that it should be strong enough. However, how strong is it really? MC forcibly broke through the barrier with his hand, which caused his hand to be injured. Swallow smiled and said, "It's stronger than I expected. I believe that with a little effort, I can break it, although only if Dimmer holds out. But if it breaks," Swallow continued, "I won't be able to maintain this form any longer. I'll definitely be scolded by Pedrick." The protagonist addressed the corpse, saying, "If this doesn't work out, I'll simply shift all the blame on you. I'm counting on it." He looked around and said, "There are no people around." MC moved away from the barrier a little, and then assumed his monster form. Swallow rushed at the barrier and successfully passed through it, leaving a hole in the barrier behind him. After a while, the undead surrounded the protagonist. He said, "There are many of them gathered here." The dead rushed at him, making terrible sounds. Suddenly, there was a deafening explosion. The protagonist said, "They should not greet their guests like that." The undead, on command, stepped aside. Only strong monsters remained. The MC noted, "They shouldn't have behaved like this from the very beginning." Swallow threw Simon's body forward and said, "This is a gift for them." The protagonist turned to Orosos and said, "We have a lot to discuss." Orosos asked, calling him an ancient monster, "Do you really think it's okay for humans to oppress these races?" Humans are proud, rude, and selfish. Even when they have a good life, they always want more, attacking the lands of other races. The protagonist noted, "You talk too much. You should get down to business already." He stated humans should disappear and could easily get rid of the Empire. Always believed that the fall of the Empire was impossible without capturing Ryaz, until he heard that the Black Catastrophe had befallen the capital. If he said, even once out loud, that he wanted to destroy humanity, that all the demons in the world would bet their lives on him. MC asked, "How much more could we talk?" It was high time they got down to business. Arrows noted that if he weren't such a slacker, many demons wouldn't have to die. They could exterminate the insignificant humans. Swallow asked, so his plan was his fault. He said that was exactly it. The protagonist interrupted him. "Shut up already." To put it simply, he wanted to destroy humans, so he shouldn't get in his way, right? Arios remarked that it was disappointing. He was truly sorry. Suddenly, a summoning magic circle appeared above the protagonist's head. The MC asked, "What is it?" A rotting taper was summoned to the battlefield. Swallow hurried to put on his bracelet. Swallow hurried to put the door bracelet on his hand as the monster fell to the ground. In the village, Malge noticed, surrounded by the dead, that there was a whole horde of them. She used her magic and partially destroyed the enemies. Malge said, "I'll have to move faster, considering their concentration." She thought the barrier covering the sky was close to divine class magic. Swallow was amazing as always. Malge remembered how he patted her head. She thought that not even 3 minutes had passed since then. The captain asked, "Is everyone safe?" Mage asked. Was he talking about the people burning in that flame? He asked. Was she accompanying the knights? She asked. What was he talking about? She wondered. The captain described the appearance of Pedrick and Swallow. Malgi asked, did she dare to accompany them? She was just a servant. She could not compare with their greatness. He could barely open his eyes and said that he understood now. The captain thought that if she knew them, that she was traveling with them. Rosalina made it in time. At least Toth's death was not in vain. Hasten would be saved. He noted that he would soon be dead. Malgi said that she knew that. The captain, looking at her, asked, though he was in no position to ask now, could you fulfill my request? He thought she was not human, although apparently it did not matter anymore. The captain of the gang of thieves, Hasten, asked, is there any weapon nearby? Could you bring it for me? She looked at him and stuck a spear next to him. Malgi stated that he was a warrior. After a while, she said, being near Swallow, an ominous aura is emanating from there. The rotting tape here made eerie sounds. The protagonist said, using his abilities, Eravos realized it was just another idiotic corpse. He said that he was counting on this. He believed his strength matched the title of an ancient monster. The protagonist thoughtfully asked, is this monster really undead with a core of ancient slime? Taper used his abilities against him. The MC looked at his huge hand, which was covered in slime, with interest. Auravos summoned divine magic, Fangs of Evil. A powerful blow fell on Swallow. This is the strongest divine magic, he declared. Even an ancient monster would not be able to withstand it. Evo spoke while huge clots of dark energy quickly rushed to the ground. You should be afraid of this power, he warned. Several huge stakes were driven into the main character's body, and hordes of monsters marched toward him. Auravos looked at him and said, I will finally kill this ancient monster, fill the lands with the undead, and become the supreme being, ruling over the dead. He threw stakes at him again and asked, after thousands of years of wandering, do you like your blessing? The MC opened his eyes wide and released a powerful wave of energy. Because of this, the stakes that were flying at him collapsed. In a frightening voice, he said, it's very painful, simply unbearable. He would not allow them to continue. Auravos could not believe what was happening. He released his energy and knocked down a tree that was next to him. Swallow looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, why did he hit this tree? Auravos looked up and responded, in any case, there is no stronger magic in his arsenal, right? He has nothing else to surprise me with. He stared at him, wondering if he had truly allowed himself to be tested by godly magic. He had no chance. He needed to retreat. He had rushed things too much. He needed to clear his mind and run from here. He called out his name and said that he was actually speaking to him. He should stop ranting and use something more powerful, if he could. Why had he stopped talking? Was he right in understanding that he was already at his limit? Arrows used his magic and launched the 2 remaining stakes, but the protagonist threw them aside and asked, why does it feel like we're all following the same script? Auravos used magic again, binding him with magical chains. Something began to rise from the ground, and the MC said, this is some kind of nasty spell. A huge creature crawled out of the earth, and he asked, is this another one of your godly tricks? Why was it so huge? It attacked him, and he shouted loudly that it was so dirty. He took human form and muttered that it was disgusting. If it was that big, perhaps he could become a little more serious. His head grew very large, and he killed the monster that attacked him with one bite. Arrow stood aside silently, watching what was happening. After that, Swallow returned to human form and said, "Seems it's time to find a replacement for one of the 7 great dungeons." At the same time, Lawless, Vieira, and Rosalina were hiding in the building. Pedrick asked what the boss was thinking and how much courage he had mustered. He hoped the boss wouldn't forget he was a disaster. Couldn't he understand that he was the boss? Still, it would be nice if he calmed down a little, although there was nothing Pedrick could do about it. He was sure the boss would handle the consequences. Should he write a resignation letter? A powerful explosion occurred near them, and Lawless and Vieira asked, "What's going on over there?" Pedrick replied, "The boss is doing terrible things. More precisely, he's fighting an army of the dead." She asked if he meant that Hoston would be saved. "Do you think so?" Pedrick said that it would work out somehow, so she shouldn't worry so much. He also felt goosebumps on his bones. Can she talk like usual? Luckily, it seemed like there were no more dead people left in the village. Malj had done a great job with that. At that moment, she teleported to him and said loudly, "I'm very tired." She lay down on the floor with a satisfied look and said, "I'm done with all my duties. I haven't used so much mana in a long time." Pedrick praised her and said that if she weren't here, he didn't even know how things would have turned out. She looked at him and asked, "Didn't Mr. Swallow do all the dirty work?" He said that wasn't the case. He thought she had done a better job. Mala asked if he was still not finished. He said that from what she could see, the boss was still fighting. It was quite a sight in front of them. That power was even greater when he started thinking about collateral damage. Every time the boss tried to fix something, he only created more work for them. He took a deep breath and said that he wouldn't be able to rest anytime soon. That was for sure. He only had to hit them a couple of times, so why was he taking so long? He didn't think about him at all, and he always cleaned up after him. He started to get up and asked, her name was Rosalina, right? She turned to him and saw Pedrick standing up, raising his sword. He said that they had promised to only leave the local lord alive, so he needed to deal with her first. There was no point in leaving anyone alive except for this woman. She was very scared because of this, and Lys Vieira called him, saying that she was one of her subjects. He said happily, "Of course, I have no reason to kill her." He looked at Rosalind and thought that she couldn't survive anyway, considering that all the street killers were already dead. More importantly, her psyche was in such a state that there was no point in doing anything to her. If her death somehow affected the ladies of this castle, then they would be the losers. He would simply say that all matters were settled. He turned to MG and called her name. She started to get up, and Pedrick asked, "Can't she put people to sleep?" She asked, it wasn't difficult, but who should she put to sleep? He said that he would like to speak with the Lord in private. She understood what he meant and quietly cast a spell on Rosalind. Rosalind drifted into a peaceful sleep. He then asked, "Shall we begin?" She knew they had helped save her. Now it was her turn to honor her promise. Lisa and Vera asked what needed to be done. With a serious expression, he said, "You must not share anything you've witnessed here." That should already be clear. However, he continued, "I'm going to tell you a story now. Please listen carefully. Once upon a time, there was a courageous lady. She endured great hardship in order to protect her homeland. When she realized that her lands were at risk of falling to the undead, she made a vow to defend her people and her territory, no matter the cost. But the situation grew dire. The undead were closing in, and she no longer had soldiers to defend her. All she could do was seek aid from afar. Even before help could arrive, frustration and fear spread among the people. They turned against her, placing blame where none was deserved. Still, she stood her ground. While danger loomed over the land, she waited, hoping that reinforcements would arrive in time. Time dragged on slowly, but the Imperial troops finally arrived, driving the undead away and saving the lands. It's a wonderful story. However, she is not as cowardly as that lady. She is a lady who sacrificed herself to save her subjects. Lys and Vieira asked if he wanted her to lie to them. Pedrick pointed to the street and asked if she said she wanted to live. She should go and give all the supplies to those who remained. Help from other cities would come after some time. She asked how he could be so sure of that. He said that he was not only sure of it, he helped it. After all, they would do everything to make Lady Hasten a hero. Since there was silence, the boss must have finished by now. It was time for them to head towards him, and he wouldn't mind teleporting. Malv said that she had no mana left at all, so she didn't think she could help. Lowe's and Vieira asked with a slightly worried look if she could ask a question. Why didn't it go so far to save them, she asked. They thought that they were dungeon monsters. They would never care about human lives. Pedrick looked at her with a serious expression and asked, didn't she say that she wanted to live? In that case, she should know her place and not meddle where she doesn't belong. At the same time, the protagonist stood in the middle of the battlefield, surrounded by defeated enemies. He said, it's time for us to replace one of the 7 great dungeons. He felt sorry for him. If he had sat silently, he wouldn't have had to go through all this, right? Both those guys and these, why couldn't they just leave him alone? He'd been stabbed in the back so many times that it constantly hurt. Aravos, who he held with his tentacles, looked at him. He told the ancient monster, who was amazed by his power once again. I don't care, the protagonist said with a slightly displeased expression. But then he wanted to ask something. Why did you choose Hasten? If you hadn't attacked this place, you wouldn't have come here. He said Hasten was the most convenient place to attack the Empire. I didn't mean that, the protagonist replied. He thought that meant the freak knew whose territory he was attacking. Aravos asked, what do you think the reason is? Immediately after that, he began to emit a powerful energy. Swallow reacted instantly, turning his tentacle into sharp spikes, which he pierced his body with. Aravos' body continued to emit magical energy, and he began to laugh loudly. Suddenly, his body exploded and his head fell to the ground. The protagonist looked at it and asked, what was that? So he would try to use teleportation magic. He took his head and said that it didn't matter because he would have died anyway. He decided to look around and became very worried when he saw the battlefield. He asked, what should I do with it? This place will be uninhabitable if it is not restored. Pedrick ran towards him with Malgida and called out for his boss. He became very worried when he saw this and said, with a very concerned expression, stand still and don't move. He had finally found him. He had missed him very much. You missed me too, right? He asked. He stood still and with a sad look said, I'm finished. After some time, Rosalina sat lifelessly outside in the rain. She said, there is no one left at all. What kind of help is this? Is there no one left except me? She looked ahead with a frightening expression and asked, who is to blame? Who killed everyone? At the same time, Rain said to the master with a happy expression, welcome. MC, along with the others, entered the house with a very tired look and said, I'm back. She responded in a happy voice, I've been quietly and obediently waiting for you. The stalag, which might have been hanging from the ceiling, broke and started to fall. She kicked it and added, I even cleaned up pretty well while you were gone. Swallow walked past her, patted her on the head, and praised her for that. He then sat down on a chair. Malge fell to the floor and groaned, I'm terribly tired. Pedrick sat down on the floor, muttering, I feel like I'm going to die. Rady looked at the gentleman with an embarrassed expression and asked, you're very tired, right? Do you want to have dinner first, or would you prefer to take a bath first? He gave her a very tired look and replied, I'll drink some water from the bath. Pedrick, indignant, turned around and asked, what did you teach her while we were gone? Elizabeth laughed, albeit with a worried look, and asked, did everything go according to plan? The protagonist looked at her and replied, you can leave. He agreed with a tired expression, adding, if you count the number of people who died from hunger or at the hands of the undead, then the total victims would be 3,000. Also, don't forget how their boss turned the whole city upside down. Apart from that, everything went pretty well. She was very surprised by what she heard and asked, what did he do there? He calmly replied, what's wrong with just killing the undead? He started searching for something in his inside pocket and added, I did everything perfectly. Elizabeth said, I'm curious. What exactly did you do? He put his head on the table and said, I'm going to sleep. Don't touch me. She was surprised by this, took a moment and asked, is this Aravos? She asked him to wait and he started drinking from a huge cup. What's in there? He asked. She looked at the head with a very serious expression and asked, isn't this just a shell? After some time, MC was lying in a cave and said, I use magic at the very end. Pedrick was sitting next to him and said, no matter how you look at it, you made a mistake. You did a poor job cleaning up the mess. Leaving a lord alive who knows everything is a questionable decision in itself. And now, Aravos is alive. What were they doing in Hust? He thought about it and said, Elizabeth said that he lost at least 70% of his life. Pedrick replied, that's true, but after all, there's still a conflict between the great dungeons. We have to act with caution now. Everything should be fine, he continued, since Aravos won't be coming out for a while. We need to stop messing around. Like I said before, Pedrick added, even if the haste thing is settled, accepting monsters into the dungeon is still my responsibility. Are you even listening to me? He asked. He looked at Pedrick, but noticed that Swallow had already fallen asleep. At the same time, Rosaline arrived at the tree where the bodies of the people hung. A group of people were sitting nearby. One of them said, they've been feeding us for 3 days straight. What's the point of feeding us? Another asked, my children and wife are dead. Should we praise the Lord for this? Everything is fine as long as we don't starve, someone else remarked. I'd rather follow them to the afterlife than live like this, another said. We need to eat, someone muttered, but then one of them noticed Rosalina and asked, are you giving up too? You could eat before you leave, they added. Rosalina looked at them and asked, where would I go? Of course, she was suffering too and wanted to run away as far as possible. However, why did they have to run away? What did they do to deserve death? They should think better about who is to blame and who killed everyone. She gritted her teeth in anger. This was really unfair. They should not direct their hatred to the wrong target, she said. They should not destroy themselves senselessly. If they were going to die anyway, they needed to take revenge on the creature that had put them in this situation. They looked at her with serious faces. One of them asked what they needed to do. Rosalina looked at them. You already know, she said. You need to kill all the undead. After some time, the king called R by his full name in his hall. He knelt before him and listened attentively. The king spoke. I called you because you did not get distracted during my long speech. The knight asked, how could I have done otherwise? The king calmly replied, the lives of the raid participants are in your hands. I expect great things from you. R nodded. I will do everything to live up to your expectations. After that, he flew away in a carriage pulled by flying homunculi. Garrett was sitting on the couch and asked, did that mean he had received full rights to lead the raid? R asked, did she say that a warrant had been issued for pay right? She said that although he was on the run now, he had once been a wealthy aristocrat. He must have people helping him, so a warrant would not be of much help. He said with a calm expression that, however, what he knew about the pursuit was enough. He looked out the window and thought that a month had passed since the black catastrophe descended on the capital. Chaos reigned in the upper echelons of the empire. Everyone was trying to blame each other. Those who could not cope with it were destroyed. A lot had changed. The carriage landed next to a luxurious building, and they got out of the carriage. Garrett asked, you know there's a meeting in 2 hours, right? What should she do if he was late? R said that she would just have to wait for him. By the way, what about her? She said that she should be inside. He entered the room and said, I'm coming in. Wade was eating donuts and looked at him with a surprised look. He called Wynn's name with a happy smile and asked, did you have a good rest? She looked at him with a happy smile and called him by name. Several people entered the cave and said that he should listen carefully. At the first appearance of monsters, we should retreat, they warned. We must not let our guard down. After all, we are at the core of the primordial world, and we're about to reach the first room. He hoped the information they received was correct. They moved further, and it turned out to be true. The news that the monster hasn't appeared since Halt's raid 2 months ago is accurate and confirmed. We'll definitely find something in this sortie. We should continue. Great. Now we can fill our pockets. They began to inspect the rooms, and one of them asked, is there nothing even here? Are you sure the information didn't leak out? Maybe other squads have already cleaned out this place and taken everything useful. This cannot be. It's simply impossible. Another replied, is this really the core of the primordial world? If we don't find anything after going this deep, then there really may be nothing here. Someone else muttered. In the next room, the 5th one, there was an ancient plant monster known as the Anthropophagus growing. It had thorns like any monster with vines. It is rumored that if it's processed with a special method, it can be used in forging. This material will be as strong as ore. Its body parts alone can be sold for a high price. If they steal something, they can still make money. What if the 5th room is also empty, or there are monsters left in there? They are only a C-rank squad, after all. They will die from one hit by the weakest monster in this dungeon, so they want to go back empty-handed. Those who wish can leave now, he said. I will not stop you. However, from now on, you can forget about your share of the loot. They went further and asked if there was anything visible. They found long vines, began to mine them, and said it was good that they hadn't left yet. We need to collect everything and quickly leave here, they agreed. The squad captain noticed something in the reflection of his dagger and became very worried. He started running away from the huge teeth behind him and loudly warned the others about the danger. They didn't have time to run away. They were killed. And as expected, Petrick said those people didn't have anything worthwhile with them. Renee added, they could have survived if they had decided to go home. Perhaps the selfishness and greed of people are limitless. She looked away with disgust and said, I hate people. He continued to examine things and asked, is there anything useful after all? He called the boss and asked, what do you think? Swallow lay nearby with a calm look and said, they taste better than those undead. Petrick said, that's a predictable answer. Those people don't look like residents of the Empire. Judging by their clothes, they're from the Western Kingdom. Renee looked at the bloody fabric and, with a displeased look, said, they've come a long way. The protagonist looked at them with a smile and said, who would have thought that an exotic delicacy would be dropped off at our door? Pedrick looked at him with a slightly displeased expression and asked, how did you come to such a conclusion? However, it seemed they could no longer delay replenishing the ranks of their dungeon. He thought that rumors about the monster abyss were spreading too quickly. He asked, how can you act so indifferent when we're discussing your own dungeon? He himself was already starting to feel completely apathetic. What did he think he was going to say? Could he please go downstairs before he got his resignation letter? He became very worried about this and said loudly that he understood it and was already going down. Pedrick looked away and said, fortunately at such a time, our guest is Lady Malgia. With her detection magic, we'll quickly find out about any intruders. The MC smiled and said, she's so reliable. Renee was indignant and replied, I actually have magic too. He patted her on the head, agreed, and said, You're so wonderful and amazing. MG looked at this and said, I'm glad I can help the great core of the primordial world. Pedrick nodded and said, Of course, because of you, we've avoided a lot of trouble. She looked up and asked, Do you know how long I'll have to stay here as a guest? At the same time, a being similar to the MC stood in front of the throne and told His Majesty Ubar, the preparations are complete. We should start moving towards Udic. After some time, Mala sat on a rock, gazed at the sky, and said, My future seems so bleak. I have no money or a place to call home. It's so sad. She needed to make a decision quickly because in a few days, there would be a meeting of the Demon Kings. Pedrick came up to her and said, The air is so refreshing today. She looked at him and asked, Did you also come out to get some air? He refused, saying, It's some kind of joke among the undead. She replied, I understand, but it's not funny. He looked in the same direction she was and asked, What are you doing here? Maul simply said, As I can see, you just came out to get some air. What about you? Pedrick answered, Since I don't need things like sleep, I spend the rest of my free time honing my skills. She asked, Can you even become stronger? Pedrick responded, As soon as his sword and a swordsman's hands stop training, they begin to rust. An awkward pause followed. He realized that, now that he thought about it, this was the first time he had spoken to her alone. He coughed, then said, It's nothing special, but Master Swallow has almost recovered. Even Lady Renee is coming. Would you like to visit him? They went to him and Malier said, It doesn't look like he's fully healed yet. Pedrick replied, Perhaps we shouldn't expect anything better. Even this state is already a miracle. Renee jumped to the ground and said, There is still a little left, but the recovery rate is too slow. I don't think he can grow more than 5 tentacles. Malier asked, Did she say that he fought against the Hishful Trade Union? Pedrick asked, Did she have a Demon King's castle near the capital, right? Perhaps her ignorance would seem strange. She agreed and said, How could I not know about the raid party that included the greatest hero, Vern Hishthal? This is the party that killed my father. She wondered, Ed, how powerful must the master be if he could survive against such opponents? It seemed that she was just dreaming of staying at the core of the primordial world. Pedrick said, Since the master will recover soon, we need to convince the boss to recruit new monsters. Renee said happily, We should only accept men like the golems that were in the 4th room. He was about to say something but stopped when Malier called them both. They looked at her and she said, I think it would be better if I went to Judica at the same time. R asked, How are your wounds healing? Wynn said that everything was fine, just fine. Garrett said that she should act like she was still healing. It would do no good if others saw her regeneration speed. She agreed and said that they should stop talking about such nonsense already. He looked in the closet and asked, Since we have snacks, would you like some tea? She said that she was getting ready for a meeting. He remembered this and asked, How did Maid come to see you today? Wynn thought about it and said that she was not sure since she had gone outside to get snacks. R, with a serious expression, asked if they could go to the meeting room without him. He had some paperwork to sort out and would catch up with them soon. They headed for the exit and he said he had to hurry. They came out and he asked, Do you know who the maids are that were washing the tea set? A man came out of the shadows next to him and said he would find out as soon as possible. R said he didn't have to report. He figured there were thousands of confidential documents scattered around the office. The maid might have read some of them, but he had no way of knowing. He said, We have to find the maids and get rid of them in exactly 4 days. After that, he came to the meeting and said he was grateful to them for taking the time out of their busy schedules. He called them to discuss the Black Disaster and the Devourer that was threatening the peace of the Empire. Cart said with a serious expression, The Royal Court has ruled that the Black Disaster was not Swallow. Did they disagree with that? R told the scout leader that it was not so. The announcement was only made so that the townspeople could breathe a sigh of relief. He asked, Is it true? True. Then where is the proof that the Black Disaster was it? He said that he had seen it with his own eyes. I was the one who fought with the heroine Wynn, and because of that, Garrett lost her arm. One of them asked loudly, How dare he lie so brazenly? I've never heard of such reports. He said with a calm expression, The proof is right in front of you. They looked at him for a few seconds, and Cart said that it seemed like he wasn't lying. He thought it was surprising that even she was no match for him. R said, The thing is, Swallow had appeared without warning. Any signs or hints? They had to be prepared because there was no telling when he would show up again. One of the people present asked, What's the plan? How are we going to stop him? Duke Romulo replied that it didn't look like there were any gaps in the capital's defenses. Doesn't that mean such things are useless in the face of Swallow? R agreed, saying he was right. Now we should move on to my question, he continued. I wanted to remind you all about the need to obtain the 36th masterpiece. He thought it wouldn't be easy to find. Even the brahalic tooth that had recently been returned had ended up in his hands. How much strength would we need to fight back against him? Even with the Empire's strongest talents gathered here, it seemed useless. Humans, other than Wynn, were too fragile. No matter how much they trained, they wouldn't be able to leave even a scratch on him. In order to overcome his incredible aura and strength, we need the 36th masterpiece. He added, the bishop has been acting strange lately. He's been spreading rumors that Swallow is God's punishment for the Empire's sins. The woman stood up with a displeased look and asked loudly, "What are you saying?" He replied, "Nothing surprising. The Empire has been oppressing religion for generations." She became even angrier and said, "You should watch your words. Your words could be considered treason." A smile appeared on R's face. He chuckled quietly. She asked loudly, "Is he even laughing?" She grabbed his clothes, but he calmly said, "I'm just telling the truth." The man put the blade of his sword to her throat and said, "You also overestimate your own strength." He gestured for his guard to leave and said, "I will not take this lightly. If we don't act, the Empire will split in two, thanks to the actions of the bishop's faction." He thought that his faction had 3 masterpieces out of 36 in their hands, calling them sacred relics. In order to take them, we would have to unleash a great holy war. After some time, Pedrick asked, "Will he not say anything else?" The protagonist lay quietly on the floor and calmly agreed. Indignant, Pedrick asked loudly, "Will he not say anything about the fact that Lady Mala left? She already left." He looked at him with a slightly worried expression, nodded, and said, "I've already heard about it." "What's wrong with that?" Pedrick grew even angrier. He asked the boss, his voice filled with dissatisfaction, "Does he only need ears for decoration? Can you even hear him?" She left the dungeon. Pedrick continued, his frustration growing. It's because of his useless ears that she and Lady Renee decided to leave. They can't come to an agreement with him. The MC covered his ears with his hands and replied, "Didn't he say that she went to Judica? Then what's the problem? The Demon King's ball is coming soon, so everything is fine." Patrick pushed his hand away and asked loudly, "Maybe the problem is that she might not come back." He started screaming in pain. "She never said she would stay there." "Letting go," he said. "If you think about it, I was right." He looked at him with a slightly worried expression and asked, "Then why was he throwing his power around like that?" With a thoughtful look, he said, "To be honest, Lady Mala had been acting strangely before she decided to go to Judah. Instead of saying that she would come back, she simply said that she had to go. Maybe he was winding himself up too much." Renee came up to them with a large vat and said that she alone had thought it strange too. He said that maybe she was planning on gathering her own powers again. She lifted the lid of the vat and swallowed. "What are you cooking?" he asked. With a happy look, she said that he seemed sluggish to her, so she made a stew for him. He asked loudly with a very worried look, "Do you want me to die?" Pedrick laughed and said that he heard wrong, but the result would be the same, so he could count it that way. Renee got really angry about this and hit him hard on the head. The protagonist started to cover the vat of stew and asked, "Do you understand that Mali is gone? But is that a reason for such a meeting? Do we have anything else to say?" He agreed and told the boss that they couldn't put off the issue of recruiting new monsters any longer. She agreed with him, and then he asked, "Why do they keep blaming me for everything?" Pedrick looked at him with a displeased expression and asked, "Who else is blaming whom?" He lay down on his back and said, "I won't take another step from here. Don't they find this weird? Aren't they the protectors? Should they be doing this instead of the boss?" He was encouraged by Pedrick saying that, of course, he was right. However, this wouldn't do. Has he forgotten already? He left all the questions about Huss to him. He should have a rough idea of how much it must cost. He actually had other things to do. MC sighed with displeasure and said, "I'm wondering why I agreed so easily. If I'm busy, then who else could go?" He pointed with his hand and added, "Of course, Renee could do it." She said with a happy look, "You shouldn't worry. You can rely on me." He remembered the past with a very scared look and said she had problems with her eyes after all. Won't people be suspicious of her? Pedrick agreed and said, "You can leave everything in her hands and rest." He was about to leave but stopped as if he were about to say something. At that moment, the old man who was riding in the carriage stopped and told the young lady, "We've arrived. It must be hard to travel the world alone at such a young age. You should take care of yourself." Malj got out of the carriage and agreed. She looked ahead with a slightly worried look, and thought that she never thought she would go to such a place. This is the mercenary city of Necht. Needless to say, the name suits this city. Everyone looks dangerous. The city is located between the countries of the Empire and the Alliance. The city itself does not belong to either side. 1/4 of the population is involved in dungeon raids. She heard that the people here have the most information about conquering dungeons. She doesn't see any maps or signs here. This is her first time visiting such an unfriendly place. It seems that she will have to rely on the starry sky to get to Judik. It is as big as the Demon King's castle. Mouge looked around with a serious look and thought that everything around her was covered in thick mana. There are no more than 10 people here. They are not inferior in strength to the mages from Rio. There are definitely a lot of raid requests and information here. She saw a man approach the entrance of the establishment, show his pass, and was allowed to enter. She wondered, is this the sign of the squad? It seems she can't enter without it. It seems it will be difficult to gather information here. She looked towards a dark alley and felt mana coming from it. She decided to go there, covering her nose with her hand because of the foul smell. She saw monsters locked in cages and wondered if they had all been captured. A man approached her, wiping his hand with a handkerchief. "How did a young lady like you end up in such a place?" he asked. There was a dog sitting in a cage next to them, its eyes emitting magical energy. "What are you doing here?" he asked again. He bowed and said, "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Pun. I'm a merchant from Albright. Are you looking for something?" He looked at her with a sly glance, thinking that she seemed young. But since she was here alone, she couldn't just be the daughter of an aristocrat. He should be more polite to her. "Melia," she replied, giving her name. "I'm from the House of Agrius." "What is this place?" she asked. Pun gestured around. "To put it simply, it's a storage room for raid items. Usually, it's used for materials for equipment or decorations. But from what you see, I'm simply selling them." She thought for a moment, then nodded. She would need to rebuild the army after restoring the castle. It would be a good idea to look around. He said with a smile, "They have everything. You can look around." Her attention was drawn to the lycanthrope monster sitting in a cage. She thought it was a strong demonic creature, one that would defend its territory to the very end, like an army commander in a war. She wanted to buy it and asked, "How much does this demonic creature cost?" Pun asked, "Do you want to buy it?" It's truly dangerous. 4 B-rank warriors had to be sacrificed to capture it. Mauge looked at him and said, "Just name your price." He agreed and began looking at the list. "So this lycanthrope costs 250 ons," he said. She was very surprised and thought it was too expensive. Clutching a bag of money in her hand, she considered that, of course, she had that kind of money. But then she remembered that before Renee left, she had given her the bag, and she only had the 500 ons she received earlier. She couldn't spend half of her fortune before rebuilding the castle. She turned around and said, "I'll look at the other monsters." Pun smiled and nodded. "Take your time," he said. MJ approached one of the cages and asked what was inside. He looked at it and replied that he only knew a little. He had heard they were found after a raid had been cleared. Their mother was missing, and because they had shown aggression, some mistook them for large wild dogs. She reached into the cage gently and said that they were just like lost children. Pun grew concerned and warned her that it might not be safe. They were still magical creatures with unknown temperaments. Yet the dog sat calmly and she softly patted its head. Turning around, she said reassuringly that she wasn't blaming anyone, so he didn't need to worry. He raised his voice, concerned she could have been hurt. She continued to stroke the creature and casually asked how much it cost. Later that night, Malv returned from the city and announced that she had gone ahead and purchased it. Looking at the large dog in front of her, she commented that it seemed smaller when it was in the cage. The dark fur had blended into the shadows and only its head had been clearly visible. "From today on, its name is 20, she declared. Looking up, she added thoughtfully, "They say that in the mountains, it gets dark 30 minutes earlier." It seems they were not lying to her. It is very beautiful, like the sky at the core of the primordial world. Now is not the time to think about it, though. She needs to hurry and get to Judith. After some time, she saw a deer standing in a clearing. "It looks like we've arrived at the right place," she said. "The great guest has arrived. He is to show me the way." The deer transformed and called her the Demon King. He pointed to the side and said, "You can go to the fallen monastery beyond the mountains. The other kings are already there." Malji walked on, but then she turned around and noticed 20s following her. She stopped him with a displeased look. "Why are you following me?" she asked. "When it comes to this, you should just sit and wait for me." He seemed completely clueless. Malji patted his head and said, "Just stand there and wait for your mistress to return. If you see a human, you'll have to hide quickly." She couldn't take it with her to a place where all escorts were scrupulously searched. No matter how much she thought about it, 20s didn't sound very good. She stared at him, trying to think of what to call him. Looking at him, she remembered Swallow and said, "Now his name will be Devday." Wings appeared behind her back. She flew up and said she would return as soon as possible. "So, you should calmly wait for me. I won't see you again, but I'm sure you'll forgive me for this." At the same time, the protagonist with a tired look said, "I won't forgive you. I've told you this before, but nothing ever changes." Pedrick asked, "Have I been cursing you for hundreds of years? Are you tired of it yet?" He added, "I hope you get osteoporosis." The protagonist looked at him and said with feigned surprise, "That's new. But don't think badly of me. Consider this not a mission, but a light warm-up." He threw him something and said, "Take it." The protagonist looked at the item Pedrick threw him and asked, "How much more of this do you have?" Pedrick thought for a moment and said, "About 30 grand left." The protagonist asked, "Didn't you tell me this was very expensive? Have you spent all the dungeon savings?" Pedrick replied, "Didn't you tell me this was a very cheap item?" They stood in front of each other for a few seconds. The protagonist, looking displeased, asked, "And what now?" Did that mean he had lied to him? Pedrick said that he just wanted him to use it with caution. Renee came to them and asked, "Have you been waiting for me for a long time?" "It's time for us to go," she added. "It feels like we're on our honeymoon. I'm looking forward to when it's just the two of us." Swallow turned around and started to walk away. "It's time for us to go," he said. Pedrick hit him with his hand. "Where are you going? We should be a little more serious. We can't forget the purpose of our sortie." He started to cry out of worry, saying loudly, "I'm asking you to come back without blowing up half the world." They continued to walk away. Pedrick asked, "So, where are they going anyway?" Renee looked at the map. "We're going to the next mercenary city. It should have a lot of information." Pedrick stood there with a worried look and asked, "Was it a mistake to send those two?" He turned around and asked, "As long as they use their brains, there shouldn't be any problems, right?" At the same time, Mage went down into the dungeon, thinking that a lot of time had passed. She reached the hall where the meeting of the Demon King's Judic was taking place. She took the drink and thought that she hadn't been here for a long time, so she was a little worried. She remembered the past and thought when she came here with her father, she was always the center of attention. However, now no one cared about her. Someone passed by and touched her, causing her to spill a drink on her face. She turned around with a displeased expression and asked loudly, "What do they want?" She noticed a guy looking at her and wondered, is he not the Demon King? She began to concentrate energy in her hand and thought, how dare he bump into the Demon King? She noticed that he was laughing and did not use her magic. Because of what happened, everyone started laughing really loudly and asked, is she still the Demon King? Mage thought that these freaks were looking down on her. They knew that she would not be able to fight back now, so they were making fun of her. For now, she would let them get away with it, but soon she would gather a great army. Someone put a hand on her shoulder. She was still angry and wondered if once was not enough. She was about to ask something loudly, but stopped when she saw Marmolia. Marmolia asked if it was really her. Mage was very happy to see her, hugged her, and asked, "Do you even know how worried I was? How much time has passed already? It feels like just yesterday we were playing and studying together." Marmolia asked her to let go and said, "Stop acting rudely. It seems like she is still far from the image of a worthy Demon King." Marmolia said with a happy look, "Since when did we have such a formal relationship?" She looked away with a serious expression and added, "First, we need to go somewhere." At the same time, in the city of Ney, the MC placed 2 coins on the table and said, "We need a better room." The tavern owner, surprised, exclaimed loudly, "I'll show you right away." Afterward, they arrived at the room. He immediately lay down on the bed, wanting to sleep. The owner standing by the door said, "I wish you a pleasant rest. You can call me if you need anything." With that, he left. Renee, looking happy, commented, "You can't just lie around like that now." Swallow lay there looking exhausted and replied, "We didn't stop to rest even once on the way here." She continued, "I heard there's an adventurer's shop nearby. We just need to find a couple of monsters here. If you come with me, we'll be done in no time. I believe you can handle it." "Now get up," she urged. He covered his ears with his hands, clearly worn out, but she thought they really should go, even though he looked extremely tired. Well, she couldn't help it. Her eyes lit up as she thought that such an opportunity only came once in a lifetime. Earlier, when she was preparing the stew, Hedrick came to her and asked if she wanted to spend some time alone with the boss. Renee turned to him with a very happy look and asked, "Could we go on a date?" He said that wasn't exactly true. She just needed to tell the boss a couple of times that she was going somewhere alone. Renee asked with a happy look, "Then we could go on our honeymoon?" He replied, "Didn't you just say something about a date?" Although the difference wasn't that big. At that moment, the protagonist began to get up and said, "I can't even lie down and rest properly." Renee thought that she had done everything as Pedrick had told her. She couldn't even imagine that the master would go on his own. It only showed how important she was to him. This time he would definitely be hers. She just needed to finish all the work quickly. Then they would go on the perfect honeymoon. She was a real genius. After a while, Marmolia said she had heard about what happened to her castle. She sent monsters to check, but that place was already inhabited by humans. Mala said that the castle had turned into human territory after all. She looked at her and added that everyone thought she was dead. "Where had you been for the last couple of months?" she asked. Mala replied that she had just been traveling around different places. She thought there was no need to mention her stay at the core of the primordial world. Raulia took her hands, a happy expression on her face. "Whatever the case, it's good that you're alive," she said. Malji admitted that, to be honest, she had thought she would be hated like everyone else. It was just that our fathers didn't get along very well, she added. She smiled, continuing, but that's our problem. Their arguments are in the past. Now we become kings ourselves, walking our own paths. By the way, didn't you come here for help? Was that right? Malji asked. Malji kept silent, a slightly sad look in her eyes. I already know everything, she said quietly. Ramalia responded, I can help you. I say this as a friend, not as a demon king. If you try, you can handle it. She looked at Malji, thinking that unlike her, she had grown up. She stood up from her chair, extending her hand to her. It's time for us to go back, she said. Malji reached out toward her, her voice full of gratitude. I'm thankful for your help. I will definitely rebuild the castle. A slight grin appeared on Marmolia's face as she said, I'll definitely manage. Malji remembered her childhood when Marmolia had said loudly with tears in her eyes, my dad is stronger. He's a true descendant of Asmodeus. Marmolia had also cried, denied it, and said loudly, my dad is stronger and his horn looks cooler. They started to fight, and Malji thought that they had been arguing since childhood. It was never about appearance or views. Somehow, they always found a reason to conflict. Maybe their fathers had influenced them so much, as far as Malji could remember, they had never gotten along. Yet, despite their bad relationship, they could still be called friends. Malji was able to release magical energy, destroying the wall, and she thought it was at that moment that we began to change. At least, that's what I thought. Currently, Marmolia was walking down the hallway and said, we need to go this way. Mala followed her and with a small smile said, you still seem like a child inside. Marmolia turned to her and asked, what are you suddenly talking about? Mala waved it off and said, never mind. Don't pay attention to it. Then she asked, by the way, where was she taking her? She said that there was no way she'd help her rebuild the army alone. There were other demon kings with the same goals. She opened the door and said with a smile, we need to go this way. Malj followed her with a happy expression, but her smile instantly disappeared when she saw what lay beyond the door. There were other demon kings standing in the room, all looking down on her. She turned to her friend with a worried expression, but her friend bowed and said, I brought her. Malj thought that this was to be expected. She was still too young. She hadn't changed at all. Ramalia looked at her with a slight grin and called him the loser. After that, Malj knelt down in the middle of the room. The demon king Ubarg, from the 4th generation of direct descendants of Satan, spoke. Such a disappointment. Molia leaned towards her with a smile and asked, did she really think that the demon king, who had lost all his power, would be welcomed here in Utica? Malj clenched her hand into a fist. She thought she knew she wouldn't be treated well. However, she never imagined it would be this bad. He called her a descendant of Asodius and said that he would give her a chance to justify herself. She said that there was a misunderstanding. She did not lose to humans. The demon kings looked at her and asked, is she saying that she did not lose to humans? Does she seriously think that if the demon kings survived alone, then this is a victory? It should just kill her. She should look at herself. Does she seriously think that she did not lose? Malji thought with a worried look. She had nothing to refute this. The loss of the army lay on the shoulders of the demon king. She decided to surrender and said that it was all her fault. The demon kings who were standing around said that she was a disgrace to their race. How thick-skinned is she that she dared to come to Judica? We can't let her hold the title of Demon King any longer, otherwise she will bring even more shame. We must kill her. We will not let the meeting fall apart for someone like her. We will decide what to do with her on the last day. Ubar took a deep breath and said we should put her behind bars at the same time. In a dark alley, a man said, I will not let you through. This is a restricted area. You need to show your insignia. Yeah. He looked at MC and thought, is this some homeless guy with a maid? This guy looks like he will fall off his feet at any moment. Renee showed 2 tokens, which surprised him a lot, and he wondered, are they class raiders? He said that they could pass. Welcome to their store. He hoped that they would continue to work for the benefit of humanity. They walked further, and he asked when she managed to get these things. She said with a smile that she found them while cleaning and kept the cleanest ones. He thought back to the past and remembered that there were tons of them lying around the dungeon. She said that, of course, there were more than enough. They looked at the notice board and she said with a little surprise, it seems like they really do have all the information about the dungeons. Will we even have time to read everything? They sat down at the table, put down a lot of scrolls, and Swallow asked, what are we looking for anyway? Rennie said that they needed a strong monster that humans could never defeat. He said with a dissatisfied look, we should have brought another monster from the Great Dungeons. Although that was not an option, by the way. Would a level slightly lower than the Great Dungeons do? She handed him some scrolls and said, if you need monsters slightly lower than the Great Dungeons, these will be fine. A guy approached them and said, I need to start cleaning soon. Could you please come back tomorrow? Rennie looked at him and replied, we want to stay a little longer. Could you wait a bit? He smiled slightly and said, everyone else has already left. You can't stay here just for the 2 of you. Renee thought, her face showing dissatisfaction. If they dragged this on until tomorrow, the date plan would fall through, and they have to come back here again. There was no way she was coming back, so they should just get rid of him. The protagonist took out a coin and asked. They have other requests too, right? The guy was surprised by this and asked, what raid are they interested in? He glanced at the scrolls, thinking none of these suit them. She pointed to the board and said, bring this one. Afterward, they took many scrolls and began to check them in the room, but they couldn't find a suitable dungeon. Renee said that it seemed like there weren't many useful monsters here this time. MC read the scroll and asked, what about this? He heard that it was an ancient slime. She said, I thought about it too, but the dungeon is too far from here. He agreed, put the scroll on the floor, and asked, maybe it's worth just recruiting Malia? She said, I can't say I didn't think about it. However, forcing her to watch the runes. He looked at the ceiling with a tired expression and said weakly, I see. Renee, with a slightly sad look, said, if we think about the level of people needed to attack the great dungeons, I would reach my limit in 3 years. Besides, she added, maybe I just thought I looked the coolest as a demon king. He continued to lie on the bed and said, you're right. But still, I should have asked her. She helped me a lot in bringing her home. After all, maybe I let her go too easily. Swallow remembered the past and thought, come to think of it, didn't he blow up her castle? He sat up and asked, how long will the meeting of the kings last? She remembered that and said, it will last 2 days for sure. If you're going there, then we'll have to make it before it ends. He could do it, right? He started putting on his shoes and said that they could try. It couldn't be helped if it was too far. She said that in order to get to Judik, he would need to read the stars. She had heard that it was a hereditary skill of the demon kings, but she didn't know what to do. He thought about it for a moment and then said that he could handle it. At the same time, the dear demon who was standing at the entrance with Dev felt uneasy somehow. He noticed someone walking towards him and shouted loudly, stop! He could look like a demon king. Only demon kings were allowed to enter from here. If he came any closer, he would be finished. The main character continued walking towards him, and he shouted again, I've warned you enough. I am Bahamut, a servant of the great Yuvar. As long as I guard this place, idiots like you will not pass by alive. He watched the main character transform with a calm expression and asked, why are you shouting so loudly? At the same time, Marmolia laughed and said, it's not a bad view. Don't you think it's beautiful? She looked at Malj, who was sitting silently in the cage, and said that she looked better than she expected. They were friends after all. Would she allow her to give her advice? When they were discussing what to do with her, everyone said that they should set a good example and kill her. However, she is her friend. She can't let that happen, right? So she tried hard to convince them. She had no idea how hard it was for her. So, what punishment did she think they chose? They decided to rip out her horns and fangs? What a pity. She won't even have horns left. How many demon kings would look down on her in such a situation? She probably did. She didn't even know how much she wanted to see her in such a state. Since she would lose her privileges as a demon king when she lost her horns and fangs, she had a great idea. Maybe she could become her subordinate. She was willing to give her such a chance. Maybe she would even offer her a higher position if she licked her feet diligently. Maul didn't tell her anything, and she asked why she was silent. Is she really not wanted? 2 demons approached them and said that they had ordered the criminal to be brought to the courtroom. Mermolia turned to them and said that they could lead her. They started to lead her away, and she watched, saying, this is so boring, although the fun was just beginning. When she was brought to the hall, the Demon King spoke. A trial is about to take place. We will determine the measure of punishment for losing the trust of the demons who serve you, for the great crime with which you have dishonored the title of Demon King. Her punishment would be severe, cutting off her demon horns and claws. The Demon King then gave her the right to speak her last words. Do you want to say something? Mally raised her head and replied, although I haven't spent much time behind bars, I had time to think about many things. Even so, I still don't understand. The weak perish and the strong survive. After all, the Demon King's army was originally gathered to protect me. The weak army fell and the strong Demon King survived. I still don't understand. What is the problem? They were outraged by this. One of them shouted, you are the Demon King. Is this how you see your army? Mally asked calmly, are you saying I abandoned them? Do you even know how they treated each other? Mermolia laughed and then asked, is she throwing around high-flown speeches when her army was wiped out and she herself is in a pathetic state? It seems like she has gone completely crazy. Malji calmly said, this is not true. She has finally come to her senses. No matter how much she thinks about the trial, it makes no sense. They say they are judging her for crimes, although she has done nothing wrong. They are discussing her punishments before the decision is made. She can understand her baseness, but the fact that the greatest Demon King is supporting this whole farce is just ridiculous. She called out to Sir Ubar, who was sitting on his throne, and asked, isn't she right? Mormolia was very surprised because she called him not a master. The other demon kings asked loudly, how dare she talk like that to a master? How dare she behave like that to a supreme being? Her tongue should be cut off along with her fangs. He calmly said, forget about it. She has already lost everything. I am not at all hurt by her words. Malji thought that no matter what she said at this point, the outcome would be the same. A smile appeared on her face. She thought they should see what a supreme being really looks like. To think that the so-called demon kings were so ignorant, it was ridiculous. She really felt calmer. The demon king turned around and said loudly, we will carry out the first punishment first, and then we'll decide on the measures for your impudence. Start the punishment now. The demon with the weapon in his hand laughed. We'll work all together. It will hurt a lot, he said. So enjoy it properly. I'll start with your horns. Suddenly, they heard loud sounds. Because of this, the demon stopped. Everyone was worried about what was happening. Marmolia said, we've only just gotten to the good part. One of the demon kings asked loudly, where are those sounds coming from? Malge, with a surprised look, wondered, could it be that Swallow has come all this way? One of the demons said, I never thought I'd hear a dog barking in such a sacred place as Judica. What caught everyone's attention was when the protagonist said, it's much nicer to hear a dog bark than to hear what you're saying. She refused to believe it. He would never come here, she thought. I must be starting to hallucinate. He has no business being here, even if she turns around now. However, still, if he is here. She turned around with a sad look, still believing that she would be saved. MC sat on a chair in front of her and asked with a smile, does it seem like she is in trouble? Yuba remembered his past when he was lying surrounded by dead demons and saw Swallow standing next to him. He asked, was that the last one? Why do they resist like that? They are demon kings, but they are so stupid. He looked at him and asked, was there still one survivor? He went to him and said, if he has horns, then he is definitely a demon king. How old is he? It's hard to tell from his appearance. He should raise his head. He called him worthless and said, I'm telling you to look up at me. You have such beautiful horns. What's your name? He looked at him with a very scared expression and tried to say his name. Currently, he looked at the protagonist with a worried look while the demon kings were calling his name. Devda ran up to Mala and jumped on her with a happy look. He started licking her face and she asked with a smile, didn't I tell you to wait for me patiently? It looks like you followed the Lord. Ramalia got very angry about what happened. She looked away and loudly asked the two of them, which king do you serve? How dare you interfere with the sacred process of the trial? Renee looked at her with a very angry expression and said, you should know your place. She was about to say something else but stopped when MC said, you can ignore it. They interrupted us, right? He added, I apologize. I strayed for the main topic. We don't serve anyone, he continued. We were just passing by. He walked to the center of the room and said, something interests me. They seemed confused by Malia's behavior. She had nothing left. Is that why they treated her like that? Disgusting punishment. He then said, since I've decided to destroy all your armies, surely no one would mind if I cut off your horns and claws at the same time, right? The demon kings grew angry. This idiot doesn't know his place at all, one of them muttered. Not only did he insult the people gathered here in Ubica, but he went further and started threatening Ubar. Swallow. With a calm expression, he waited. One of the demon kings flew towards him, took out a weapon, and told him that he should shut up. He would tear him into pieces, making his corpse unrecognizable. He should just die quietly. He stood there with a calm expression and simply yawned before the attack. A magic circle suddenly appeared in front of the demon king and he crashed into it. He fell to the ground and a protagonist asked why they were looking at him. It wasn't me who did this, he said, but that demon king. They all turned to Ubar and saw him using his magic with a serious expression. He asked, how dare you disobey the supreme being? Ubar then apologized and assured them that anyone who raised a sword against the supreme being would be severely punished. He knelt down and said, I greet the supreme being, Sir Swallow. The demon kings were surprised when they heard this and asked, is he from the core of the primordial world? The demon king Ubar had stopped with his magic, called out to him and asked, why did you do this? Ubar looked at him with a worried expression, wondering if this idiot still didn't understand the situation. The demon king looked at Renee and said that she looked familiar. Where had he seen her? Ubar thought that if he hadn't stopped him with his own hands just now, that MAID would have decapitated him in an instant. Not only him, but all the demon kings around him might have died. He asked the supreme being, for what reason did you come such a long way to such a worthless place? The MC looked at him, remembered and asked, your name is Ubar, right? He had grown so much that he almost didn't recognize him. Ubar continued to kneel in front of him and said that it was all thanks to his favor 900 years ago. Swallow placed his hand on Ubar's shoulder and told him to stand up. After all, that was not why he had come here. Ubar looked at his hand with a frightened expression. He thought he felt a fear he could not forget. Just like when the protagonist suddenly appeared 900 years ago, Just like 900 years ago, he looked down on him and asked why he thought he had come here. Yubar might not be so nervous. He should be scared because of the past, but this time, he had really come for another demon. He had come to take MG from here. Renee went to her and called her by name. She smiled and said that they had discussed the situation and concluded that the core of the primordial world needed her. Does she want to become a member of their dungeon? She came here to renew the ranks of the army, right? If she accepts their offer, she will become the manager of one of the halls in the dungeon. Of course, monsters will be assigned to her hall, and these demonic creatures will also become part of her army. She looked at her with a surprised expression and asked, "Will I become the manager of the hall?" Renee agreed and said that she also had to ensure her army consisted of monsters worthy of her. Every member of the core of the primordial world, not counting the master, would give it their all. The MC approached her and said, "In fact, that's why we came here." He sat in front of her, extended his hand, and asked if she agreed to go with them. She started crying with a happy look while looking at him. She extended her hand back and agreed. Ramalia was indignant. She shouted loudly, "I will not allow this. How can this stupid fool, who is not able to handle her castle, become the manager in the core of primordial existence?" He looked at her with a puzzled expression and asked, "What is happening to you?" She shouted, "How many times have I been compared to her? How many times have I been told that I am worse? And only I have the chance to humiliate her." She walked toward him and added, "Mage is deceiving you. How can you ask me for such a thing? I am useless. But what about me? I am completely different. I am the demon king with an ancient bloodline, the legitimate king. If you allow it," she continued, "I will do everything you ask. I will give you my body and soul." She reached out her hand to him, but in that moment, Renee severed her fingers with her sword. Renee looked at her with a serious expression and said, "How dare you touch him with your filthy hands?" Molia gasped in shock and screamed in pain. Mage stared, horrified by the scene, and called her name. Yubar bowed his head and said, "I beg for forgiveness for such impudence." Swallow calmly observed the situation and said, "Everything is fine." He turned away, his expression filled with worry. "If you allow it," he said, "I will punish her properly." The demon kings began to drag her away, and she, with a frightened expression, asked them to let her go and loudly demanded, "What is happening?" They continued to take her away, and she, with a frightened voice, called out loudly for Malia. After that, Renee approached her and asked, "Do you regret it?" He meant what had happened. If she had asked for the punishment of all the demon kings present, he would have easily disposed of them. She said, with a slightly sad look, that the core of the primordial being would not gain anything from this. She thought that, of course, she did not ask for this out of kindness. Since they would no longer look down on her, it was better to leave them alive for future use. She thought about what had happened and asked, "How did you know where Judica was?" Renee, with a kind smile, said that he simply knew how to read the stars. Although the stupid guard had refused to lead them, they came across a demonic creature that smelled like her. Mage, with a joyful expression, began to pet it and praise it. She stopped and asked. She would, of course, try to become a worthy member of the core of the primordial being, but would they be satisfied with that? She is sure that the previous manager was much stronger than her, and now someone like her will take this position. Naturally, she will try her best, but she is still a little worried. Renee thought about it and hurt her a lot by saying that, to be honest, she really was not suitable. She doubted that she would last even 3 years, and the raid could happen at any moment. Malai started crying because of this and said that she knew about it, but hearing it in person was too much. She stroked her dog with a kind smile and said that they had only come here to take her because the master wanted it, so she should not disappoint him. This made her feel inspired, and she said that she would do her best. Renee said that this was a great approach. By the way, to cheer her up, she had already received permission to confess to the master. Mage did not understand what she meant, but she said with a haughty smile that she should just remember this. She decided not to focus on it and asked, "By the way, where is he now?" At the same time, one of the demon kings approached Yubar and said that, as a representative of the Northern, he wanted to say something. After receiving permission, he spoke. "I know about Swallow. It's an ancient beast, one that owns one of the strongest dungeons. However, even with that in mind, didn't he just act? How should I put it? For the king of demon kings, didn't he overreact? That's what I want to know." He stood up from his throne. "I've absorbed your thoughts deep into my heart. You must be worried that I've brought shame to the title of demon king." One of the demon kings agreed. "There is such a possibility," he said. But before he could finish, Yubar began emitting a powerful energy. "You're all stupid creatures," Yubar declared. He used the giant hand skill and grabbed the demon king who had spoken. With a serious expression, he asked, "Did you think I would turn a blind eye to your impudence? Did you think I would see it as great courage and forgive you? Are you sure there's no chance for yourself?" He paused. "If you're so worried about me, the Demon Lord, wouldn't it be easier for you to take my position instead? The other Demon Kings grew concerned at the turn of events and began pleading for him to stop. But he didn't listen to them and killed him. After that, he turned to them and said that they could speak out loud if they thought that he bowed his head due to his weakness. They all knelt down and asked for mercy. Yubar allowed them to leave and thought that this should be enough as a warning. Anyway, one day, that child from the Agroff family got together with that ancient monster. He was very scared because the protagonist looked into the hall and asked. So that's where he was. He turned to him and asked in a worried voice if he needed something. He said that he didn't want to either, but since that was the case, Yubar became even more worried because of his words. He thought that he knew that he wouldn't just let them go. He had already bowed his head once. He had nothing left to lose if it was for those below him. MC suddenly started to take something out of his pocket and asked, "They are Demon Kings, right?" He started to scream loudly in fear, which surprised him a lot, and he asked why he was so scared. He was holding the scroll he took earlier in his hand, and Yubar calmed down when he saw it. After that, he went outside, and Renee said that she kept wondering why they suddenly decided to get together, and couldn't predict what would happen next. He is very friendly. She never imagined that they would go this far. She didn't even think that he would take such an active part. She couldn't be happier. He asked with a tired look, if she can't become happier, then I shouldn't worry about her happiness in the future. He thought that instead of figuring everything out himself, he dumped it on the Demon Kings. How smart he is. They were standing at the entrance of the building from where Malji called them. Renee called her and asked if she was done with her business already. She agreed and said that since she was their colleague now, she could help them with the luggage. Can they really handle it themselves? She asked with a kind smile. Everything is fine, she said. Besides, I don't need anything else here. She agreed and said with a very happy look, I got everything I wanted. I don't need more. Once she returns to the core of the primordial world, she will do her best to become a strong demon king. Then, will we head back to the mercenary city? Renee said that they still have somewhere to go. Swallow looked very tired and asked them to let him sleep peacefully. After a while, the demon asked if she was feeling better yet. Mermolia looked at her hand and saw that her fingers were still there. One of the demons said that it looked like someone had summoned on with magic. She touched her head to check her horns and saw that they had been cut off. She said that of course she hadn't dreamed it. The demon replied that she had been unconscious for over a day. Are you sure everything is okay? She said that it wasn't that important. What about Malj? The demon said that she had gone with that ancient monster. Because of that, Mermolia squeezed her hand tightly. The demons told her not to worry about the broken horns. The other demon kings said they would come up with a good reason. She still had some strength on her side that would support her. They would follow her too, so she should forget about her past relationship. He didn't have time to finish because Mermolia asked in a very angry voice, what past relationship are you talking about? Do you seriously think I consider that fool as my friend? Do you dare to say that to my face? She clenched her fists. I have to kill her. I can't rely on the other demon kings. I need someone stronger, someone who can become an enemy of the core of the primordial world. That's right. There is such a demon right. Someone who can go against Swallow. At the same time, someone in a blue robe asked, why did you come here? Bar said, I wanted to ask you, the people of the Third Eye, something. To be more precise, I came to find out about the homunculi. Sometime later, at the end hidden, Malj and Renee looked down with interest. Renee noticed that the Demon Kings really seemed to have tried. Everything was so detailed. Malji clarified, we copied the raid requests. Renee happily turned to Swallow and exclaimed, you gathered monsters of at least our level. Malji cried out in admiration, this is His Majesty's aura. She put her hands on the sheets of paper and asked, are you not satisfied with these monsters? Renee thought for a moment and answered, the succubus Queen Elizabeth isn't her race, and her image is enough to make her look like a dangerous harlot. Renee tore the sheet of paper and exclaimed, this doesn't work. Malji clarified, then what about this? She pointed to the sheet of paper and said, the underground giant lamia. Renee disagreed and exclaimed, no, that the notes said that she had very beautiful skin. Suddenly, she got very angry and exclaimed, that's past. Renee snapped discontentedly, all these monsters are so useless. They do not fit their standards. Malji understood something and thought that given her friend's words, maybe Renee meant that she was worried about her beauty. Renee asked to continue looking at the questionnaires and Malji said that she would help her. After some time in the building, R, looking at the books, noticed that it wasn't this one. He imagined MC, who asked how the captain was going to cope with the consequences, or he thought that he had to get rid of the damned devourer for the sake of protecting the Empire, and for this. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. Garrett said, it's me, and the captain allowed her to enter. She calmly asked, did you find something? R clarified, would you pour me a cup of tea? Garrett directed a stream of mana from her finger towards the cup. tea poured from the teapot into the cup, and it flew toward the captain. R looked at the cup and noticed that it was better. Now he brought the cup to his mouth and said, the only useful information in the books was knowledge about the core of primordiality. Of course, they already knew enough, but as he read, something began to bother him. Garrett clarified what he meant. The captain opened the book and replied the identity of the guardians and the purpose of the dungeon's existence. They could ignore the tentacles since their origin was unknown, but even after carefully looking through the books, he found nothing about the others. R thought that even taking into account all the random factors, everything looked too strange. While the other great dungeons were focused on strengthening their troops, the core of primordiality did nothing about it. The captain clarified, more importantly, we do not know Swallow's purpose. Garrett lowered her head and said, first, I would like to tell you something, so you should listen. R was surprised and clarified, why did you come? Garrett noted that he remembered quickly. The Third Eye sent an urgent message. The Demon Queen Marmolia requested a meeting with him. Sometime later that night, Argulia thanked the captain for responding to the sudden offer. R clarified, I've heard the demon requested a meeting. Argulia confirmed this and replied that they had chosen this place. It seemed that they were in a hurry, although he did not recommend going to this dangerous meeting. Suddenly, the Demon Queen appeared and clarified, I thought some old man would come, given the status of the leader of the people, and here is a young and handsome guy. The captain introduced himself and said, I'm sure the message said you wouldn't have bodyguards with you. Marmolia clarified, I haven't come alone either. Margelia suggested, let's sit down first. R asked, should we get down to business right away? The Demon Queen noted, you're surprisingly patient. Irmine Castle, she continued, there is a village called Rosoid where 400 people live. If the captain does anything, or if our conversation ends unsuccessfully, I will destroy it. R clarified, do anything? Marmolia's behavior was growing more suspicious. Suddenly, Garrett sent mana toward the cup. The Demon Queen said, I will not pay attention to this tea. I hope we will limit ourselves to just this. Ramalia laughed and noted, you are very careful. She tested the captain a little. After all, she did not feel any aura of mana from him. And R is not bad at all. The captain suggested getting down to business. The Demon Queen, with a terrifying look, answered that in the near future, one Demon King would leave Nat. They needed to kill him. Bar calmly asked, did she want him to fight against the demon army so they would become used or a Baal sacrifice? Ramalia raised her hand with a smile and disagreed. She said that they just needed to kill the Demon King named Malia. If they succeeded in this, she would gently pay for her head. Demonic creatures kidnapped for experiments would serve as payment. The captain calmly declined the offer. The Demon Queen was very surprised and screamed, but what's wrong? Isn't that enough? She clarified that it wasn't that. Marmolia asked irritably, then what? He didn't just come here as the leader of the people. He also needs something, right? The captain asked, where was she in such a hurry? He smiled, thinking that she had no fangs and her horns were cut off. Judging by her actions, the Demon Queen seemed to be pursued. Either she was trying to lead them into a trap, or she was in something serious. Marmolia, with a terrifying aura, called out to the man and asked, is he looking down on her? R clarified that she was the one keeping secrets here. She was asking for its help to deal with the lone demon Mal. Is there really no one behind her? The captain looked at Marmolia's trembling hand and thought it was obvious there was no point in him getting involved in a conflict between demons. He stood up from his chair and said that they were going back. Garrett agreed with the captain. Marmolia angrily asked him to stop. She yelled that there really was someone behind Malgia. R, leaving, said that he understood and suggested, pretending they had never met. The Demon Queen clarified that it was an ancient monster from the core of the primordial world. Swallow. Suddenly, the captain stopped, and Marmolia exclaimed sadly that there must be a way to avoid his eye and kill that fool. Suddenly, R agreed, and the Demon Queen was very surprised, raising her head. The captain smiled terrifyingly and added that he accepted her offer. He would kill the Demon King named Malgi. The Demon Queen clarified that she had not told him anything about Malgi. She asked, confused, did the captain already know about her? R asked, how could he not know about the Demon Queen settling near the capital? In any case, he had heard that the Demon Queen would be leaving Naat soon, so he needed to hurry. Mermolia thought that was strange. That man had just chuckled after hearing about the swallow, which meant she smiled and said, I don't know what the captain is planning. She asked him to stop. The Demon Queen hoped that he hadn't forgotten that they had 400 hostages in her hands. R clarified that she meant that and said, I could kill if I wanted. Mermolia suddenly became stupefied and asked, what does that mean? The captain clarified, if they were sacrificed for the sake of reviving the great empire, I'm sure they would happily accept a glorious death. The Demon Queen started to speak, but R interrupted her and added, I should also receive my promised payment, since the negotiations are over. She said, I will give you a demonic creature to experiment on. Luckily, there was already one here. Suddenly, the lizard looked at the red spider. The bodyguard covered Mermolia and exclaimed, "My lord, hide behind me." The second bodyguard yelled, "How dare such a lowly person?" Mermolia noted that it seemed like everyone wanted to get on her nerves today. How dare a commoner look down on her? She ordered them all to be killed with great fury, or smirked upon hearing this. At the same time, Renee turned to the Lord and exclaimed, "The sun has already risen." The protagonist raised his head and looked at her. Renee looked at him happily and exclaimed, "It's time for you to get up." MC laid his head on the pillow and asked, "Give me 5 more minutes." The maid yelled, "3 hours ago, you said the same thing." Swallow raised his hand and asked, "Since when did they care about mornings and routines?" Renee looked at the demon queen and said, "I thought it was time for that." Malja asked, "The maid was talking about a forbidden spell that completely destroys an entire area." Renee asked, "What does that mean?" Instantly, Nalja sent a stream of mana from her staff. Suddenly, a bright light engulfed the city. The protagonist yelled, "I'm awake." "Turn off the light." He asked her, "What the hell was that?" MC looked at her and asked, "Do you think demons couldn't use light magic?" MJ slapped her staff and replied that the spell was called genocide and it was a radiation magic, not a light magic. Renee handed in a bowl and exclaimed, "Since Swallow is awake, it's time to eat her breakfast. Roasted goat and steamed vegetables." The protagonist looked at the green liquid in the bowl with disgust and asked, "Where did the original ingredients go? It looks like a homunculus." Renee apologized with a smile. He replied, "Nothing." She looked to the side and exclaimed, "Pedrick's dove has already arrived with the answer." Ree held out a piece of glass and added, "There's also an insert in the letter." MC asked in confusion, "Isn't a piece of glass or a mirror? Is Pedrick trying to tell us to watch ourselves or what?" Malja clarified, "I think it's a magical communication tool." Renee asked in surprise, "What does that mean?" Swallow quickly hid the bowl under the bed. Malia confirmed this and explained, "If you pour mana into it." Pedrick's face suddenly appeared in the mirror. He clarified, "Can you hear me?" The protagonist looked in the mirror and noticed that his nostrils were the size of the entire screen. Pedrick asked, "Why did the boss immediately start arguing with me as soon as he saw me? They can hear him anyway, right?" First of all, he learned about Miss Malji's hard work from Rainy's letter. So Pedrick contacted them to help recruit monsters. MC asked, "Where did you get that thing from?" Pedrick replied, "I borrowed it." The boss remembered the mirror in Miss Bad's room, right? "This is a piece of it." Swallow calmly said, "I'm surprised she shared it so easily." Pedrick noted that he wouldn't do it for anything. She asked for blood in exchange, but as they all could see, he was a Death Knight and had no blood. She was interested in tasting the blood of a homunculus, so Pedrick promised to share Miss Rainey's blood with her. Suddenly, Pedrick got scared and asked, "Rainey wasn't with them, was she?" The maid disagreed with a terrifying smile and screamed, "She's here." Suddenly, Pedrick disappeared. Rainey asked, "Where did he go?" He appeared in the mirror and asked, "Can they hear me?" Everything finally worked. The real Pedrick was with them now. First, he learned about the stubborn one. Rainey interrupted him with a terrifying look and noted, "It's too late. My blade is already ready to cut off your head." Mouse pointed out that even she thought he was finished. Pedrick said it didn't matter and suggested moving to the main thread. He reviewed the extermination request Renee had sent and agreed that there were no outstanding monsters, so he collected and sent them information on the others. Renee picked up the letter and said that she hadn't seen anything like that. Miles pointed at the letter and asked her to look. There was something on the other side. Renee exclaimed that there were monsters here that weren't hunted. Pedrick noted that it took him a long time to put this together. They may seem weak alone, but in a group, they are strong. Some of them can even use the terrain to their advantage. Pedrick laughed and exclaimed that he had been watching them for a long time. The protagonist calmly clarified, "Really for a long time. Does the comrade mean before they went looking?" Suddenly, Pedrick disappeared from the mirror. Malj put her hand on the mirror and noted that it seemed like the connection had really been cut this time. Renee added that she thought so too. MC said he wouldn't pay attention to. Garrett said that it was nothing new. Demons still couldn't be trusted. They had trained so many fighters. She turned to Argelia and noted that the monster was still alive. She asked, "Would he allow it?" Livim said that it was time to get compensation now. The demon queen was sitting on the floor bleeding. Marmolia asked sternly, did the human really think that he wouldn't be punished for this if he harmed her? Then the other kings. The captain interrupted her and said that he didn't care, but she shouldn't get the wrong idea. He was more than grateful for her work. Thanks to Marmolia, they had the opportunity to deal with the swallow. The demon queen laughed and asked, "Really deal with it?" Listum asked in surprise, what made her laugh so much? Marmolia lowered her head and exclaimed that his words were simply ridiculous. Who was he going to deal with? She guaranteed that it was impossible. It seemed that the captain did not even understand how terrible this ancient monster was. Argulia said that there was no point in continuing to listen to this demon, but he should thank him for such good material. Leaf asked, "Is the distant sure that everything will work out?" Argulia turned his head to the side and replied, "I will do everything as needed and create an absolute homunculus based on the Demon King." After some time among the rocks, the monster flew through the sky with his comrades on his back. Renee noted, "It looks like enemies have gotten into our ranks." The protagonist remembered Pedrick's words with a displeased look. The comrade gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "There is nothing more important between a vassal and a ruler than trust. To increase their loyalty, MC must personally engage in recruiting." Miles turned to the Lord and said, "It looks like we have arrived." Swallow snorted and clarified, "It's on time." He remembered the past. Pedrick said that the highest recruitment priority was for the golem the protector meet. The stones were collected quickly, allowing the golem to regenerate even after destruction. This made it very suitable for their needs. Renee noted, "This looks like the place indicated." Malji looked at the stones in surprise and asked, "Is that the thing?" Renee thoughtfully replied, "Pedrick said the golem regenerates infinitely. If they are dealing with a magical golem, then such regeneration will be maintained as long as its core, the magic stone, works." The protagonist smiled and clarified, "Is that so? Then they should just find this stone and take it." The maid pointed at the huge golem and asked, "Will this thing even fit in the cave?" MC replied that it fits somehow. Malji looked at the golem in amazement and said it looked pretty strong. She picked up the mana-shrouded staff and added, "I'll restrict its movements. The comrades should take the stone while it regenerates." Swallow stood in front of her and asked Melior not to think about it. He then thanked her for giving him a ride. He looked at the golem and said, "We'll finish this quickly." Suddenly, the protagonist jumped toward the golem's aiming fist. The golem struck MC, and Melior looked in its direction, calling out, "Master." Swallow asked, and Pedrick opened his eyes wide. "Such a strong one." Suddenly, the golem was torn apart, and pieces of stone flew to the sides. The protagonist, grinning, clenched his hand into a fist. "I like it," he said. The comrade stopped in midair and looked at the rising clouds of smoke. Renee looked at her friend and asked her not to stand there doing nothing. "We need to find the magic stone." Malji, confused, agreed with her. The protagonist shook his clothes and noticed that he was dirty. "So, who's next on the list?" After some time among the rocks, the Cyclops asked, had they heard the news. The golem from the stone mountain had disappeared after yesterday's earthquake. The comrade added that there were also rumors that the silver wolves, who dominated the plateau above the canyon, were also enslaved. The Cyclops looked at the leader and asked, "Were humans behind this?" At this rate, humans would get to them too. The leader of the Cyclops asked them to stop and said that there was no point in worrying about something that had not happened yet. No one knew the location of their dungeon. Suddenly, Malji asked if Lady Renee had heard him. They were big because they were Cyclops. Renee noted that she did not expect them to really be here. Pedrick was truly a reliable informant. The Cyclops looked at them in surprise and yelled, "Who are they?" Renee replied, "They simply came to make you an offer. They were looking for monsters to work on their dungeon." The Cyclops interrupted her and yelled, "So they were the ones kidnapping monsters all over the area." The comrade barked furiously. "How did they get here?" The leader sternly exclaimed, "We will not give up so easily." Renee calmly clarified, "It seems that words will not work on them." The Cyclops tensed up greatly upon hearing this. After some time, Renee sighed heavily as she walked through the forest. She said, "I did not think they would be so weak. Really, they died too easily. Well, who is next?" Malj looked and replied, "A monster named Yaksha." Suddenly, Yaka called out to them and said, "I didn't think you could, but you really found a way here." He was hanging upside down on a branch and added, "I heard that the Cyclops living nearby has already lost its head." Renee noted, "News spreads quickly." Yaka jumped to the ground and replied, "It's not by chance that we've managed to survive and remain undetected by humans for so long. We're amazingly fast at gathering information." Renee asked with a smile, "Then you should know what happened. You don't need me to explain everything." Yaka confirmed this and replied that they wanted to offer him a job in their dungeon. He agreed, but only on one condition. Yaka called out to the protagonist and asked, "Are you that same swallow?" Renee barked with great anger. "The monster speaks without due respect." MC turned his attention to him, and Yaka clenched his fist, offering to fight. Really, he always wondered how strong the ancient monster would be. Renee screamed angrily, "How dare he speak to the master so insolently?" The protagonist doesn't need to agree to his request. She can handle it herself. MC stood next to the assistant and said that Yaka asked, so he will agree. Swallow calmly put his hands in his pockets and noted, "We'll see what the enemy is capable of." Yaka confidently raised his fist and asked the protagonist to fight him with all his might. Swallow ominously clarified, really, with all of his might? Sometime later at night, the protagonist, tired and lying on the bed, exclaimed, I've had enough. I'm so sick of all this. They had been walking around the area for 2 days without rest. They say, if you overdo it, you can die no matter who you are. Renee, with a bowl in her hand, turned to the master and asked, do you want to try this first? They didn't have enough time, and she didn't have time to cook him food, so she bought food in the city. MC happily threw the food into his mouth. Renee looked at the list and said, so far, the only monster we successfully recruited is the Golem. The Cyclops and Yako went to their ancestors. Swallow, chewing his food, added, I can think that guy would die from his little finger. Renee said that Erichin had already apologized for turning down their offer, but they had gained a lot. It was a truly memorable campaign because we killed everyone and took the trophies. The protagonist clarified, we're serious now. Malji exclaimed, I'm going crazy with interest. What was in the boxes that the monsters took from people? It's so interesting. Renee screamed and exclaimed, I took everything in a hurry. There was no time to examine the contents. She picked up the bell and noticed that, as expected, there were many magic tools inside. MC decided to examine the obtained boxes and asked, what's inside? I wonder if there was something here that could make holes in Pedrick's bones. Suddenly, the protagonist was very surprised when he looked at the flowers in his hand. He asked, what is this? At the same time, Argulia placed his hand on his chest and said, I must thank you for the specimen you provided. Bar noted, this is all for the good of the Empire. Argulia turned his head to the side and replied, of course. To be honest, I never thought the captain would be able to get such an amazing material. He asked to look at it and added, isn't it amazing? The body of Marmolia hung in the flask, suspended on metal pipes. Ar looked at it and wondered, is it amazing? He smiled and agreed, yes, it is. However, appearance isn't everything. The captain wants to check the results of the experiment. Argulia replied, as ordered, we are working very hard. But if we extract this body ahead of schedule, it will hardly last more than 2 days. Ar clarified, that will be enough. Argulia added, I'm also not sure that the subject's consciousness is suppressed. The captain replied, in the end, it doesn't matter. Either way, it is what it is. Argulia said that since the captain wants it so much, he is sure that R will get positive results no matter how he uses this object. The captain thought with pleasure, so is that strong? It has already been decided what he needs this thing for. The protagonist clarified, is this also a magic item? Malji confirmed this with interest and clarified that, however, it had already been used. It seems that the protection spell is still in effect, but otherwise, it is a useless thing. Ri explained with a smile, this flower would look good in my hair. Malji looked at her friend and agreed with her. Suddenly, MC went into a stupor, and Renee turned to him in surprise. He put his hands on her head and ordered her to stand still. Renee quickly clenched her hands into fists. Swallow clarified, I asked you not to move. The protagonist looked at her contentedly and removed his hands. He looked at the flower and Renee's hair, noting that she looked cute. MC thought that she always worked hard, and it seemed to him that after arriving in Niet, she had changed somehow. Swallow didn't know how exactly, but it seemed like Renee wanted something from him. Besides, he had never given her gifts. Malji exclaimed, Renee is really cute now. The maid asked with a smile, is she really beautiful? The protagonist answered, she is. Doesn't she really like it? Maybe she wants me to find something better. Renee cried with joy and exclaimed, I'm so happy. The MC smiled and noted, I understand you. Swallow turned around and said, since the business is over, we can rest. Renee interrupted him, disagreeing. No, we need to visit 2 more places. The protagonist sighed sadly, thinking, I don't want this. After a while, Wynn, lying on the couch, said, I'm bored. She stretched her arms up and said in a drawn-out voice, I'm so bored. Wynn quickly shook her arms, lowered them, and sighed heavily. She remembered her friend's words, that it was better to act as if she was still recovering. Nothing good would come of it if the Imperial family found out that Wynn had recovered so quickly. Wayne thought about how her friend had said this out of concern that she would be sent to the front lines again. But sitting here, doing nothing, was even worse. Suddenly somewhere, right now. People weren't in danger. She should at least check the situation in Ryaz. Wayne looked at the city from the balcony. She had said she would just go for a quick run, that everything was fine, and that she would be right back. Suddenly, the captain appeared behind her and asked, where are you going? Wayne was very scared. R asked with a smile, maybe we could talk. After a while, Wynn screamed in displeasure and snapped, you should have at least warned me before coming in. The captain replied, I have a feeling you would try to escape. Wynn screamed angrily, how could I? R asked, Is that true? Wade looked away, apologized, and said she was not telling the truth. She had long wanted to ask him something. The captain, holding a cup in his hand, asked, "And what was it about?" Wayne asked sadly, "How is Garrett?" She hadn't spoken to him since Garrett lost her arm. It was entirely her fault. Bar clarified, "You should not take all the worries of the Empire on yourself. Of course, such an attitude is commendable for a hero. However, when you must remember that all members of the Edelrace Black Wolf Knightly are ready to sacrifice themselves for the Empire. This also applies to Garrett. Her hand became a sacrifice for the Empire." Wynn sadly lowered her head. The captain added that besides, Garrett herself did not attach much importance to this. He thought that she cared for Wynn in this way, so she should not reproach herself. Wynn agreed and R clarified. Could he ask her for one favor? Wynn asked, "What kind?" The captain explained that he was referring to the remains of artificial creatures developed in the Empire in the past. Recently, a message was received about anomalous phenomena recorded in a research lab in the mercenary city of MAID. They said that the creatures that still remained at that facility had escaped. Fortunately, the lab was quite far from the city, so there were no casualties yet. Wynn screamed in fright, "Then we need to quickly report what happened to MAID." Suddenly, she stopped and thought, that's it. If the escape became public, it would bring shame to the Empire. Since the captain had the Emperor's trust, he had to handle this matter quietly. R sternly said that this matter required a minimum number of participants and silence. Because it was his secret mission, Wynn was in no position to go to the front lines. Reckless actions might arouse suspicion among the Imperial family and its entourage. Wynn asked in confusion, then what should she do? The captain replied that he had made arrangements with the controller of the teleportation center at the western gate of the palace. He would be there soon, he said. The coordinates had already been transmitted, so she should come to him in 3 hours. Wade quickly agreed and ran to get ready. Suddenly, R called out to her. She stopped and looked at him. He held up 3 fingers and noted that she should arrive in exactly 3 hours. Wayne confidently clenched her hand into a fist and exclaimed, "I understand everything." R exhaled heavily after finishing his tea. He stood up from his chair and said that he should hurry too. Suddenly, he opened the door. The captain was very surprised, and Pope Urania I noted, "Well, how kind of you to open the door." The Pope clarified that they had not seen the serf for a long time. Or rather, should he now call him commissioner? The captain clarified that the Pope had brought with him a man who did not serve his majesty. Eurydice laughed and replied that his words were still as sharp as ever. He simply wanted to know how their hero and pillar of the Empire was feeling. R said seriously, "As far as I know, the hero and the Pope have never crossed paths before." The captain passed by the Pope and added, "Even if you think so, would you believe that the Pope would come so unexpectedly just to inquire about her well-being? He has business ahead of him, so he must go." He clarified, "And if I said that I had come to be R, would you believe me?" The Pope turned around and asked for a few minutes of the captain's time. After a while, the captain wondered what the Pope was thinking, making such a ridiculous proposal right now. Suddenly, fireworks thundered and R looked at them. At the same time, people congratulated the punitive detachment of Diana Silver on their return. The captain thought of Nit, a mercenary city where 1/3 of the population participates in raids. Somewhere around here, Swallow was hiding, ready to eliminate this ancient monster. They needed more information, and for this, they would have to take some risks. Suddenly, he turned to the commander and said that the preparations were complete. They were waiting for further instructions. Argeria clarified that they, too, were ready. He asked to be allowed to inquire how the captain was going to find the demon queen, who was said to be hiding in Nit. Rai replied that, as a simple man, he had neither the means nor the special methods for this. Argeria was surprised and asked how then. The captain replied that someone was already looking for her with much greater zeal than they were. The captain intended to take advantage of this. R turned to him and asked how much time they had. The assistant replied that there were 78 minutes left until the hero's arrival. The captain noted that it was a bit early and asked if they should begin. The assistants obeyed him, and R thought that demon kings could easily find their own kind, so Molly would be found without difficulty, and then he would appear too. The captain clarified that they were about to see a rare sight. After some time, the adventurers banged their beer glasses together and exclaimed that they needed to drink. This time, the dungeon turned out to be very dangerous. It's a miracle that there were no casualties. The comrade asked, "Where is Bardas going?" Bardes raised his hand with a smile and replied, "I'm going to the toilet." After a while, he went outside. Bears put his hands on his stomach and said, "It hurts a lot." In vain, Bardas drank everything in sight. Suddenly, he heard loud sounds and noticed that someone had apparently overindulged too much. Bardas approached the adventurer and asked, "How are you doing there?" Bardas immediately covered his nose with his hand, noticing the very unpleasant smell. Suddenly, he saw the adventurer had turned into a monster. Bears quickly raised his weapon and exclaimed, "This is a curse. How did the monster get into the city?" Suddenly, the monster grabbed Bear's weapon with its hand and he screamed, "What kind of horror is this?" Bears tensely noticed that the monster was very strong. Suddenly, several more individuals appeared near the monster and Bears screamed, "What kind of freaks are these?" After a while, the assistant asked with great fear, "What is this?" He looked at the city engulfed in flames and yelled, "What the hell is going on here?" Even for the Imperial representative, this is too much. The assistant kept silent for a while before yelling, even for His Majesty's order, "This is too much." Argaria ordered him to think about what he was talking about. The assistant quickly turned his head to the side, realizing that he knew the Third Eye was conducting inhuman alchemical experiments, but to arrange a real massacre in the center of the city, that was beyond comprehension. Ar calmly said, "There's no need to worry too much. It won't come to the complete destruction of the city." The assistant looked at the captain and asked, "What does that mean?" Suddenly, a cloud of smoke appeared and the assistant yelled, "Now what?" The captain was surprised and said, "Here he is." A monster's leg appeared in the smoke. The assistant clarified, "Is this also a homunculus?" The monster stood, surrounded by flames and smoke. The assistant barked orders. The captain responded, "It won't come to complete destruction. If these freaks start to run amok, Neat will be in even greater danger. At this rate, both the city and its inhabitants." Suddenly, he fell silent and said that this could not be. So all of this was planned. Suddenly, R smiled and asked them to calm down. "These are just small sacrifices." The captain thought that, judging by the state of the city, Swallow did not intend to destroy it. The fact that the ancient monster came to this big city, and not only does he not destroy it, but he also does not take any action at all, probably indicates that he has some other goal. Depending on the situation, the protagonist can prevent the homunculi from destroying the city. Suddenly, R laughed, and the assistant looked at him in surprise. The captain asked to look at it and said, "Isn't it amazing? The sacrifice of the citizens of the empire for the good of the prosperity of the state." The assistant thought with great fear that this man, or rather this freak, had completely lost his mind. At the same time, a fire rose in the distance. Mage clarified, "Wasn't by any chance their hotel in that direction?" Renee answered that in her opinion it was. The protagonist screamed, "This cannot be." He raised his hands in great fear and screamed, "But what about his bed?" Some time ago in the forest, Mala screamed with admiration, "What a big tree, just like in the forest of Graffinia." Renee noted that this forest is also very ancient. MC sighed with relief and clarified, "Now that we've figured out the hiring, we can lie down for the rest of the day, right?" Renee laughed, smiling. She agreed, saying, "We'll have a good rest and then return." Malia put her hand on Devne's head and asked, "What is it?" Suddenly, streams of wind appeared around their comrades. Malji covered her face with her hand and, looking at the fire in the distance, screamed, "Is this a city?" Renee, embarrassed, said Swallow can lie on her lap. Suddenly, Na felt something and thought, "This is demonic energy." She screamed, "Is this really Marmolia?" The protagonist asked, "What kind of idiot is spewing mana into the air?" Malji asked the master, "Do you feel it too?" MC asked her with interest, "What's the matter?" Malji clenched her fists in excitement and turned to Swallow and Renee. She then turned her head to the side and asked, "Should I go first and scout out the situation?" After a while, homunculi were running around the city surrounded by flames. Bardus looked at the monster with fear and screamed. He quickly swung his sword and cut the homunculus. Bardus ordered his comrade to run away quickly, and the guy thanked him. He sternly threw his sword back onto his shoulder and exclaimed, "There are countless of these freaks." The adventurer jumped to the ground and thanked Bardus for his assistance. He asked, "Is Barras a hunter? Are they from the Red Ursus?" Bardus thought, "Is this the same A-rank squad where every member is an elite? Their help will be greatly needed here." The adventurer clenched his teeth tensely and clarified that they had almost cleared the area. "Does your comrade know anything about these monsters?" Bardus, attacking his opponents, replied that he knew nothing. He introduced himself and said that he was from the Diana Silver Squad. Bardus looked at the corpse of the monster and noted that they looked like artificial creatures, but they were completely different from the chonic homunculi. Bardus looked sternly at something and added that whatever the case, the main problem was that freak. The adventurer agreed with him and noted that she was precisely their target. They would have to get closer. Bardus looked at him and said, "I will go with you." You might not be able to tell by him, but he was also an A rank. The adventurer looked at him seriously and disagreed. For Bardus, this was a one-way street, he said. He put his hand on Bardus' shoulder and added, "Of course, I'm not sure either, but Bess should listen." On the way here, the adventurer had heard someone looking for him. Bears tensed up and thought, was the adventurer shaking? No, it was him shaking. The adventurer spoke again, his tone firm. I understand that you want to protect the city dwellers with all your might, Bears, but you need to take more care of yourself and the people around you. Bardas can entrust the rest to us, the Red Ursus. Bears sternly agreed. Don't let me down, he said. The adventurer smiled. Rely on us, he said before quickly rushing into battle. Bears knelt down, leaning his hands on his sword. I'm here, he shouted. After a while, the knight put his hand on his head, wincing. My ears are ringing, he said, irritated. His comrade, standing nearby, sternly noted, it's scraping right along your eardrums. He paused, then asked, was it magic? What was that anyway? The people looked at Marmolia in the body of a homunculus and exclaimed that they had never met such monsters. So that's the kind of freak that destroyed our city. This trash has a colossal supply of mana. The chief ordered, do not be deceived. The opponents are much more dangerous than they seem. Suddenly, magic seals appeared around Marmolia. The chief ordered everyone to retreat. He exclaimed, this is a curse. As soon as he said it, it already appeared. The assistant clarified, this is detection magic, not an attack spell. The chief asked, what is she looking for? The assistant yelled, if we want to destroy her, it's better to do it with one swing. The chief ordered, attack. The assistants created magic seals. Many beams hit Marmolia, and she screamed in pain. The assistant, directing mana towards the enemy, yelled, this is good. It worked. The chief ordered, do not stop attacking. Marmolia, surrounded by mana, screamed. The chief thought something was wrong. Attacks do no damage, he muttered, looking at the mana flow. He ordered stop. The assistant quickly swung at the opponent and ordered die. Suddenly, Marmolia coughed, feeling the mana. The adventurer attacked her with great power, and Marmolia looked at him. A bright light from the blow spread around. Instantly, a powerful explosion occurred, cutting through the air. The leader lay on the ground in the middle of the flames. He raised his head and said, a person cannot cope with her. Suddenly, Malji clarified, is Marmolia looking for her? The leader looked at the bright wings in the sky and wondered, is this an angel? Marmolia, in the body of a homunculus, asked, is it her? Malji noticed how scary Marmolia had become. Is she so offended by her? Marmolia called out to Malji with great rage. The demon queen raised her staff and offered to put an end to this. Bright streams of mana spread out from the staff, and Malji used the ultimate magic, lack annihilation. Malji flew over the burning city, thinking that several days had passed since the verdict was given. Marmolia had no reason to stay in Necht after what happened to her, but this demonic energy calling to her clearly belonged to Marmolia. Malji screamed, Marmolia! Did she resent her so much that she did not forget it even in this form? She does not know what happened to her, but she does not intend to pity herself. Malji used the highest level of magic, Black Annihilation, and directed it towards Marmolia. On the streets of the burning city, people gathered and asked, is this the Demon King? The Demon King defeated this monster. Why would she do this? Fortunately, the people thought that she was not interested in them. In any case, in this state, they could not do anything, so they retreated. Melia frowned and thought, something is wrong. She used magic filled with pure destructive power. But can she really die so quickly? Did the A-class raiding party retreat so easily? The creature that was previously Marmolia began to recover. The mage turned around and saw a green glow, then thought, did the properties of mana change? Malji looked at it in surprise when suddenly an arm burst out of the flesh, spilling blue liquid. Marmolia grew in size and burst completely out of the flesh. Then the adventurers began to scream. What is this? Something came out of it. Is this monster not dead yet? Roya arched back and activated mid-level magic Silent Dagger. She pointed it towards the adventurers, who she was able to destroy with just one blow. She narrowed her eyes and used a magical explosion. Everything around her burned out. Malji said, Marmolia. Marmolia began to say, Malj her body. Her body is melting. Everything hurts so much. She is so hot. It feels like she's going to die soon, but she thinks she'll finish her off before she dies. Marmolia had a sinister smile on her face. Then Nalia used a gust that pierced the ground. Huge spikes burst out of the earth, but Marmolia charged forward. She left behind several magical traces which surprised Malji. Marmolia screamed loudly, rushing toward Malji, who said, finally, you look like the Demon King. The two magics clashed, and then a bright explosion occurred. At that moment, Arguli asked, is he satisfied? Ar answered, of course. Now he understood why he was so confident. Argulia came closer to him and said, if he waits a little, he will witness an even more intriguing spectacle. Ar said, of course he will wait. He felt everything was going according to plan. Marmolia and Malj fought each other, directing streams of mana. Malj thought that she had very little mana left. She didn't think her body would last much longer, but she could win if she held on until the very end. No need to move. Marmolia! Suddenly, Marmolia's sharp claws pierced her body, causing her to scream loudly. Marmolia, pulled her towards her and said, "Her beloved Malgia, this is going to hurt a little." Malgia clenched her jaws and then used soul rejection. She threw Marmolia back, causing her to scream loudly. Malgia said, "The horror, Marmolia." She thought that she had no more mana. It was exactly the same as when she defended the teleporter on Mr. Swallow's orders. Mr. Swallow came to the rescue and she fell to the floor. Then MG clutched her bleeding stomach and died again. Senseless thoughts crept into her head. She looked up and thought, "So, this is what it's like to die." She asked to be excused, Mr. Swallow. She hadn't even had time to begin the task assigned to her. She fell to the ground and said, "Dad." At that moment, Renee looked up at the sky and asked, "How is Mrs. Malgie?" MC folded his hands behind his head and replied, "He thinks it's okay. Melior is stronger than she looks, but there's no need to worry. She can seem to realize it. But Malgia, the excellent Demon King, isn't that right?" After a while, Malgia emerged from her clot of mana and asked, "Mr. Swallow, after a while, R said that they had finally caught the Demon King. Argulia mentioned that the change in the formula had a significant effect." R asked, "What did he change?" Argulia replied, "He used to conduct research aimed at obtaining powerful power while avoiding side effects as much as possible, like in the case of Nif. However, this horror didn't pay attention to the side effects and was focused solely on obtaining power. Despite its instability, it has considerable durability. R thought that this was necessary for the mission that would inevitably occur. All in order to measure the power of the Devourer, he spoke, but it seemed that he was in no hurry. Argulia asked, What, or wondered, did Malge have nothing to do with him? At this rate, the situation would be resolved before Wynn arrived here. He needed to learn more about Swallow before then. "Swallow, where is he?" Suddenly, Tormund called out to him and asked, "Look over there, please." R looked to the side. His eyes widened in surprise. "That's it." Then she looked at the energy flow and said, "Master Swap, mana." Ramalia looked around in confusion, then screamed loudly and rushed toward Malgi, who held out her sword in front of her. She used an ice spear, after which she dropped the staff from her hands. "What the hell?" she asked. Mermolia's body turned into ice. Malgi said, "There's no way this spell would work with her power." She looked at her hands, realizing she had used all her mana to push Marmolia away. In this state, she should have died from exhaustion and blood loss. But why didn't Lord Swallow's mana remain in her body, and all her wounds had healed too? Perhaps Lord Swallow did something to her in Rhea's, Malgi thought. Ramalia sighed loudly, and Malgi said, "First, she needs to make sure." She placed the staff on her and said, "Life detection." Ramalia muttered, "Malgi, let her die." Malgi replied, "It's finally over." She thought, as expected, if I had overdone it with Lord Swallow's black mana, it would have exploded before Marmolia's sickle reached her. "It was close," she said. "I need to get back to Mr. Swallow quickly. I need to ask him more about this mana." Malgi started to leave when she suddenly turned around, looking questioningly at Marmolia. "Maybe I overdid it," she said, almost to herself. "I was even imagining things." At that moment, a green substance burst out from behind Marmolia's frozen body. Malgi asked, "What is this?" She wondered. Is it devouring Marmolia's corpse? No. Is it absorbing her mana? Damn it, she thought. I don't know what's going on, but I don't have to get involved in this. Marmolia is dead, and she has done her duty as its friend. She'll just distract the creature with a small attack and get out of here through the teleporter. Suddenly, blood gushed from her mouth, and she fell to the ground. Horror, she thought. What a recoil. This is the price I pay for using someone else's mana. Come on, she needs to get up. The green creature directed its streams toward her, causing Malgi to fly aside. Renee pulled her into the portal, and Malgi fell onto Dev's body. She screamed, "Lady Renee," and Dev'd. Renee turned around and said, and she was wondering where she was. She couldn't even imagine that she'd be fighting something like this. Malgi apologized to Lady Renee and then thought that Dev and Lady Renee were here, which meant before she could finish her thoughts, suddenly MC's burp was heard. He said, "You were gone for a long time. I almost fell asleep." Mal's screams, "Swallow." He looked towards Renee and asked if he could try to do the same with the ropes. She replied, "I don't even know if someone with that experience could try it. There's a high probability they would cut the target in half." But she added, "I believe you'll succeed." "Mr. Swallow," MC replied with displeasure. "He won't then. Anyway, why does it seem like that scarecrow is getting bigger?" Malv said irritably, "How annoying is it?" Renee replied, "I'll end this quickly." "No, he will himself," MC responded. Swallow walked up to the monster and held his hand out in front of it. A strong wind blew to the sides. He asked, "What is this?" The monster extended its appendages toward him, and Swallow asked, "Should I shake its hand?" At that moment, Renee asked Malge, "Do you want a cup of tea?" Malge, puzzled, asked, "Where did you get this?" Renee replied, such a level of training is necessary for a maid. Mage asked, really? At that moment, MC threw the creature's body to the side, spun it, and hurled it far forward, splashing it. Mage looked to the side and asked, is Renee sure this is okay? She replied that there was no need to worry. It is Mr. Swallow. MC held a piece of the monster's body in one hand, which he immediately threw aside. He looked at the creature and said, and it's pretty strong. He put his hand forward and asked, how about this? MC placed his hand on the creature and then said, displeased, stop. The monster's body exploded, and MC remarked, it seems he put too much mana. Renee took out an umbrella and said, God, how terrible. Mage asked, displeased, where did she get this? She looked around, thinking that this creature was a strong opponent. She was sure it was stronger than any dragon or most demon kings. Or maybe she just imagined it. MC yawned and said he felt sleepy. Renee screamed, no, no. What if that filthy thing gets right into his mouth? Devday brought a piece of the monster to his mouth and swallowed. Swallow asked with disgust, God, why did he bring that filth? Mage said that piece of flesh used to be Marmolia. MC turned around and asked, what? Renee asked about that sly girl. Swallow said he seemed to remember her. Mage replied that when she met Marmolia here, she already looked strange, and then that thing crawled out and powered her body. MC asked, maybe it's a parasite. Mage replied that there were several concerns, but parasitic organisms were quite common, so that seemed most likely. Demde started to rip a piece of the creature apart, and she asked him not to. At that moment, Renee looked at the slime on the ground and turned to Swallow. She said that Renee had figured out who it was. It's a homunculus. After a while, the mage said, impossible. The pinnacle of alchemy, their new creation. Another said that by the standards of normal dungeons, it should have lasted at least 3 minutes. R said there was no need to look for excuses so desperately. He thought that whatever monster they had created with alchemy wouldn't stand a chance against this devourer. R paced back and forth and spoke. However, judging by how quickly he had dealt with the monster, it seemed there was no need to call it a win. He suggested returning to Riaz. He walked forward and asked, is he all right, master of the mage tower? The master replied that he was fine, after which R blurted out that this meant the end of their trade. The tower master cried out loudly. What? He asked, his voice sharp before shouting. He called his sacrifice made for the future of the empire, didn't he? How can he just leave like that? At this rate, all these debts will be meaningless. R put his hand on his forearm and asked again, meaningless. He ordered them to look at the view of the city, which the brave warriors of Necht had defended with their lives. Everything had stopped with only half of the expected victims. The master sighed deeply, then fell to his knees. Our thoughts, meaningless deaths. Certainly some successes had been achieved. He was convinced that they would not be able to defeat the devourer with some mediocre force. There was someone he valued so much that he was even ready to personally intervene. Moreover, because of this catastrophe, a war would start. It would become a stage where all the power of their masterpiece would be needed. The battles in Necht would look like another massacre between people and monsters. From the outside, it was impossible to understand that this catastrophe had happened because of the homunculus. He said that there was a teleporter around the corner they would use to get to Riaz. He had just contacted his subordinate as he had planned earlier. He suddenly stopped, clutching his head and holding his hand out to the side. R asked Sir Storman. He had received a message that someone had broken into the teleportation center. There had been a loud explosion, after which it was clear that the only one who could have broken in was that creature in the guise of a servant. R thought irritably, a servant with a dagger? Is she trying to block their escape route? Surely she knows that humans are involved in this incident. It seems that the homunculus can recognize its own kind. He ordered an immediate return to the mage tower and the construction of a temporary center. Considering the amount of mana coming from the mage tower, they should be able to use it to teleport over long distances. Suddenly, a loud cry was heard. Officer Thor directed towards it, which his subordinate managed to block. He turned and shouted, "He can handle this alum, sir." "Storman," he said, "he has an officer to take care of." He turned again and said that he knew the boy was strong and brave, but he could not leave him alone. The subordinate shouted loudly. They had little time. He was asking for a retreat to leave quickly. Offered R to go, and he turned to Gwaine, saying that he did not forgive an unplanned death. Gwaine said, "Yes, Lord." He was left alone in the dusty haze and then asked, she had killed thousands of the raiders? Yes. He had heard much of her infamous reputation. Come on, let her show herself. Renee's small foot stepped onto the ground, and Gwaine cried out, "A servant with a dagger." At this point, R followed and said, "Officer, he does not understand the meaning of his actions. Why is he leaving Sir Gwaine alone?" R asked, did he really think Gwaine was left there alone? He replied, well, he realizes that he is not actually alone. Ride was sure he was well aware of Wine's abilities. He frowned and said yes, that is why he finds it so difficult to understand. They should have left another knight to help him. R interrupted him and said firmly, no, he will only distract him. Sir Win, this is a creature blessed by the spirit. At that moment, Renee and Gwyn began to fight. He dodged the attacks, and she said that Swallow told her to destroy the teleportation center and all suspicious people. Did he understand? Gwyn replied he was the only one left alive. Was she really going to mess with him? Renee ordered him, stop joking. The reason he's dancing around here is to buy time for the others to escape. She activated her energy, swung her sword, and asked, does he think Renee is that stupid? Gwyn blocked the blow, and Renee said, even though he was alone here, he held up well, little human. She cut his sword when suddenly Gwyn used Spirit Bus. Renee looked at him in confusion and thought he wasn't just a swordsman. He was accumulating mana. On top of that, this strange mana. Is it a spirit? The spirit came out and struck Renee, knocking her aside. She flew back, then stopped and activated defense, but the spirit was able to break through this too. Gwyn activated Ludicizum, and the wind flow lifted boulders into the air. Renee looked at it in surprise and said, a wall of wind and stone. She thought a huge amount of mana was put into the storm. He basically closed the entire area with a Heil spell. Gwyn thought irritably, this is retribution for underestimating the human race. Let him stay inside, monster. Renee turned around and said, being able to control two Heil spirits at the same time, he's an interesting little man. She squeezed the hilt of her sword. After a while, a voice was heard in the temporary shelter. Bartis asked, let him stop. He sounded annoyed. The Ursa squad was wrong. Bartis asked displeasedly, is he suggesting that he sit back? They must try. The guy asked, what is he going to do? Bartis replied, I don't know, but he cannot stay here. He needs to check the city. The guy asked the officer to stop Barras. His wounds were not completely healed. Bardas screamed in horror. Yes, everything is fine with him. The officer interrupted. I will not allow it. He ordered them to listen. Since there could be survivors left, they would head to the place that had been raided and then to the magic tower. They would go there and open the way for the people. He ordered the Silver Deer Squad to prepare. It's time to drive away the monsters that destroyed our beloved city. Bardas tried to call out to the officer, but suddenly the warrior ordered him to look over there. The Guardian is already here. It was the Guardian Golem from the Neck Mountain range. It must be here to save them. The guy grabbed Barras by the sleeve and said, that's perfect. The Guardian Golem will be a huge advantage for us. Barras clenched his jaw. No, he said. The guy asked, puzzled, what is it? Barras' eyes widened in fear. Anyhow, that's not all. He ordered everyone to run. The monster was already swinging its huge stone hand. Not long after, Pedrick said, this is the gist of it. They didn't think MC would be able to control its actions, so they decided to lie. Swallow called him a fool and asked, who do you take me for? Pedrick replied, I believe the only place where a homunculus could be created is the Imperial Alchemy Society. And at this scale, it's obvious that the Empire is involved. Most likely, Marmolia made a contract with a human. During that process, there was a conflict, and they lost. MC was bored as hell listening to Pedrick, but he kept talking. He asked, do you know what happens when a human defeats a Demon King? Do they cut off the head and send it to the Demon King's army, or hang it in a large area? They say it's for morale, but that's so cruel. MC paused, then asked, why do they do all that? Pedrick responded, if they created a homunculus instead and released it into the city, then they were up to something, right? Swallow said, that is suspicious. When we were looking for Renee, Pedrick continued, I accidentally saw a homunculus flying, but that was on a whole other level compared to that. It destroyed all their materials. Then all their research points should have disappeared too. Pedrick paused, then asked if that was suspicious. Is that all he thought about? At this rate, they'll be producing homunculi on the level of Renee in a few years. MC's eyes widened in fear, and he said, that's a little scary. He lay down on the floor and asked, he's tired. Can they just forget about it? Where should he look for clues? Could he just destroy the entire village? Pedrick replied, exactly. MC asked in surprise, really? Pedrick replied, yeah. Did he really think that these people would use the Demon King as an experiment and not do anything? They were probably watching from somewhere. Swallow asked, did that mean they saw him too? Pedrick replied that they were messing around with Mal and noticed him. On top of that, they even put the destruction of the experiment on him. Had they gone too far? MC replied, okay, then you'll do it. And he was the one who pushed him into this. Okay, no need to regret it later. Pedrick replied in displeasure, okay, if it came to a fight, it just grazed the entire town to the ground. After a while, MC happily announced, our great Pedrick has given us permission to destroy everything here. He turned around and said, wow, What a sight. So that's where all the people were hiding. Now it'll be easier for them to track their movements. Suddenly, he saw mana behind him and asked, "Is this a teleporter? Is this made from the mana of the two great spirits?" It looks like Renee is fighting some pretty strong opponents, he thought. If there is such a strong fighter left here, that means the Empire's top brass is still hiding somewhere. Malji said that he didn't have to worry about the main gate of the city. She is already watching it using a shared vision. Her body has already recovered, so you could leave it to her. Swallow thought, "Isn't the main gate on the other side?" He said, "Okay, since everyone is in position," then tore down a huge bell. "It's time for me to start too. Let's see what catches his attention first." He threw the bell and decided to start with this one. It crashed into the tower and destroyed it. Screamed, "Officer!" The mage shouted, "What is this? Is this the work of an ancient monster? Wait, the tower is leaning this way." The mages raised their hands and ordered it to stop. The tower collapsed, and the mage screamed, "Officer, they need to accumulate mana in this time node, just like the main node accumulates mana into the crystal. But because the tower collapsed, it will take at least 10 minutes. R asked Tormund, "How many minutes will it take Wind to arrive?" He replied, "About 5 minutes." R wondered if the node that the maid with the dagger destroyed was damaged, but only the device was damaged, the coordinates leading to next should remain intact. If Wind runs into the maid or catches Swallow's eye, no, without the apocalypse completed, Wind will never be able to defeat Swallow. They will definitely die this time. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by someone who asked, "Captain, could he give the order to return to the teleportation node?" He gives him his word that he will return in Historia. After a while, Wine thought that the power of the spirits is not all-knowing. Even summoning them requires a significant amount of time and mana, not to mention the enormous mana cost of holding them. The longer the battle drags on, the more disadvantageous it becomes. However, he has an advantage as long as this storm lasts. Even if she breaks through, he can still block her path with the spirit of the earth. He must not forget his goal. Victory is not what he desires. There are 3 minutes left before his mana is completely depleted. Suddenly, he looked up in fear, his eyes bloodshot. It was from a story he had read with admiration as a child. The name symbolized a blade that appeared small in the sky but grew larger as it fell. It resembled a guillotine. Wayne screamed, "How? How can this monster do such a thing?" It was one of the 36 masterpieces, the fangs of the guillotine. Gwayan fell to the ground, and his spirit subordinates dispersed into the air. He asked how. Renee replied that these blades and wires could stretch freely for dozens of meters, easily cutting through such storms. Human, he has the blessing of spirit protection. Yes, since he was cut in half, it is unlikely that his healing will save him now. But there is no harm in making sure. Renee approached him when suddenly there was a scream from behind. A servant with a dagger. She turned around and saw a sledgehammer. He thought, great. She stopped. "Since Gwen, sir, has the blessing, we must buy ourselves some time." He looked fearfully towards Gwen, whose body Renee had just pierced. He swung his hammer in annoyance, at which Renee said, "It seems she will hear more from him than from this corpse." She swung her blade and thought, such a small blade can't do anything to him. Before he could think that, the blade suddenly became huge, which scared him. He dodged it and thought, she decided to throw her weapon. Bad idea. The maid with the dagger. Suddenly, the blade began to return, and he managed to dodge again. Renee said, "Merolia and the homunculus in his position. It is better to tell everything he knows. Otherwise," he looked at the blade and thought, has it become even bigger? He said the maid with the dagger. Victory is hers, but she's wasted too much time on this old man. Suddenly, a cry was heard from behind her. "Hey, monster." Wayne appeared behind her and swung her iron hand. Stormin thought, as expected from the warrior Wayne in his story. She laid down the servant with the dagger with one blow. This is incredible strength. At this moment, R was sitting on a stone holding his face. He thought that the main thing now is to ensure safety. The temporary center will be activated without problems, and Search Tormund will be able to join Win. There should be no more deviations from the plan. Even if the servant with the dagger recognized the homunculus, this will never reach the citizens of the Empire. Suddenly, the image of MC appeared in front of him and asked, "How will you cope with the consequences?" He fell from the stone, and the magician screamed in fear. "The commander, is he okay?" R asked. "Yes. How long will it take for the center to activate?" R continued. The magician answered, "About 3 minutes." R nodded, understanding. "Don't pay attention to me." "Continue," he said. He thought to himself, is this an illusion? The horror, the fear lurking in him will never disappear. Garrett suddenly appeared in front of him and said, "Just look." Their commander was sprawled on the ground. She couldn't even believe that he made such a terrible mistake. R cried out in displeasure. Here it continued, the master of the Polaris Magic Tower sent an official request for help to the Imperial family. Fortunately, I intercepted it halfway. Otherwise, this whole incident could have become public knowledge. R looked away, his voice cold. The master of the magic tower. That was he who arranged all this. But before he could finish, she interrupted him. If she is here, Hair. Yes, the entire knightly order of Edelbrook of the Black Wolf has gathered here. She's not really sure if this was part of R's plan, but Gwen is dead, Sir Tormund is wounded, and Gwen is fighting his servant with a dagger. R screamed loudly, "Stop." Did she hear anything about this mission from Sir Tormund? Garrett asked. What? She didn't quite understand what he meant. She hurried here as soon as she found out. R stood up and screamed, horror. They have to go quickly. Garrett, she asked the commander, where did he run off to? R had decided that the entire knightly order must leave this place immediately. At that moment, MG looked at them and said, I think she found them, Mr. Swallow. MC smiled and asked, is that all? Meanwhile, Renee was fighting Wynn and saying that the knights were not allowed to fight here. That I asked, what does he mean? They have Wynn and the entire knightly order. This monster is no obstacle for them. R screamed, this is the commander's order. They can't stay here for long. The knight screamed, when? They have to leave. She, like a little child, asked irritably, what? Why? If they give her more time, she will be able to put this monster down. The knight screamed, no Win. She turned around and saw R, who said that she would still go after retreating. Win screamed, why? This is the perfect chance to destroy the guardian of the core. R extended his hand to her and replied, yes, that is true. However, now is not the right time. They will have another chance. Win lowered her gaze and said, if he says so, fine. R ordered everyone to run toward the temporary center. Renee suddenly appeared in front of them and asked, where are they going? Mr. Swallow sent her here because he trusted her. No one will leave this place. She looked at R and thought, this dark-haired one seems to be their leader. It will be a little tiring. Moreover, Wynn ran forward and yelled, Garrett, teleport. She will stop her. Renee thought that this blue-haired creature was quite powerful. She had dealt with countless A-class raiding parties that invaded their dungeon, but she had never seen a single person who could create such destructive power with one instant burst of energy. Renee said Blue, she would gladly finish her off first. Wing screamed, does a monster like her even have a name? Well, let her try, R screamed, and win. Renee instantly got angry and asked how she dared to mock the name that Mr. Swallow himself gave her. Garrett looked up and asked, Barfleys? The knight reported that it was a magic spell. Suddenly, MC came out onto the battlefield. He said that he had come here looking for Ree, and it seemed like everyone was gathered here. He turned around and asked R how he was doing. He looked around and said that they all looked familiar. He remembered. Swallow thought that he would never see them again because humans lived too short a lifespan. The blue flying squirrel, the red one, who told them where Rainey was, and him. Sure enough, a shark kid. There are so many people in the Empire, and yet they are here to meet each other once again. R didn't find this interesting. He thought that there must be a reason why this ancient monster came here. They needed to find out who was behind all of this. Instead of smashing the Imperial city completely, he suddenly felt his needs and said that he was honored that MC remembered him. Is he okay? Swallow chuckled and said he didn't need his greetings. Was this his doing? R replied that he was afraid to talk, but this incident had nothing to do with them. MC said that he knew they lived in the Imperial capital. They didn't just come here for no reason, did they? Rai replied that they were only here to resolve the situation. If Swallow wanted to find the culprit, they would do their best to help him. MC looked at him thoughtfully, causing a wave of fear, and then replied that he didn't care. He was already tired, so he told Renee to go somewhere. She smiled and replied, okay. Suddenly, Swallow's eyes widened, and he asked, what? She was bleeding. R thought, did it work? Large beads of sweat dripped down his face from excitement as he wondered if it had worked. Suddenly, MC leaned toward him and asked, why are you smiling? R was scared. He screamed as he fell to the ground. Swallow asked, do you really think I'm going to let this go so easily? The knights rushed to his aid, and MC activated his dark energy. The knights of the Black Wolves were terrified for their captain. Wynn ran forward in fear, calling out to R. The protagonist filled the space with darkness and remarked, I might be indebted to them because of what happened in Rayaz, but that was already quite shameful. MFC lowered his hand above the captain's head and added, especially R. Suddenly, arrows fell to the ground and the swallow stopped. A squad member confidently knelt on one knee and ordered Wynn, act now. She quickly ran past the protagonist and he called out to her. Garrett furiously ordered everyone protect these two. MC gritted his teeth in displeasure upon hearing this. Wynn grabbed the captain with great speed and ran forward. Swallow raised his hand from the smoke and directed dark streams towards them. He remarked that they were really bothering him, or yelled that they couldn't avoid it. Suddenly, Dark streams of mana hit a squad member. Blood dripped from his mouth as he said, "Seems like he's quicker this time." The squad member instantly fell to the ground and muttered, "I'm leaving the commander to her." Wynn sighed heavily, her fear palpable. She looked at the arrows stuck in the ground and screamed in horror. After a while, Wynn clenched her teeth in rage. R grabbed her hand and exclaimed, "You can't." Wynn glared at him and barked, "Why is the captain stopping her?" R sadly replied, "It's just that." The warrior interrupted him and screamed, "Just what?" Garrett turned her head to the side. She thought that in order to stop the clash between Wynn and Swallow, they needed to use teleportation. The black mana surrounding them felt like poisonous gas, making it harder to breathe. The movements of their team members were slowed down, and they couldn't accurately calculate the coordinates for the teleportation spell. One way or another, they had to use their powers to buy some time. Garrett immediately called out to Anar, who sternly replied that he understood her. The protagonist turned his head to the side and sighed. "It hurts," he muttered. Anar quickly ran, covering his back with a shield. He thought they needed to push back the black mana and focus on the teleportation magic. To do that, they had to block the MC energy. Anar used the third of the 36 great masterpieces, the wall and the heart. Wynn looked at him, then turned decisively. He raised his shield, shrouded in mana, with the intent to attack. Suddenly, his hand was torn off, and the shield flew to the side. All the squad members watched in fear. Renee turned to the man and asked, "I don't understand what you want to do." But he did not have a chance while she was here. Anar angrily wanted to insult her, but instantly, stakes shot up from the ground, killing him. Wynn saw this and fell into shock. Her face instantly filled with rage. The captain called out to her with great fear. Wynn, with a terrifying look and tears streaming down her face, ordered, "Kill them all." Rickley grabbed her with his arms and begged, "Don't do it." Wynn, angrily pushing him away with her hand, ordered, "Let me go." The captain, with a wound appearing on his cheek, yelled, "No matter what, you must survive." Swallow calmly asked, "What are they doing?" Suddenly, one of his comrades stood in front of him, raising the shield of the deceased Dinar. The captain, seeing him, turned to his comrade. He activated the wall in his heart, and a bright beam quickly flew towards the enemy. The protagonist clarified what happened to him. Suddenly, stakes of dark mana pierced the wall in his heart. He looked at the bright mana and asked, "Did you manage to block it?" The MC noted with admiration that they had tried. He then asked with a terrifying look, maybe he should add a little serious too. Suddenly, Swallow turned into his other form and opened a huge mouth. The squad members yelled, "What is this?" The protagonist created many magic circles. The opponents asked, were there really that many spells? Garrett thought that the teleportation magic circle would be completed very soon. She mentally asked to hold on a little longer. She looked at the many magic circles in the sky and thought that they said 36 masterpieces were created by God himself, even if it was a magic attack of an ancient monster. She did not have time to finish thinking as a bright magic ball pierced the shield. He quickly turned his head to the side, and suddenly a stream of dust rose. The captain covered his face with his hand and coughed. Bar saw Torm standing in front of them with a hole in his chest from a powerful attack by the enemy. "Leave the old bones and hurry," he asked. He left the commander and the entire empire to the warrior. Wynn did not agree and called out to her grandfather. It's a great honor for him to serve the commander. Suddenly, the protagonist asked, "Is Tormund still alive?" Suddenly, Wynn stood up and R yelled that she was no match for the enemy. She confidently replied, "I don't care. I'm a warrior." Wynn quickly headed towards Swallow, thinking she was the one who should protect everyone, a warrior. Many beams of mana hit the ground. After some time, the cart was filled with crystals. Renee happily called out to the master, "They're so beautiful and shiny." The protagonist looked at her and replied, "Of course, that's not why we came here." Renee interrupted him, "But we still got enough," she clarified. The MC tiredly agreed, "Fine." Swallow took a crystal in his hand and threw it out of the cart. "I released the golem in our village to see how far it could go," he added. "But the golem completed its task before the mana ran out. They'll need to be recharged when we return." Renee wondered, "Why did you kill those people?" Malji agreed, yelling, "Yeah, I'm curious too." Renee noted, "It took you longer to reveal your true colors." The protagonist, clutching the crystal in his hand, replied, "I could have just trampled them to death. But when he thought about all the trouble R had caused him, how should he put it? Killing them right away seemed like a waste of time." At the same time, at the cemetery, a flower fell to the ground near several graves. Wynn sadly held the flower in her hand. A member of the Black Wolf Knights, Varys, clarified, "Does she remember Vern's squad that challenged the Core's guardian? This time, they lost 4 team members and 1 masterpiece. Thanks to Wynn, they avoided total annihilation." She closed her eyes in annoyance and yelled, "I know." Suddenly, Garrett remarked, "It's a very beautiful flower." Wynn turned her attention to him. Garrett continued, "I'm sure everyone should be grateful to you." The warrior looked down sadly and replied, "That can't be. Everyone must be mad at me. If only I had arrived earlier. If only I had been a little stronger. I could have defeated the maid with the dagger." Wayne clenched her teeth in rage and screamed, "If only I had been stronger. I would have definitely killed that swallow and saved everyone." Wynne, crying with anger, screamed, "If only I had." Garrett suddenly interrupted her and added, "You will defeat Kim." She believed that Wynne would be able to defeat the protagonist one day, and for that one victory, everyone was trying so hard. Garrett hugged her, kneeling down, and added that Wynne should forget about what had happened. Suddenly, the warrior began to sob, and a petal from her flower fell to the ground. After a while, all were sitting in the room. The captain wondered with confusion, how did he survive? Why did Swallow leave him alive? He had a good opportunity to kill R. The captain remembered the past. Wynne had quickly rushed into battle, and many beams hit the ground. MC noticed that it was boring and asked, "Is this teleportation magic?" When surrounded by mana streams, they called out to Garrett. Suddenly, Swallow called out to R. He approached the captain in the dark space and added that several months ago, R came out of his memories. He thought that he had a feeling that the ancient monster had told him something. At that moment, R might have figured it out better, but now too many people were watching him. He could not make rash decisions. The captain could not even attend the funeral of his subordinates. R got up from his chair and thought that it was time to get down to business. Suddenly, his eyes became cloudy, and the captain thought he felt they were about to burst. R put his hand to his eye and asked, "What was that?" He looked at the candle reflected in the mirror and clarified, "Maybe it was because of fatigue." Suddenly, reflections of eyes shrouded in darkness appeared in the mirror. R fell to the floor in fear. After a while, Garrett called out to the commander. She asked worriedly, "Is he okay?" R looked at his hands and asked, "Did he lose consciousness, and how long had he been lying there?" Suddenly, R spat blood from his mouth onto the floor, and Garrett screamed, "What's wrong with him?" The captain coughed up blood from his mouth onto his hand, and she quickly ordered, "Call a doctor." R pressed his hand to his chest and thought he understood everything. It's not that Swallow didn't kill him. What a freak of a protagonist. The captain remembered MC's words. Swallow had clarified that R had only 6 months. After a while, Garrett stood in front of the shards of a broken mirror. She knelt on one knee, enveloping the shards in mana, and asked, "Are the hallucinations getting worse?" R, tired, pressed his hand to his eye and replied that he was already used to it, so everything was okay. He was even lucky that he could still see people the way they used to. He saw Garrett surrounded by eyes in darkness. She channeled the shards into the bucket with mana and clarified that it had been 4 days, so it was only a matter of time. The treatment was not helping. The symptoms were not going away. They could not even determine the cause. R clarified, so it cannot be cured by modern medicine. The captain, with a blackened eye, thought that Swallow had infected him. It is quite possible that it really is incurable. It turns out that there is only one way. R dipped the rag into the water, turned to Garrett, and said that this was an order given with the permission of the commander. From now on, no one should know about this. Garrett agreed, and R added, even when, in order for the apocalypse to end before your death, the priority should be to restore the destroyed masterpiece and the lost forces of the Knightly Order. Garrett replied that she would take care of the Knightly Order. We would gather the talented people that the captain had paid attention to for so long. Since they had left a few hours ago, there might already be teams that had made contact with the target. R wondered where Wynne and a few others had gone. When did they manage to do that? The captain asked. Didn't she think she should have made a report for him before they started? Garrett filled the room with mana and said that she didn't think there was any point in reporting to the chief, who was already in bad shape. It would only make things worse. She would make a detailed report after this was over. She needed to step away for a while since on the way, Garrett had seen the captain's favorite person heading this way. R asked, what did she mean? You can't just use magic in this room. The captain turned his head to the side and asked to come in. Eurasia remarked that he had come after hearing the news. He hoped that the old man's support would give him at least some comfort. R calmly replied, does the Pope understand? Perhaps it is because Eurasia has been a priest for too long, but he must say the Pope has always been bad at telling lies. Is Urania here just to hear his answer? The Pope smirked and replied that he would not deny it. R turned around and asked, why does the Pope want to separate them from the rest? Urania said that he simply wanted one of the strongest representatives of the Empire, the Order of the Knights of the Black Wolf, to support them. In the current situation, religion is just a means to maintain relations with the Holy Kingdom, but in reality, they are just an institution subject to holy oppression. Eurydice looked out the window and added, at times, my life is worth no more than that of a common noble. R pointed out, the Pope spoke as if we were suppressing doctrines. Even if a god really existed in this empire, our god would be none other than His Majesty Emperor. Euronisia smiled sinisterly and agreed, for now, that is true. However, very soon, the blessing will reach every corner of the earth that mankind touches. After that, we will be able to escape oppression and spread our doctrines on a wider scale. R sternly remarked, "It sounds as if the Pope is about to start a holy war." Ernasius smiled and replied, "The captain is jumping to conclusions. It's hard for him to hold a spoon in his hands, and now he's talking about weapons. Just like R, the Pope saw that the captain was in bad shape today, so he might as well go." By the way, he never heard his answer. Euronisia added terrifyingly that he hoped R would do God's will. The door closed quickly, and the captain, sitting in his chair, thought that an answer was needed. Next time, he would answer him differently. After some time, Pedrick said that this was the fourth room. Suddenly, rocks fell to the ground. Pedrick turned his head to the side and clarified that from now on, Malia and the demonic dog would be taken care of here. Malia happily raised her hands and exclaimed that she liked it here. She squeezed Dev's cheeks with her hands and screamed that this was the very core of the primordial world. "It feels like we're in a fairy tale, right?" she said. "We can build a whole castle here." Maud suggested that Devday go think about how they would decorate this room. Pedrick happily said, "Thank God, everything is fine." The protagonist asked, "It seems that the comrade also likes it here." Pedrick confirmed this and answered it was worth destroying Kahit for this. He noted that the boss brought a good guard with him. MC clarified, Pedrick is talking about Devdi. The comrade agreed and clarified that. Frankly speaking, Devdi, or rather, the demonic dog, will be enough. Swallow asked not to be looked at like that and exclaimed, "It wasn't me who gave him the nickname." Pedrick said, "If I'm not mistaken, Malji gave it to him." The protagonist agreed and clarified it was she who came up with this name. Pedrick noted, "The mistress is good at choosing subordinates, but she clearly has problems with names." The MC agreed, adding, "I have a feeling she doesn't even know what this dog is." At the same time, Malia opened Devday's mouth with her hands and ordered him to spit it out. Pedrick said, "Maybe now isn't the right time. Someday she'll understand." Renee quickly ran toward the protagonist and exclaimed, "I finished with the golem in the third room. The power source, a magic stone, was also charged and hidden in the wall so that ordinary people won't be able to find it." The protagonist smiled, put his hand on her head, and remarked, "Good work. You can through a lot and did very well." Rennie thanked the master for the praise. Pedrick apologized with a sigh, noting, "I've seen this scene 1,000 times." They don't change at all. His head is boiling when he sees this. Pedrick refuses to look at it, so they will move on to the main thing. Swallow clarified, "To what other main thing?" Pedrick exclaimed, "This time," but the protagonist interrupted him, disagreeing. MC raised his hands in displeasure and exclaimed, "If my comrade wants to chase me away, I will not leave." Pedrick noted, "This is the whole point." Swallow asked, "Is that the point?" Pedrick said, "This time, not a single step out of this dungeon. A lot happened. Even an entire city was destroyed." The protagonist agreed with him, and Pedrick continued, "It seems that the other great and terrible dungeons already know about this. They found your actions very strange." Swallow calmly lay down on the ground and asked, "So what? Are they going to charge him for this?" Pedrick agreed and replied, "Yes, they are going to." Suddenly, the comrades were very surprised. Pedrick clarified, "They contacted Miss Elizabeth. The other dungeons have a lot to stick at the boss." MC tiredly noted, "That's terrible," and asked, "Well, when will they come?" The comrade replied that it was today. Suddenly, everyone fell silent upon hearing this. The comrade screamed. Pedrick was joking. After a while, the protagonist in his second guise said that it was a nice house. Elizabeth immediately stepped on his head and screamed, "Does MC even know what is happening now?" Swallow asked, "Is this a general cleaning at the end of the year?" Elizabeth kicked him with rage and shouted, "It is not the end of the year." Malja asked fearfully, "Does great evil often gather in their dungeon?" Pedrick replied that it was not very. If the lady is talking about someone like Jubika, then they have never had such a thing before. Chewbacca has a goal to unite the Demon King species, but the great and terrible dungeons vary greatly in species and nature. Malji happily clarified, "So, this has never happened before. It turns out that she is currently witnessing a rare historical event." Pedrick thought about the historical event and said that she was right. He thought that he had never heard of a meeting of the owners of the great and terrible dungeons before. Pedrick clarified, "This also means that their boss has been causing too much trouble lately, so they should not be too happy about it." He picked up a piece of paper and asked to just look at the letter they received. The letter said that they were heading to the core of the primordial world. Pedrick asked to look at what they wrote, but there was no mention of a purpose for the visit. They didn't even ask for their consent. Malj angrily noted that they did not respect them at all. Pedrick said that he knew it, clutching the letter in his hand. He added that this was how reckless they were. He threw the letter back and exclaimed, "They have no manners at all." Suddenly, Malji noticed the fallen letter. A bright light from the flow of mana enveloped the room. Malji turned to Pedrick and said, "It seems we have an uninvited guest." Pedrick looked at her and asked, "Can the lady notify everyone?" Malji agreed. Pedrick added, "I'll go there and find out what's going on and why we have visitors." At the same time, in the central area of the kingdom, in the Great Desert, a trade route had previously passed through the desert, connecting all 5 kingdoms. But then, a dungeon appeared and took control of this trade route. After some time, the manta raised a torch and shouted, "We will conquer the dungeon and take back our land." Their enemies are just huge insects, he continued. With the help of elite troops selected from the 5 kingdoms, we will drive out these unpleasant freaks. Suddenly, insects crawled out of the sand and attacked the people. They screamed, "Save us! We don't want to die!" The man knelt down, shaking his head. "It's impossible," he said. "Where did they get an army 10 times larger than ours? This is a disaster." "The mother of insects, the ruler of the desert," he muttered, his voice trailing off. Despair engulfed the 5 kingdoms. Meanwhile, Pedrick, running quickly, thought he saw a clear movement on the camera. Suddenly, he stopped. Hexable, the boss of the great and terrible dungeon, the mother of the sandhills, crawled out in front of him. She noticed that it seemed not all the monsters had been restored. Pedrick thought it was a poorly imitated human voice. He had heard that some insect-like monsters could imitate the voice of the people they devoured, but the intention behind the words was more important. Maybe this was an attempt to estimate the power of the core of primordial creation. Suddenly, Hexable pointed her mouth towards Pedrick, and he thought he knew it. He needed to take action quickly before the boss appeared. Suddenly, the protagonist asked, "What are they doing here? Have they decided to have a showdown?" Renee quickly ran after the gentleman and asked him to wait. Pedrick asked the boss to step aside and said that he would take care of it himself. Suddenly, Hexable was happy to see the protagonist and yelled, "It's the teacher." She lowered her head and exclaimed, "It's been so long since we've seen each other." Hexable was very happy to see him. The MC looked at her and noted how much she had grown. Hexable clarified that one shouldn't say such things to ladies and called the teacher a fool. Swallow noted that he had heard news about her gear. She had become even more popular. How was Hexable doing? Pedrick was stunned when he heard this. Hexable replied, "I'm doing well, thanks to your lessons." The protagonist said that she definitely was fine. You could see it on her face. Renee asked in shock, was she really a lady? The MC put his hand on and asked his comrades to greet her. She was the former guardian of the core. Hexable greeted him shyly and apologized for introducing herself so late. All the comrades were very surprised by this. Elizabeth said with confusion, "So Hexable was the guardian of the Blue Path before she came, and our question about restoring monsters was simply due to concern for the safety of our dungeon." Elizabeth thought that this was some kind of horror. Pedrick clarified, the reason Hexable did nothing during the fight is because she was shy. Hexable replied, "I didn't know what to say when we first met." Pedrick furiously asked, but quietly, "Why didn't you tell me this?" Swallow replied, "I was so tired, I even forgot to mention it to him." Hedrick noted, even if Hexable was the former guardian and had a good relationship with our boss, she is now the boss of another great and terrible dungeon. We must not let our guard down. Suddenly, Hexable kissed Pedrick and exclaimed, "I'm your biggest fan. They say you have no equal in swordsmanship, which is why you earned the title of the strongest swordmaster and Death Knight, despite being a skeleton. It is a great honor for her to meet him." Pedrick, hearing this, became embarrassed and said that his mistress could stay here and feel at home. He happily looked at his comrades and clarified, did they hear? The owner of the great and terrible dungeon is his biggest fan. Renee exclaimed with displeasure, saying that Pedrick was putting her in an awkward position. Hexable looked at them and asked, "And who are they?" Renee replied that she was the current keeper. Malji introduced herself and yelled, "By the way, I'm tasteless because I'm still growing." Renee smiled, apologized, and asked, "Hexable, you introduced yourself as the mother of all insects, didn't you? And you called yourself a lady. So what gender are you?" Hexable answered in surprise, "I am a woman." Renee gave off an ominous aura and asked, "So Hexable is a woman who was in a close relationship with Mr. Swallow, right?" Malji exclaimed, "Based on my dating experience, I don't think they have the right relationship." Suddenly, Pedrick covered her mouth with his hand and yelled, "Malji has never even been on a date." Renee yelled with a terrifying look, "It's a parasite." Pedrick asked her to wait a second. Magi called out to her friend and asked, "Is he making fun of me?" Of course, she had never been on a date before. Pedrick tensely apologized to Hexable for the situation. Everyone was a little on edge because creatures from other great and terrible dungeons were coming here without proper permission. Hexable clarified, "I'm just here to see my beloved teacher." Of course, she was only here for that. After some time, the boss of the great and terrible dungeon, Azidaka, clarified. So, this is the famous core of primordial creation. This time, I will definitely warn this ancient monster so it doesn't do anything stupid anymore. Some time ago in the great and terrible dungeon Sandhelm Marger, the dragon clarified that she was leaving. Azzy replied that when Aravos and Swallow, the masters of the two great and terrible dungeons, clashed, neither of them gave an explanation. The same thing happened in Niit. They could no longer leave the protagonist unattended. Currently, Aze thought that she was the mistress of the White Mountain Range and the strongest dragon. She would not let anyone underestimate her. Fafnir happily called out to her sister. Look, she could also turn into a human. She shoved her tail and asked, "Is it cool?" Ozzy laughed tiredly and agreed. She felt that she had actually planned to go alone and remember the past. Fafnir sadly asked, "Can I come with you?" Ozzy came out of her memories and asked, "Should I be called boss or mistress in public?" Fafnir agreed and was about to call her sister, but immediately exclaimed, "Mistress." Her sister showed her tail and noticed that it had become smaller. Isn't it cute? The boss of the great and terrible dungeon near Kumbal Kurak clarified. Bringing a child to a meeting of the dungeon bosses, he interrupted with a snort and asked, "How can you give off such a threatening aura when meeting the dungeon bosses?" She thought she understood everything.